Thanks for making it out tonight. Before we start, I just want to make everyone aware that there is a public hearing scheduled tonight for the Taco Bell Cantina for the request to transfer a liquor license. So if you're here to speak about that tonight, we will have the public hearing open. Although the petitioner's attorney, due to a personal circumstance, will be unable to make it here tonight, so it's highly likely that that public hearing will extend into another meeting. So if you're here to speak on that topic, you'll have tonight to speak on it, and very likely that we'll keep the public hearing open. So if you don't want to be here for the rest of the meeting and just come when we continue the public hearing at another meeting date, you're more than welcome to do so. So I just want to make sure everyone's aware. All right. We're going to call to order the March 12th, 2018 Royal Oak City Commission meeting to order. We're going to start with an invocation given by Commissioner Paruch, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
As we gather here this evening, we are grateful that we live in a country where freedom of expression is not only tolerated, but is celebrated. We are also grateful for the sacrifices that our men and women in service have made since our nation was founded, so that freedom of expression and the other civil rights that we hold dear are protected and celebrated. As we move forward to tackle the issues facing our community, not only this evening, but throughout the coming season, may we have wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and perspectives of the citizens of our community. May we have the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement. And may we always strive to do what is best for the Royal Oak community and its citizens as a whole in an effort to keep Royal Oak a safe, inviting, and peaceful community in which to work and live. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, that brings us to the public comment portion of our agenda this evening. I'm going to go over the rules real quick. So we have a lot of people here. Some are aware, some aren't. So briefly here. The City Commission values and relies on the input of our fellow citizens to make decisions. Now is the time set aside for the public to address the City Commission on any city-related issues, both on the agenda and not. I ask that comments be directed to the City Commission and not to individual commissioners. In addition to the public comment that we have here tonight, there will be two public hearings. If you're here to comment on the vacation of a portion of West Harrison Avenue or the Taco Bell Cantina, request for the transfer of their liquor license, wait till that hearing is opened up and you'll have the same amount of time, same rules, everything like that to talk about those issues then. All other agenda items or items that aren't on the agenda, now's the time to speak on them. If you wish to speak tonight at public comment or at the public hearings, please wait until you're recognized by me, the mayor, and then come up to the podium. For the record, state your name and address. Please be mindful that the City Commission wants to hear from everyone who wishes to speak, so comments are limited to 5 minutes or less, and we have a timer at the podium to help you keep track of your time. If you don't wish to speak tonight, no problem. Don't hesitate to email us or call us or leave us messages. I can tell you on one of the agenda items tonight, I received a dozen emails at least, and we do read them. Often it's hard to get back with everyone, but we do read the emails. Please note that the City Commission won't respond directly to questions during public comment. However, we are taking notes and will address the questions when the agenda topic is discussed, or refer it to the proper city department if the matter isn't scheduled on the agenda. And our city manager is over here. He's got a system, pretty sophisticated. He's taking notes, and I look over his shoulder from time to time to make sure he's not playing games or anything like that. So I can tell you he is taking notes, and we do follow up. With that, what I typically try to do now is call on folks that are here. Are there any kids in high school or any children here that have to go to school tomorrow that wish to speak tonight? Okay. How about anyone in attendance tonight with a youngster that has to get home? Okay. All right. How about anyone here to speak on an agenda item tonight? Mr. Wallace.
Rick Wallace, 2502 Ferncliff. I've lived in Royal Oak for nearly a quarter century, and it's been 7.5 years since I last addressed the commission. I'm here tonight to share my thoughts on the placement of public art near the Veterans War Memorial. I support it and urge you to oppose any attempt to impose a relevant to veterans test on art that may be placed within view of the memorial. First, it is difficult to see how any such test could be devised or fairly administered. A meaningful written standard beyond a subjective, I know it when I see it approach, would seem impossible to create, particularly when some may believe that suitable art is restricted to a statue of a man on a horse, his arm raised holding a sword. In this century, though, that is an unlikely subject for a living artist. Second, restricting art displayed in the relatively small amount of green space near our civic center comprising the Hallman Plaza would effectively limit art displayed downtown to commercial areas. That would be an unfortunate diminution of the public art program you so wisely approved and which has enhanced the visual appeal of our city. Finally, allowing any group of advocates a veto over a particular work of art in a particular spot would establish a dangerous precedent, surely leading to a selection of bland, lowest common denominator works and effectively gutting the program. Instead, the current system of using the Commission for the Arts to select art for temporary display throughout the city affords any interested person the opportunity to share his or her thoughts with them through the public comment process available at their open meetings. I urge you to take a conservative approach on this issue and not change a system that is working well for most people.
Mr. Wallace. Who's next on agenda topics? I see a hand back there. Yes, sir, with the hat on.
My name is Joe McClellan. I live at 807 North Wilson, Royal Oak. I'm a 49-year member of the American Legion. I'm the adjutant for the 18th District of the American Legion. And I've lived in Royal Oak for 45 years. I'm here tonight to tell you why the artwork on the dedicated Veterans Memorial piece of land outside the library entrance should be removed permanently. I understand it's going to be moved in August, and we want to ensure that it would be not another piece of artwork at some time in the future we put in its place. As you look behind me, you will see veterans that look like me, older and white-haired. But please do not be misled by our ages and our looks. We are the tip of the icebergs of surviving veterans in America. For example, there's over 16 million veterans alive. 624,000 from World War II, 1.4 million from Korea, 6,650,000 from Vietnam, and now the Gulf War veterans surpass us all with 7,272,000. Women now make up 15% of that group. We veterans have all been to military cemeteries and veteran monuments all over the world. The common denominator is that there is nothing that does not relate to veterans on these sites. I've been to my uncle's grave in Maastricht, Holland, and it's nothing but what took place there, the battle map, the names of the people, the brothers, the fathers, the sons, etc. Veterans and the locals consider these military monuments grounds to be sacred. I remember a few years ago that the Grand March of the Royal Oak Parade were three veterans, a Royal Oak police officer, a Royal Oak fireman, and a Royal Oak responder. Not only did they serve our country in the military, they continued to serve Royal Oak every day. A lot of veterans go into this type of work in order to continue serving their communities. I remember talking to one of them after the ceremony, and he told me that he was a Marine, or he is a Marine, and he was in one of the battles for Fallujah in Iraq, one of the worst battles in the history of the Marine Corps. It was a house-to-house, room-to-room battle that lasted for weeks. He will tell you what makes the Veteran Memorial Site here in Royal Oak so special. Veterans take their families to these individual veteran memorials and services to ensure that their families remember veteran members of their families and friends in the community that paid the ultimate price in war. When I go to the Royal Oak Veterans Memorial, I remember my wife's Uncle Tom. He was a KIA April 1st, 45. My high school classmate, Marine Lieutenant Hayden, KIA April 16th, 1968. My sister-in-law's nephew, Spec 4 Paul Dew, KIA January 16th, 1969. We strive as a family and as a group to keep their memories alive. Please remember these veterans when you make your decision on whether the piece of art should be removed permanently from the Veterans Memorial Site. Please remember the names on those monuments and our 16 million veterans that are still alive today. Remember that some of these veterans that work by your side, making sure that the Royal Oak community continues to be safe for many more years to come. Please remember all these veterans. Please continue to respect our KIA veterans by removing the artwork from the Veterans Memorial Site permanently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McCollum. Thank you for your service. Mr. Lund.
Hi, David London, 5132 Thorncroft. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I want to speak on the art that everybody else is. I've spoken to a lot of people, and a lot of people claim that this is disrespectful, that this is not appropriate, or it's distasteful in the memory of fallen soldiers. I myself am a soldier, 101st Airborne Division, 1st Line, 1st Aviation Regiment, and I'm the son of a Vietnam veteran and the grandson of 2 World War II veterans, one of which was actually at Pearl Harbor on the ridge overlooking the harbor. I don't think that the idea that the free expression of speech is somehow disrespectful to veterans sort of misses the point for why we served in the first place. We all took an oath. Every soldier takes an oath when they go in. That's to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and bear allegiance therein. And the idea that we served to stand up for freedom of expression and all of the freedoms that our Constitution awards us is sort of disingenuous to say that art itself is somehow disrespectful or the placement there is. The art itself, everyone has an opinion about art, and we've seen people talk about bronze statues that would be more appropriate. But art, like anything else, like movies, like books, like anything creative, it's not meant to please everyone. Art isn't meant to make people happy, it's meant to make people think, and I think that's what this art is actually doing right now, given the fact that we're talking about this. The placement of the art does not offend me as a soldier, nor does the design of the art offend me as a soldier, nor does the proximity to the War Memorial offend me because it's not a graveyard. It's not, there's little springy things that kids play on, and there's bike racks, and there's kids playing in parks, and there's a garden nearby, and none of these things seem to be offensive. There's a police station right behind it, and that doesn't seem to be offensive, but somehow this seems to be offensive by its placement. The only thing that seems to be offensive is a lot of people have been trying to use the names of the fallen veterans in their argument. And everyone has the right to an opinion, but those are just opinions. We served our country so that other people may be free. We served our country so that other people can have that expression, and not to tear down artwork, but to make artwork. I don't believe that this being here on this park is to honor veterans. I don't believe that was the reason why it went in, and I don't believe that its presence there is somehow disrespectful to veterans. I believe that we all served and we all took that oath so that other people could be free to make freedom of expression, to have free speech, to have all of these things that that we hold dear. I don't believe that it is somehow disrespectful to myself or the people that have fallen, as well as the sacrifices that they've made. I do believe that it was my duty to serve my country, along with the other veterans that are here, and we all have our opinion, but we all did take an oath to uphold the freedom of the Constitution. So, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. London. Who's next on agenda topics? Yes, sir.
My name's Roger Coddington. I'm the president of the Fraternal Order of Eagles here in Royal Oak. I grew up in Royal Oak. I'm 70 years old now. The Eagles have been here in Royal Oak for 93 years. I've been a member for 48 of those years here. I'm very proud of this city. I'm very proud of our memorial. I'm proud of the fact that I served in the military during Vietnam. I don't really agree with that piece of art being on that, since it is dedicated property. Dedicated property is the same thing as if it was a cemetery. I just believe that something, and it doesn't have to be, as somebody said, a soldier on a horse raising a sword. It doesn't have to be something of that nature. But an artist, seems to me, could figure out some functional piece of art that would depict what that property is about. I would also say that the memory of the people there, I have an uncle that's on those monuments. And I think that the memory of those people should be honored in that fashion. I will agree with what the gentleman here said a moment ago, that, you know, we fought for freedom of expression. But I don't think that that's a particular good place to voice that opinion. There's plenty of other places here in Royal Oak that a piece of art could be placed. As far as the little animals on springs and stuff, that's on the library side of that property. That is not on the monument side. That is not on that dedicated property. But I personally would like to see that move. And just one quick comment before I sit down. Would somebody please turn that eagle on that flag so it's facing out properly? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coddington. Thank you for your service. Great eyes. All right, who's next to speak on agenda topics? Oh, I see a hand back there in the far back corner. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Rick Johnson. I own 221 North Main, which is Billings Lawn Equipment, which is on the agenda for later on tonight. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay that long. I'm a little under the weather. And I just wanted to comment that there's been some talk around town of the amount of traffic that is coming in and out of my building compared to Billings Place, which was what is on the agenda to be built. We actually keep track of our sales every day for years. So I went back through the past year and looked at how many cars come in and out of our driveway on an average. We average about 230 in and out a day. We have trucks, we have our own vehicles, we have employees, we have shoppers, we have purchasers, we have people who come in with trailers, so it's very busy. I don't believe there's going to be that many cars in and out the new project, and I just wanted to make it clear that we've taken the time to look at this. This isn't something, you know, we've had offers from different people to build things on that property. Motorcycle shop, which would have been highly noisy, I'm sure. I also know that the street has enough room to adequately take care of 4 times the traffic that it's through there nowadays. So I don't think traffic should really be an option of any concern for anybody when that comes back up on the agenda tonight. That's all, and I thank you very much for listening to me.
All right, I think I saw a young person walk in the back. Are you here for public comment at all? Just for a mandatory civic lesson with class? All right. Hopefully we persuade you to go into volunteer government. Or not. Who's next? Yes, sir.
Hi. I wanted to introduce myself as Mark Belchenko, the artist that's responsible for composition in blue. And I just want to pass around a statement that I had written concerning the piece when it was brought to the location.
Mr. Belchenko, if you want to hand it with our city clerk, Ms. Hale, she'll make sure she passes it down.
I just want to say that if it's the location that people are upset about, that's nothing I can address. But I think the statement somewhat clarifies what the intent behind the piece was. Thank you.
Do you want the public to have a copy of this, Mr. Belichick?
I've
made Okay.
50 copies. I'd like them to be passed around.
Actually, I don't want it.
Yeah, we can,
Can you read it? Sure.
yeah, I think, you got 3 minutes and 42 seconds, and if you're willing to,
It's only one paragraph, right? Sure.
Mark Belchenko. Sculpture title, composition.
yeah, if you want to, face the mic. We're not high-tech here, I'm sorry.
Okay. Sculpture title, Composition in Blue. Composition in blue serves to illuminate changes in what we perceive as reality while we vary our sight lines around the composition. When circling the sculpture, you are able to see that openings become closed and then open again, circles become ovals, curves become straight, and negative becomes positive, and things disappear and then reappear. If only we were able to approach our daily lives from multiple perspectives, we might be guided by a more understanding set of principles.
Thank you, Mr. Belchenko, for reading. Okay. All right, who's next? No applause, please. Mr. Harrison? Yeah, before Mr. Harrison starts, that's kind of one of the other rules I want to make sure people understand. There's often a temptation to applaud, which is great. It's great to have support for one side of an issue of another. But keep in mind, there may be people that are willing to or want to speak, and they might be in the minority, or they might not have as much applause, and it really kind of hinders them from coming up and expressing their points of view. So it's not that we don't want to interrupt any sort of support for one side or the other. It's just we want to make sure that everyone feels welcome to come up here and speak their mind. So, Mr. Harrison.
All right, thank you. Bill Harrison, 2729 Trafford. Actually, I came here to hammer you on something else, but after, this business with the Veterans Memorial, I have to repeat some of the things I've said in the past. That is, you socialists, if this was the 10 Commandments or something to do with the...
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harrison has the floor.
With the Confederate flag or something, you'd be bouncing off the walls to get it taken down. The veterans have, with the exception of a few, have spoken. They just don't like it. And it's hallowed ground. And I really take offense to the comment about talking about peoples whose names are on that memorial. The last time I spoke to you folks, I mentioned that, the older we get, the more we're dying off, and the memories of actual people, as some of us have, are going to fade. And the only memory of those people are what's written on that stone. It's hallowed ground, and if you have people that object to the thing, what's wrong with removing it and putting it someplace else? I have no objection to taking that down and moving it to the other side of the sidewalk over there with the spring-mounted chickens or whatever. That's not, the issue is that is hallowed ground, and that's the way we ought to be treating it. Given that I've got 3 minutes, I'll go on with the rest of it. I'm always appalled at the lack of communication here with respect to the downtown. You keep saying that you're in support of the retail, et cetera, and everything you folks do just is contrary to that. You've got consultants that stand up here and say the rents are too high, and then when you ask them what the rents are, and they just don't know. The city manager keeps talking about the special assessment that might be emerging, and I've got tenants that are going nuts thinking about what does this mean to them, what is it going to be. And now what's latest in the chatterbox is the bicycles on Washington and the bicycle lanes. There's a lot of speculation out there. The best way to kill speculation is to put the plan out there and let people comment on the thing. Is there the plan out there? I haven't been able to find it, and I'd like to see it. You've got communicators, not only yourself, but you've got Todd Fenton, Sean, the downtown manager, the DDA. Nobody seems to be able to get the message out to the tenants in downtown and stop this speculation and worrying. At one time, I had a client in Chicago. He owned a brick manufacturing facility, and when I would visit him, I'd fly into that little airport, doesn't matter, and he'd pick me up, and the first thing we'd do is go off to his horse racing track. He owned one of the 2 tracks in Chicago. And after the 3rd time, he said to me, he said, Bill, he says, why do you think it is when I pick you up, we just don't go to the office and talk business, I take you over to the track? And he says, the reason is, he said, these people, it's a community. And if I don't show up every day, there's going to be a rumor started, and by the time I get to it, it's going to be such a festering mess that I'm not going to be able to deal with the thing. So what I'm saying to you is, be better with your communication with the downtown. Let people know what's going on. Don't let them hang out there in fear of what might happen, because fear of what might happen is always 10 times worse than what may happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. All right, I see a hand back there that went up really quickly. Can't see a, is that Mr. Curtis? Yes. All right.
Hello, my name is Paul Curtis, and I live at 226 West Bloomfield Avenue, and I work for my wife, who owns Red Door. I'm also a minority owner of Red Door Realty here at 312 East 3rd Street. And I wanted to say one thing, public comment-wise, is thank you very much for your service to our community. Not only did you work real hard to get elected, but you got elected to work real hard. And we appreciate you working very hard for our community. And I won't call you any names. As a real estate broker, I'm interested in public art from the perspective of the value it adds to our community, for one. I think the public art program has been wildly successful in Royal Oak, and I really applaud the city government for instituting it in the first place. You know, local resident, I visit local establishments. One of my favorites is Lily's Seafood and Brewery there, and they've always had art on the walls and local artists, and that's fun to go in and see art there, but that's inside, right? By the way, I was at Mr. B's today, and they've invested hiring an artist to put work inside of their facility as well. And I think that in no small part, that move that we're seeing for people investing, like the Maury downtown has put a lot of money and work to public art, is in no small part due to the city's initiative to put art in play. And so from that perspective, I love it. As for this World War II, this memorial space, my father served in the Navy and the Marine Corps. My grandfather was a full bird colonel in the U.S. Army who was a survivor of Okinawa. If you're familiar with your history, you know that was a tough place to be. My wife's grandfather was killed in action as a paratrooper on D-Day. He jumped out of an airplane and didn't make it home in service of our country. And I know from our families that there is a long tradition of the love of art. And I was so glad the artist got to read this statement. And it reminded me, frankly, of my father as I read this statement, and how his taste in art, as a youngster, I didn't necessarily share his taste in art all the time, but his perspective of art taught me a lot about the world, about making room for one another and understanding there's more than one way to look at something. Turns out my father ended up being a professor of sociology at the University of Michigan. So that was a real passion of his, to understand. And art helped play that role. And Mr. London spoke earlier about the importance of having served in order that freedom can happen. And somebody got up here and say, I'm all for freedom of expression, comma, but. That was the phrase I heard. I'm all for freedom of expression, comma, but. Now that's a full stop with freedom of expression. If people have a right to express, and people have fought and died for that right, we don't always get to agree on what gets expressed, right? I mean, sometimes. And here's the thing about this public initiative of public art. These are temporary installments. It might not be your cup of tea, a particular sculpture or a particular work of art. Good news. Another one's coming along. That one will go away sometime if it's not your favorite. So I highly recommend that you stay the course as a city and get these artists who otherwise might not get their wonderful work seen a platform to be able to express themselves, and let us as a people hear and understand and take in and consider and sometimes disagree with those expressions of the artists. So that's my say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. All right, who's next on agenda items? I see another hand way in the back. Is that Ms. Ellison?
Good evening. Jody Ellison, 1309 Mohawk. I am also the vice chair of the Royal Oak Commission for the Arts, so I am square in the sights tonight. I just have a quick statement to make and then a couple of comments. By their very nature, works of art tend to engender extreme reactions from those who encounter them. Royal Oak's public art is no exception. While a small number of individuals have voiced concerns over one particular sculpture chosen by a juried panel as part of this year's Art Explored initiative through the Royal Oak Commission for the Arts, citing tastes that run counter to the art in question or a personal feeling that the piece is disrespectful in its relationship to the surroundings in which it has been temporarily installed, many others have voiced strong support, not only for the piece itself and for its placement, but for the idea of freedom of expression as a basic right our servicemen and women have always fought to maintain. In fact, the overwhelming majority of people who have responded to questions pertaining to the presence of public art in Royal Oak, as well as those who have volunteered their opinions personally and online, have expressed their strong support of a broad and visible public art presence in the city, including the piece in question. We believe all our public art, including this sculpture, is serving its intrinsic purpose, to engage, provoke, and inspire its audience. We also believe that all our artists' works are encouraging and supporting the arts in our community, and that we are performing our duties as tasked by our bylaws as the Commission for the Arts. Finally, although we respect that not all art appeals to all people, the Royal Oak Commission for the Arts is in agreement that there is nothing disrespectful about this piece, either in its theme, its presentation, or its placement, and that no action should be taken to remove or relocate it. We feel it would be disrespectful to the art and the artists to allow those with personal taste concerns to override the many supporters' voices, and that in bowing to a vocal minority, we endanger the very principles of artistic freedom that we as a representative group of artists and volunteers have made our life's mission, and that our servicemen and women have fought to preserve. This piece is on loan to our community for a limited time. The artist received a very minimal stipend, in spite of the hard work and money invested to create it, in exchange for our ability to showcase it to all who visit our community. We, as artists and volunteers ourselves, understand that a lack of respect for our investment often leads to a lack of desire to lend our talents, expertise, and voluntary participation to future programs and events. Discouraging future investment in the cultural improvement of our community runs counter to the Royal Oak Commission for the Arts' mission to encourage and support arts and culture in Royal Oak. It is our personal recommendation, and that of my fellow arts commissioners, that all pieces remain as placed for the tenure of their contracts. And I personally fail to see how composition in blue has attracted so much negativity from these generically named veterans groups. Not only do I personally, and this is me personally, I find nothing offensive about this piece. I would go so far as to call it moderate. It was thoughtfully chosen from the winning pieces because we felt it was the proper fit for that location. It is serene, it is contemplative, it is inoffensive, it is unobtrusive. We, as a part of a 5-member jury, 3 of us from the Arts Commission, 2 members at large from the community, chose this piece. And I will let you know that the 2 members at large from the greater community rated it at the very top. They were the ones who really wanted to see this piece on display in our community. In response to some of the people in the audience who have complained that we as an arts commission and you as a city commission have not listened to their concerns. And many of these people have been longtime friends, although over this matter, I'm not sure how that will play out. Not listening and disagreeing are two very separate things, and it is unfortunate that they are being conflated in this discussion. We do listen. We may not agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allison. All right, agenda topics. Yes, sir. I see a hand in the back. I can't miss you.
Thank you, Richard Gage. Richard, I'm at 631 Kaiser here in Royal Oak. I've been here since 1988. I've had businesses here. Still have additional property here. I'm also part of the Hazel Park Arts Council, a founding member, and I have art and sculpture in the city of Ferndale and worked with their DDA to bring art and sculpture there. I also have participated in this program and still have sculpture out there on a more permanent basis along 4th. So, you know, I understand that honoring veterans is an important part of our culture and our community, and respectful contemplation is what a memorial like that provides. But art and sculpture is also an important part of our culture. A curated show like this program, I believe, will give that additional pause and time for reflection for people that are coming to both of these for maybe cross purposes. Maybe they're coming to one, maybe they're coming to the other, but they see and experience both. You know, so having this art and more that will follow, because this is probably not the only one that might land on this particular location, gives our Royal Oak citizens a chance to understand and provide an opportunity to discuss important issues, you know, like the sacrifices of war and how those sacrifices have led to peace where free people can enjoy the free expression of art. So I hope we maintain that there for both those reasons. Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak tonight on an agenda topic? Yes, sir. In the far back.
Hi, my name is Peter Ulrich. I live at 350 North Main Lofts. I'm here to speak about the 221 Billings
So
Place.
we're going to have a public hearing.
Oh,
If you want
oh,
to
I'm
your
sorry.
public comment till then, that
Okay, I
would
just
be.
saw, I didn't know
Yeah,
that. I just
no,
heard the two. So
Yeah.
My apologies.
No worries. We'll call you right
Yeah,
back
I
up
just
for
got
that.
confused. Thank you.
No worries, no worries. Anybody here to speak on an agenda topic other than the public hearings tonight? I see a hand right here, yes. Is that Ms. Hennessy? Oh, you know what? Yeah, the rezoning's not a public hearing. My mistake. I'll call you up right after this. I'm used to the planning commission. That's my mistake.
Carol Hennessy, 258 East 12 Mile Road, Royal Oak Commission. Because of my past many years of volunteer activities in the city of Royal Oak, on behalf of the veterans, I have been asked to represent them over this issue. I am not here for me or for my political views. I am here for our Royal Oak veterans that have paid the ultimate price and are listed on the monument just outside of the Veterans Memorial Plaza. To provide a little history, the monument was moved several times until in 2004, the Royal Oak Memorial Society came together as a community to raise funds to have it moved to the present location and have the land dedicated as the Veterans Memorial Plaza. We all worked together as a community to put it in a serene place that people could visit and visit their loved ones. It happened all the time, families walking out of the library and exchanging to their children what the monument is about. The brothers and sisters of these veterans sitting behind me also went to war for us. They were lucky and came home. They have objected to this piece of art on the dedicated land. It's not the art that they are against. It is that it's on dedicated land for our veterans, and that piece does not say anything about our veterans. It started a while ago when the Art Commission put a piece of art on the property that looked like a pump with little blue flags around it, and it looked like it was under construction. We didn't say anything because there were problems with the sprinkler system in that area, so we thought DPW was working on it. When the art was replaced, I received numerous calls from veterans asking for removal. That's when I came to the Art Commission and later to the City Commission on several occasions without response. I finally asked Don Johnson what was going on, and he told me that the commission didn't want it, and so it wasn't going to be moved. This is a sacred place for our veterans and their families. The east side of the monument, where the blue art is located, is there in case we need to add more monuments, which fortunately we have not needed to do. The Royal Oak Memorial Society and the members of our community did not work to have the land dedicated so it could be used for items, non-veteran related art. Again, we ask, if art is to be placed on this dedicated land, it should be related to veterans. And like I said before, we are not against art. I love some of the art that's been placed around. We just want something to relate to our veterans and place a piece of art at another location. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hennessy. Sir, come on back up again. That's my mistake. I mean, for those of you that are voters, the mayor rarely makes a mistake. I'm just going to throw it out there. In this particular case, it happened. You got such a great walk up here. We really just wanted to see it twice, right? So.
Thank you very much. I'm here to talk about 221 Billings Place.
Sorry, can we get your name again for the record? I'm so sorry. I'm just botching your public comment here. I'm the worst.
My name's Peter Ulrich. I'm at 350 North Main Lofts. I'm talking about the proposed development we feel is a well-designed apartment complex marketed towards young professionals. In our building, age diversity has been a bonus for us in our building. We have a good mix of young professionals, families, and even some retirees. My point is, development planning should be done while considering the makeup of the existing neighborhood, which is basically single-family homes and owner-occupied lofts. Once in place, this building cannot be undone. It does not mean Billings Place does not have a place in the city. It's quite the contrary. Where it goes, however, can be a point of debate. In Chicago, specific lifestyles are tailored to specific neighborhoods and demographics. Therefore, they have distinct neighborhoods like Wicker Park, Wrigleyville, Gold Coast, and River North, to name a few. This diversity and neighborhood feel in each of these communities gives Chicago its vibe and quality of life. I realize we're not Chicago, but it does not mean we cannot learn from their best practices. In other words, what I'm trying to say is having individual locations and neighborhoods versus the structures that go up need to be taken in mind to make sure it fits in that existing community with the people who are already there. Just a consideration in the overall development within Royal Oak. And I use Chicago as an example because they have unique neighborhoods that people live there for specific reasons. One final note is my fear is once Billings Place goes up, it'll severely restrict the development, if any, that could take place behind it. So in other words, with that large building in that area, what happens to some of the homes on Center Street, and could they be redeveloped for other things as well that may be beneficial for the city? Since the Planning Commission, with that said, I've spoke with many people, including several gracious commissioners who listened to our concerns. We really appreciate the ability to be heard. Below are the issues we'd like to be addressed if, in fact, Billings Place does go forward. One, we have a major blind spot from parked cars on Main Street as motorists exit University. One of the things that I found out in my research and talking with people in our building is, as of today, with the traffic situation at peak hour, people cannot make left-hand turns safely onto Main Street from University. In fact, I don't do this, but most people cut through Imagine to go up 11 miles to make a left-hand turn, which I don't think is safe, going through public parking as well. I typically take a right-hand turn and go up to Washington to take a left-hand turn. So I think with the increased density going on in that area with the hotel, another apartment complex, and Billings Place, it's not just a unique Billings Place issue, but it really kind of brings it to light that we need to take a look at doing something about it once that goes in as well. The second part goes to a complete specific peak traffic study. I'm just a layman citizen. I don't know what that means, but I do know that during peak hours, we do have a problem getting in and out of that intersection. And also, I'm concerned about the ingress egress coming out of the Billings place will cause competing left-hand turns, because that's only about 50 to 100 feet from the left turn we'd be making from University on the Main. The third thing we're concerned about is technological controls that we'd like to have added to the PUD regarding the outdoor terrace to restrict night access after 11 p.m. Our understanding is this can be easily accommodated through the PUD approval process. We're concerned, depending on the type of tenants or renters that go in initially, we're not sure if they'll be accommodating to their neighbors behind them and in front of them across the street on our building. It's a big concern for us. The last thing is parking lifts to be written into the PUD for additional parking spaces if requested by the renters at the developer's expense. Again, parking is a big issue around our area, and it's only going to get worse with all the density going on there. Finally, we would like to entertain, if we're losing parking, our own dedicated ride share if it becomes an issue down there. So if people come to visit us, they'll have a place to come and get dropped off by Uber or Lyft or one of those other companies. And then also a handicap parking spot as well, because we have a couple of residents who have handicapped parents, and with the parking getting worse and worse, they won't be able to find any parking to drop off their relatives to visit. The time to add these features is when the PUD is issued. In doing so,
I do need you to finish up real
yeah, I am. I'm done. In doing so, we can eliminate potential late-night noise and light emanating from Billings Place. Also, extra parking would not be needed on the street or in public structures if the lift feature is on site. In committing to taking these actions, we feel the PUD zoning process becomes more equitable to the neighborhood as it is intended to do per the city ordinance. Thank you.
All right, who else is here to speak tonight on agenda topics? I see a hand right here. Is that Ms. Harrison? Come on up.
Good evening, Laura Harrison, 2729 Trafford Road. I'm a multiple personality tonight. I'm two people. So what I'm going to do is, because I have a letter from Peggy Goodwin, she asked me to come and read tonight because she is in the middle of a presentation for her business. So I'm going to read one part of it, and then I'll come back for the about Taco Bell. She says, regarding item 18, I don't believe this is as much a discussion of public art near the War Memorial. It is one of a communication breakdown. Out of simple respect to the Memorial Society and the folks who spent years developing, raising funds, and dedicating the War Memorial, the city should ensure communication from one group to the other. I hope going forward, the city will work with the Memorial Society to ensure their input is valued regarding any installations or activities involving the War Memorial on the grounds that they sit on. From Peggy. Now, my comment, first of all, and I think some people know this already, I worked at the DIA. So I was surrounded by art. I was 19 years old. I worked in the Founder Society, and I wrote checks for the art that was purchased for the museum. I wrote checks for $6 million and went, oh my God, I was 19. I'd never heard of that much money. Anyhow, and I used to spend my lunch hour walking around the museum and looking at all this. Art is definitely what's in the eye and mind of the beholder. Personally, I think that this one small area in Royal Oak that is dedicated should be dedicated, but have a decision between everybody as to what should go on that area. I remember 20 years ago, and there's two other people in this room will remember, a certain art piece, very tall, with two people with no clothes on, and they just went crazy. I mean, I got phone calls like you wouldn't believe. You know, we were very lucky to get that piece of art. That was from a gentleman whose studio was on Woodward at Normandy for years, and I don't remember how many years. And he did that. Now, personally, I liked some of his animal art better, like what he's got at Cranbrook and at various, what he had at Northland and what he had at Eastland. I liked it better. But we were lucky, and it was Mayor Barbara Hallman who went to Mr. Fredericks and asked him or talked to him about a piece of art from his studio for Royal Oak, where he didn't live in Royal Oak. He lived out in Bloomfield on the lake. But we got a piece of his art, and we should cherish it because he was a fabulous, fabulous artist. He did the Spirit of Detroit downtown that they cover up with a T-shirt all the time. So, I mean, it's very special. But please consider who and what, how people feel about where something is put. That piece could very easily go on 4th Street, where you've got all that open space there, and it's like would fit right in. So, I mean, think about it. Take into consideration other people's feelings. You know, we have all got to learn to live with each other, not war all the time. I'm tired of it, and I've been through it all my life.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. All right, I see, is that Mr. Karlowski? I only see half his head. Yes, I'm right. You're very symmetrical.
Forest Clear is getting bigger every year. Rick Karlowski, 419 Virginia. Let me just start off. I wasn't going to comment on the art thing, but I agree. I think a lot of this could have been rectified if had the Art Commission at least contacted the Memorial Society and talked a little bit. I think the butting heads and getting everybody's dander up is not necessary. Things probably could have been worked out better. It is. It's not so much the art as where it is, and where it is a dedicated piece of land, and we should take that into consideration when looking at whatever you want to put there. Having said that, I will also want to say, and you guys hopefully are going to be sitting down and have your have your nitro pills here, because I'm going to agree with something here. Item number 15, the resolution on opposing Government Snyder's mandate. I think any unfunded mandate, be it federal down to state, be it state down to city, or city down to people, is nonsense. If you guys want, if anybody wants to have a directive, they should bring their checkbook. Otherwise, bug out if you're not going to pay for it. Third thing is item 8A, the annual review of liquor licenses. I just have a general question. What does a bar have to do to not get a recommendation from the police department? I mean, I was looking at some of the stuff going on at one establishment on Main Street. I mean, we've had a person pull out a gun, there's fights, there's constant stuff spilling out into the sidewalk, and hey, just business as usual. This is nonsense. I mean, there are a few facilities in our city that have 70, 80 police calls in a year, and yet there's others that have 4, 2. I don't know why it is that we can't get something more than, well, yeah, we'll just pay a bit more overtime to the police department. And also considering that one of the, I mean, we have a request to deny a liquor license over what I guess is a civil matter, a property line dispute, or a operating plan dispute, which I find amazing given the other stuff that's in the list of what's going on with these places. And finally, this is a bit off topic, but I'll sneak it in anyway. Last week, Commissioner Paruch mentioned something about character of neighborhood when we had the berm discussion. And I think that's very profound. Our neighborhoods do have character. So when you guys decide to throw in PDUs or are going to review the master plan, keep in mind that neighborhoods do have character now. And if you're going to start tearing stuff up and putting in stuff that's too big and underparked and everything else close to those neighborhoods, it's going to affect them. So please keep in mind the character of the neighborhood before you guys decide to just drop in something that may not fit it. Thank you.
Mr. Karlowski. All right, who's next? Is that Mr. Ellison I see back there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jim Ellison, 1309 Mohawk. I'll try to be brief. I come up here hoping to offer a little bit of historical perspective and also a suggestion. I was on this commission when the area designated as the Veterans Park was put up to the vote for dedicated, as was Normandy Oaks Golf Course, as was Royal Oak Golf Course. The purpose for those being on the ballot at that time was to protect them from being sold, because we were in a position where we had some budget crisis and there had been some serious talk about divesting ourselves of those pieces of property, much to the outrage of the community. So we decided to put those properties, it was those three, plus I think there was a couple other, that we put on there to dedicate them as city parkland, which means they couldn't be divested without a vote of the people. In my recollection, I don't remember it being dedicated to the sole use of a single user. I think it was designated as the Veterans area. I think it included moving the existing Veterans Memorial from the parking lot on 2nd Street and also allowing the buildup of the platform and the podium around it and the sidewalks, and that was going to be the Veterans area. I don't think it was ever the intent that the entire property was going to be dedicated to veterans. But that comes with my suggestion. I would hope that the city attorney tonight can try to clarify that, because I think that's where a lot of confusion is coming in. We have parks, Memorial Park, 13 Mile and Woodward. I don't believe that entire park is dedicated for memorial use. It's got a memorial on it. It's got skateboard park on it. It's going to have a big memorial on it. But I don't think the entire park is designated only for use for memorial. And to be a little sarcastic here, we've got an optimist park. And I don't think that park is dedicated for use only by the optimists. So I think we need to clarify exactly what that meant as dedicating it, because my understanding, it was always dedicated to prevent it from being sold by the city. As a matter of fact, when we drew that line out, we included more area than what was there. The ordinance actually included the first row of parking spaces in the parking lot behind the police station, so that that property couldn't be sold and abut up to the memorial. It was to give them space. So I think that was the total legal description on the ballot for that property. And if that's the case, then we're parking cars on the Veterans Park. So I think a clarification of what exactly dedicated land means would help this discussion immensely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. All right, who's next? See a hand right here in the middle. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Marianne Schmidlin. I live at 1117 Lawndale, and I've been a Royal Oak resident since 1970. I've been a member of the Royal Oak Memorial Society since 1990. At that time, our memorial was kind of like in the alley. We would have a service, and I remember sometimes the garbage truck bumping, making so much noise that you couldn't even hear people speak. So the Memorial Society, started. I mean, Carol was the main push for this, but we got that memorial moved to the spot it is now. We've done services. We do it for Memorial Day. We do it for Veterans Day. I think we do a really good job. It gets better every year. We have good comments. We invite everyone. Letters go out to every dignitary. we hope everyone would come and be a part of it. It's never been anything segregated or exclusive. So now I understand that the commission feels it's necessary that you review our programs before we present them. And I'm just really curious as why. And that's all I have to say.
All right, who's next? Yes, sir, in the far back.
My name is James Cross. I'm here to talk about the development at 221 Billing Street, across from North Main Lofts. I live at 350 North Main Street, and it never used to be a concern, like noise, congestion, parking, until I got married last year. It's more a concern now because, you know, I'm concerned about the congestion in the area. There's a development of a hotel across on the right side of our property that's being built, and then across the street there's this new Billings property being proposed. And you know, my concern is just parking is pretty minimal in Royal Oak. I've lived here for 7 years, and I'm just concerned about a few things. Parking obviously is a concern, but also I'm concerned about the safety at the intersection of East University and Main Street. Right now, it's just a crosswalk, and it's definitely it's near impossible to make a left turn during congested hours. It's very difficult to make a left turn at that intersection. So I'm hoping that's something that will be addressed. The other thing is noise is just a concern. I face that property, that Billings property. And we have Hamlin Corner and Strata on the same street. And if you ever come out like on a Thursday, Friday night in Royal Oak obviously it's an entertainment district. You have Imagine Theater, and it gets very noisy and rowdy late at night. So my only concern is I just hope that you, everyone here, would just address the rooftop being proposed at the Billings property. At least just for the neighborhood, just the entire neighborhood, the people in the back, you know, Center Street, there's a loft on the side of that proposed property, and Main North Lofts, obviously, you know, I'm at that property. But noise is definitely, and it's an issue. I mean, you do hear it. I mean, it's you live in a city, especially in Main Street, you expect it to be noisy. I just don't want it to get rowdy and crazy, and that's a big concern. That and just, you know, consideration for the neighborhood. You know, people that live in the proximity of that proposed development. I just hope you guys take that into consideration. And then that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Appreciate it.
See a hand right there on the aisle.
My name is Joe Gilmore, and I too live at 350 Main. While I do share some of the same concerns that the people in our building have now with the crosswalk and maybe even some of the noise on the street, I'd love to see us have a rideshare spot for Uber. I Uber everywhere. It'd be awesome to have that, as well as I think somebody had mentioned an extra handicap spot out front. I think it's a great idea. But I don't think any of those really are in concern to the Billings property or the Billings project. As a matter of fact, I am looking forward to it. I think it's a great addition to the community. Concerned about us as a city not really progressing as much as we possibly could to compete with cities like Detroit that are really going crazy right now and drawing people, mostly in my age group as well, that are all going to Detroit because that's where they want to be. They want to be in that city, that urban atmosphere. You know, but as far as the other concerns go for the building, congestion and all those things, I understand the city's already set up to handle that. Main Street's already set up, so I'm looking forward to it. I would love to see us get that light again at University they're talking about. But again, that's all things I think that are between our building and the city, or at least, you know, don't really pertain to the project itself. But I'm looking forward to it. So.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmore.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Also, Unit 509. Been here since North Main opened. And every project that's been in the last 12 years comes in and asks for and generally gets a parking variance. And parking is shrinking and shrinking in the city, unless, again, you want us to have guests in the winter to park over in a 7-story structure and have to walk to come visit. Friday, Saturday nights, I don't know what, I mean, if you call the police, they tell you basically unless, we'll come by, and they do come by, but there's not much they can do. But I can set my clock 2:05, because as they come out of Hamlin and Strata, they're yelling and screaming at each other and other things on the sidewalk and everything else. So if there is an open deck across the street, do we wait for restrictions on it until 350 and other neighbors start to complain and make them a nuisance? Or do we try to address that now with something? And traffic is atrocious. And one thing that hasn't been mentioned by everybody sitting here, we've got 94 units, went from 94 to 93, back to 94 now. 65 across the street, 100 on Pingree. How many more going to go over the main theater in a couple years when Mr. Jonah develops that area? So is it going to be lively? Yeah, it's going to be real lively, because we're putting a lot of people within 1/8 of a mile of the intersection of 11 Mile and Main. And I don't know how much thought's been given to that. And that doesn't even count the hotel with their transient head count that's in and out all the time. But Main Street right now, I've written to commissioners and yourselves, watch, it's like a Christmas tree, the light, literally, okay, at 11 Mile. People who take care because of all the pedestrians in the downtown district, as soon as they hit the green light, let's go. Even I don't do 25 miles an hour on Main Street, even though the speed limit all the way to Catalpa is 25. Police patrol periodically, but, it's, and you can't get out at University at night. And University at night, period, on a Friday, Saturday, Thursday night, the police know my name because of all the phone calls I've made about the guys that park in front of the fire hydrant there. I mean, 2-3 times on a weekend, there'll be cars parked in front of fire hydrants. So it's getting pretty crowded in that area, and it's getting pretty risky to be traveling to go out onto Main, especially if you're trying to make a left-hand turn. So I'd like you guys to all consider that. I got a couple minutes, and all I'd like to say then, I had no idea or concept about the art and the arguments about the art. I guess what I would like, I heard people talking about how closed-minded some are and how negative some are, et cetera. What I consider is, if we had a park, I go to St. Mary's. If there was a public park across the street, I like art, my wife paints, it's very good, but would we put something there that the community of St. Mary's found disrespectful? Or will we try to find another spot for it to go so that we don't offend people and try to make a peace? And nothing against art. Art, it's just as say, art's in the eye of the beholder. But can we get something where we're all satisfied or happy?
Thank you, Mr. Landis. All right, I see a hand right back here. Yes, sir. Yep. Oh.
My name's Richard Grinstein. I'm not a resident of Royal Oak, so I'm not sure if I can speak here. Is that? Oh, good. Okay. Okay. 16136 Weatherby in Beverly Hills. So I agree. It seems like a big part of the problem with the art, with the sculpture in the park, has been a problem with communication. But I think it's really important to recognize that placing a work of art in a memorial site or even near a memorial site is a sign of respect. Just as planting a tree as a sign of a memorial, as a sign of respect, is not necessarily directly related to the person that you're memorializing. Putting a piece of art that not everybody will like, not everybody likes every kind of tree, but it's valuable to put that art there. So I think we need to be more open to the value of art in our lives, in all aspects of our lives. And finally, I'd like to say that I really do like the sculpture itself. Not everybody does, but I happen to. And I'd like to say, as you walk around it, your perspective shifts, and it shifts in a way that can lead one, if you're open to it, to have a sort of you could use the word a meditative experience, an introspective experience, which I think is very appropriate for a site that relates to veterans. Thank you.
All right, yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Thank you very much for having me tonight. My name is Jordan Jonah with AF Jonah Development. We're at 4036 Telegraph Road, Bloomfield Township, Michigan. My family owns and operates the corner of 11 Mile and Main with the Main Art Theater, the parking structure, and also the first and fourth floor of the Main North condos. I'm here to support the buildings development across the street. I think it's a very good development that brings a lot to the city. The developers were nice enough to reach out to us and explain the development, which we're very grateful for. I believe the design of the building is very unique and brings a lot to the area. We're looking forward to having them as neighbors. I did listen to a couple of comments and concerns. We deal with developments all the time, very similar to these. We have a lot going on this year that we're developing. And the 65 units with the trip counts to 11 Mile and Main, I do not think it's a big deal. I think it's 11 Mile and Main is more than adequate to handle the 65 units of the trip counts. And if anyone's looking for parking, we have a parking structure across behind us. I'd be more than happy to look at leasing out any spaces. And that's really all I have in my mind. Looking forward to development and looking forward to bringing more to the area. It's a great use of the property. I could not comment on the art, but seems very interesting to me. I'm going to go take a look at it. I wish I stayed in art class in college, but thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
My name is Russ Hughes. I live at 350 North Main, Unit 611. And I just wanted to go over a couple of concerns on the Billings project. First, compliments. I don't know if he's still here, but the son is who I've dealt with. I have a handicapped mother and a handicapped father. And the son has been very helpful in across the street. I literally park the car over there and bring them in wheelchairs across. It is an issue. We built a building. When I bought the building, within the building, I thought that it had handicap parking because in the actual parking structure, there's actual spots marked handicapped. Those are actually deeded to owners, and you cannot use them as general park or handicap. So in fact, there is no handicap parking. So the front of the building, to me, is my lifeline to my parents. I purposely take a day off of work, or I pick very unusual times so that they can physically come into the building because that gets packed. And how this ties into Billings, by the way, I think it's a great project with concerns about, the standard stuff we've already heard about with the noise and et cetera in the sightline, is that don't make the same mistake. Please, we seem to be attracting a certain demographic in Royal Oak. It seems to be you going after 18 to 39 single. It's an interesting demographic that you're really pushing. Again, as an example, you push that by the number of cars. You're only allowed to have in the Billings place, 1.2 is the number that they have, and they should have 1.9 per unit. Again, you're forcing the people to have one car for two people. Well, where are they going to go? They're going to park in front of Main North Lofts, is the closest public parking that I can think of, which makes my whole situation even worse. Plus, I lose the Billings ability, which, like I said, he's been very generous with, the son. And I just wanted to comment on that. Thanks.
All right, who's next tonight on agenda topics? Oh, I see a hand way back there.
Patrick Snow, 816 Baldwin. I'm actually here on behalf of my father, who lives on 343 West Harrison. I want to voice a concern that the neighborhood has regarding the placement, or actually the development at Washington in between Harrison and Parent. Specifically the entrance and exit where the driveway will be located. The developer for this project is asking for 4 variances: zoning, setback, height, and parking. We don't have an issue with any of these. Really, it's we're only requesting that the surrounding neighborhood have a say in at least one part of the developer's plans, and that is the entrance and exit be positioned on Washington versus, I believe right now it's on Harrison. For the simple reason, as you've heard a couple times tonight, is traffic. You know, Washington is designed to handle the 80-plus cars a day that will be entering and exiting this complex every day. And as with Billings Place, they are doing the right thing. They're not exiting onto the alleyway behind the complex. They are going onto Main Street because Main Street was made to handle the traffic, just as Washington is, I believe, for this place. I understand the plans are pretty far along, so this may not even be possible. At the very least, I think if it can't be located on Washington, the better place to be as opposed to Harrison is Parent, for a couple of reasons. I have a map here which kind of shows the layout. But if this is the development and you're exiting on Harrison, first of all is traffic through the neighborhood. So going through here, anyone going to northbound Woodward would have to go down Harrison, over to Lafayette, and up Parent, or continue on to Woodward. The least disruption would be exiting off of Parent and just coming up here and taking a left and entering Woodward there. Secondly is, and more importantly, is the safety aspect. Anyone exiting off of Harrison here will come up and need to make a left or right on Lafayette. There is parking on the east side of Lafayette Avenue, all the way down to Parent and all the way up to Lincoln. And I've made this turn many times, and this is just a blind turn going left or right. And much more dangerous than if you were to take Parent, you go up. There is no parking from Parent all the way to Woodward. So as far as sight lines go, it's a much easier turn and safer. And third, and also importantly, is that there is a group home here on Lafayette that has a couple of disabled children in wheelchairs that get dropped off and picked up every day in the street there. So any less traffic and congestion you can have by there is a good thing. So I think overall the right thing to do is to place that entrance and exit on Washington. But again, if that can't be done, I think it's safer and less disruptive for the surrounding neighborhood to place that on, for the development to place that on Parent. So I also have some handouts for you that shows this map, as well as the sight lines pictures looking on Lafayette from both Parent and Harrison. So thank you.
Mr. Snow, if you want to hand those to our city clerk, Ms. Hale, she'll make sure we get those. Thank you. Thank you. All right, who's next? Anybody else wish to speak on agenda items? How about non-agenda items? Oh, I saw that hand go up first, sir.
Good evening. My name is Alan Ashley. I live at Royal Oak Manor. I want to speak about adding 3 members to the senior commission that was voted on a month ago. You were planning only to have 5. I suggest to have 3 permanent members besides the appointees from around the city, and those members would come from Royal Oak Manor, Barton Towers, and the village. We have distinct problems that are completely different than the city around us. I have speaking to the city manager about these, and I think they should be added to the agenda so we can get this voted on. And if you're really serious about seniors, this is very important to seniors. Also to seniors is have the parking permits reduced back down for us 65 and older to $25. That costs up to $45 is a burden to seniors. You may be taking away a prescription or a week's worth of food. Also, when you have large events, especially across from Royal Oak Manor, using that large parking lot, you have the vendors park all on the residential side, which is the east side of Main Street. we suggest that you move those vendors to the west side of Main Street, because most of your events come from that parking lot all the way down Washington. Instead of having the vendors walk across Main Street and park on all the residential and forcing the seniors to park 2.5 blocks away because we have permanent parking, the vendors take all the parking on Williams and around our building, where we have parents coming, or children coming to see their parents and their grandparents, and they can't park. They must park in the residential areas. And if any of you have been around and watched the dirty looks that we get from people parking in the residential areas between Troy and Knowles, you'll understand why we don't like doing it. That would solve the problem. The vendors would be closer to their exhibits, and we would have peace and quiet in front of the Royal Oak Manor. The other thing is, we would like to have a parking similar to what you have across from the library, a parking light, but we would prefer the parking light such as on 14 Mile and Clawson, which I mentioned to the city manager. They have two. It's in a pedestrian island where it is on both sides, and you can see it for about 1.5 miles away, those flashing white lights above the street. The other thing is, we would like to see a senior center in downtown Royal Oak. The one you have, most people do not go because we don't have the transportation. If we had a transportation daily, round-the-clock hours during business hours out to the community center, we would probably use it. Most people don't use it because we can't get there. If you put one in some place down with one of the buildings, one of the parkings, or one of the places that you are redeveloping, maybe in the new City Hall police station area, set aside a place for the seniors down here. Because if you're really serious about seniors, according to this task force that you're starting, then I think it's time you start thinking about seniors and living downtown, because you have quite a few that live in the local area around here. And we are not getting serviced by that senior center way over on the other side of town. It's about 5.5 miles away. We would like something downtown that reflects this area, not the community center way over on the other side of town. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ash. All right. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Gail McGuire, and I've lived at 4456 Arlington Drive in Royal Oak for over 30 years. In the past 2 years, there has been a tremendous increase in traffic on Greenfield Road between 13 and 14 Mile roads. We feel the increase in traffic and the speeds that the traffic is moving is totally unsafe in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is a walkable neighborhood. People cross over Greenfield to go to Beverly Hills and vice versa. It has always been a very walkable neighborhood, but this traffic situation is making it more and more difficult. It also has become extremely noisy. It has never been like this in the past. Either GPS is sending people this way because of the higher speeds on this street, or people are choosing this route because the streets in Birmingham, such as Southfield, Evergreen, and Leisure, are only 25 miles per hour going through the residential areas. We would like to have the speed limit reduced in our neighborhood on Greenfield Road between 13 and 14 Mile roads to a much safer speed. We have a petition circling our neighborhood to present to the Oakland County Road Commission soon. We have about 300 signatures. We are hoping that you could place on the agenda in the near future to vote on a resolution in support of what we are trying to do. This would help to put pressure on the Oakland County Road Commission to take steps to lower the speed limit and improve the safety in our neighborhood. Thank you so much for your time, and any help to make our neighborhood safer would be greatly appreciated. And also, I really appreciate all the help that I've been given so far. It's been very encouraging, and thank you very much. And also, I have copies of the petitions that we have so far.
Sure, you can hand those to Ms. Hollis, and she'll make sure we get copies of it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Michael Golden, 4147 Normandy, and that's 13 and a half mile road. And we get a lot of trucks running across Normandy from Greenfield over to the industrial area on the other side of Woodward. The trucks are very heavy. That's a steel company over there, and some of the trucks are carrying, big rolls of steel, and they're breaking up the road and making a lot of patches necessary to be done, and those bumps are now creating even more noise than the trucks do when unsecured property on the trailers is bumping over all these bumps. So I would ask that the issue of no through trucks on Normandy between Greenfield and Woodward be put on the agenda. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Just as a quick recommendation of how that occurs, if you petition our traffic committee, they're the first stop for us because they go and they evaluate it in detail with our city engineer, and then they make a recommendation to our body up here what to do. So appreciate you informing us, but I think your very next step is to get it to our traffic experts on the Citizen Traffic Committee first.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir, here in the front.
Good evening. My name's Tony Reisdorf. I live at 508 West Harrison Avenue in Royal Oak. I'd just also like to show my support for the lowering of the speed limit on Greenfield between 13 Mile and 14 Mile. I have very close friends that we actually pretty much consider family that live right in that area, and there is a concern with the traffic there. I've used their side street, which is Buckingham, to get across Greenfield, and you could sometimes be sitting there for 2 to 3 minutes because there is so much traffic going through. I know there's a lot of kids in the neighborhoods, and there's a park as well as a school in the area, and then it would just make sense to lower that speed limit to make it safer for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I saw a hand go back up here in the middle. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Bowles, and I live at 215 Hawthorne Avenue. I hope to come before you next week, but I wanted to introduce myself. I'm a president of a small nonprofit who has a preschool, and I'm moving it from Ferndale to Royal Oak. And I didn't know that it was a special use to have a preschool in the place that I wanted to have it on 25423 Woodward Avenue. So I came in December to make sure it was okay, and signed a lease and got everything together, but wasn't told it was a special use. So when I came last week to make sure everything was in place because I want to open, tomorrow, I found out that it was a special use and there were different conditions in place. I don't think ultimately it's going to be, a huge issue, I think, but part of the problem is that the property, it's a building and it's like a donut. It's located on a piece of property that apparently when 696 and Woodward was widened there, the grass around the building has all been dedicated to be city land. So the building is the building, and then the grass surrounding it belongs to the city, which I didn't know. I mean, why would you know that, right? Because it seems like the grass would belong to the building. So what we're trying to do, part of the special use, is that we need to have a fence around our property to keep the children safe and to have a little play space around there, 500 square feet. And because it's a city grass, we have to have a special license, which I've applied for, and I feel pretty hopeful that, that coming before you, you'll see that it's kind of hard to have a business on a piece of property where it's just grass and it doesn't belong to the building. So I just wanted to introduce myself a little bit, get to know what these meetings are like, so that when I come before you next week, I'll know, what to do and everything. But I wanted you to know some of the kind of the circumstances behind it, so that when you look at it, you'll have a little bit of background and you'll know. It's been really interesting to hear about the art, about the new development. I live off Main Street, so coming off Hawthorne Avenue is difficult to turn left as well. And so I've seen people speak that are kind of the younger demographic that we've been talking about, the 18 to 35. I've seen the veterans who tend to be a little bit older. So it's interesting to me that, kind of the demographic I'm speaking to is parents of preschool-age children. So it's kind of in between. It's families, young families, and it's about bringing them to this area. It's right by the Detroit Zoo. So it seems to be a different kind of business, different kind of concern, but still a really exciting, vibrant part of Royal Oak. So I would hope that this innovative, high demand, it's really hard to find childcare if you have an infant or toddler, you probably know this. So we're trying to add to that, add value to the city, add value to the community. So I just wanted to come and introduce myself and say I look forward to meeting with you formally, hopefully next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles. Ms. Bowles, can you do me a favor? Can you make sure that our city clerk has your contact information? If you just want to come up to her real quick. Is that Dr. Anderson? You're in a really dark spot there.
Good evening, Mayor Fournier and Royal Oak City Commissioners. I'm Dr. Wallace Anderson, 404 Mount Vernon Boulevard. A couple of hours ago, I emailed a link to each of you for an article from the March 6th New York Times titled, "A Secret Superpower Right in Your Backyard." The article reports on a doctoral student at the University of Wisconsin-Madison whose research into backyard sod shows that backyards are important and are, and I'm quoting, especially beneficial to the environment in absorbing carbon. While I hope you had a chance to read it fully, it's not a very long article. I want to specifically quote from the final short paragraphs. One quotation: "The study suggests that backyards do benefit cities and should be factored into urban planning." Just a kind of an interesting take on it. Further, the research concluded that, and again I quote, "minimizing pavement and keeping green spaces green is an important first step in buffering the negative effects impervious surfaces have on the environment." Now, Soren and I have done a lot to reduce stormwater runoff on our property. Over 10 years ago, we rebuilt our garage and replaced the asphalt driveway with a pervious surface with ZBA approval. And it is really cool. It is gravel on the surface and a honeycomb below the gravel and fabric so that the gravel doesn't sink down and have to keep being added to. And in fact, I brought you, so you'd understand, a piece of the honeycomb. We actually saw this used when we were in the United Kingdom a couple years ago because they were using it in parking lots in historic places. They were putting grass on it instead of gravel. But again, the water will all go down instead of going into the storm sewers. In view of such current, credible research reported in the New York Times, I ask that at least one or two commissioners open themselves to re-examining their positions and at the next commission meeting discuss, and I hope rescind, the decision to put concrete sidewalks in the Arlington Park and Sunnybrook areas where sidewalks have never been. I hope any hasty "we can't turn back now" reaction would be met with a thoughtful, why not if it might be the right thing to do? Yes, many trees are gone, but destruction of the grass and laying of concrete won't begin until April, and concrete is really bad for the environment and the city infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. All right, anybody else wish to speak tonight at public comment? Going once, going twice. All right, we're bringing the meeting back up here, unless you're here to speak in a public hearing, and then we'll open it up again. All right, that brings us to item number 5 tonight, the approval of the agenda. Commissioner Douglas? Move approval. Move approval. We have a motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Paruch. Discussion. Commissioner Macy.
I'd like to have an amendment to the agenda.
Okay, would you like to propose an amendment?
Okay, I can't remember if this was the time or not. I'd like to propose an amendment to, just to direct city staff to write a resolution on the traffic on Greenfield between 13 and 14 Mile for the Oakland County Road Commission,
As an addition to the agenda?
as an addition to the agenda.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Macy. It looks like there's a second by Commissioner Lavasser. Okay, we're going to vote on the amendment to the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that's been added. We have the original agenda in front of us. Are there any, well, I guess it's moved as is. 19. Unless there's, yeah, with item 19, now that that passed.
Right.
Any other discussion on it? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, the motion passes. We have an agenda. All right, that brings us to item number 6, which is the consent agenda, which consists of claims from March 2nd and March 13th, 2018, approval of purchase orders, approval of proposed settlement Hale versus City of Royal Oak, second approval of 5-year Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and approval of the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality Grant Agreement. Is there a motion? Commissioner Paruch?
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Macy. Any discussion? None? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. All right. So that brings us to item number 7, the Fresard Clock Tower property, public hearing to vacate a portion of West Harrison Avenue. Who shall open this up from the city side? Mr. Gillum or Mr. Twing? All right. It's yours, Mr. Twing.
Did commission letter on the Hale vacation. Good evening, Mayor, members of the commission. The city has received a request to vacate the indicated portion of West Harrison. As part of that, you did set a public hearing for this evening some 4 weeks ago at a prior meeting. Tonight, you are to consider or open the public hearing and then consider whether you want to pass a resolution to vacate it or to leave it in its current situation. Under either scenario, there's no intent to open Harrison. Whether you vacate it or don't vacate it, there are no plans to make any adjustments to it from the city's end. What we did provide you with was a resolution in the your commission letter that after the public hearing, if you wanted to proceed with vacation, you could do that with the first resolution in the commission letter. As we indicated, you do have an option to not vacate it. Under that scenario, staff's recommending that you adopt the second resolution, which would direct staff to prepare and distribute the written notice to have the clock tower removed pursuant to the license agreement. So those are the two options at the end of the public hearing. Then there's also a request that Mr. Gillum will address after this public hearing, whether you want to have an operating agreement for the tower.
Do you have any questions, or Mr. Gillum, additional comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add one follow-up comment. As to item 7B, the actual operating agreement itself, whether or not the commission will actually need to consider that particular agreement will depend upon whether or not the decision is made to vacate the right-of-way. If you choose not to vacate the right-of-way, there is no need for you to consider the operating agreement. If you go ahead and choose to vacate the right-of-way, you don't have to approve the operating agreement, but the way that Mr. Twing and I have presented this to you, it would kind of be with the assumption that if you are vacating the right-of-way, it would be so you can give formal consideration to the proposed operating agreement.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Gillum or Mr. Twing? Petitioners here tonight. I think I saw Mr. Landry. Oh, Mr. Simchina.
Good evening. Charles Simchina on behalf of Fresard, and with me tonight to give the overview is Dave Szymanski representing the Fresard family, Dave Landry, who's representing the purchasers, prospective purchasers of this property, and Mike Malin is here from Watchfire. He's the expert who prepared the light study and would like to address you also about the ambient light and the steps that have been taken to mitigate that. It was about 20 years ago when two attorneys representing the city of Royal Oak were in the Oakland County Circuit Court in front of Judge Snell's and prevailed in a hearing and obtained an injunction to shut down the Japanese sauna. One of those attorneys is your current city attorney, Dave Gillum, and the other one was myself. I had always felt that was a significant event in my career over here because of the problems that sauna had caused. But really, one of the significant events, and probably the more significant event, was the forming of a really true private-public partnership that came out of this whole series of events, which started actually long before the hearing in court. And that was because members of the neighborhood, residents and business owners got together and came to the city and worked with the police department, the city attorney's office, and the city commission to obtain some results to improve their neighborhood. They had two main objectives. One was to get rid of the nuisance business on the corner of their street, which was the sauna, and it wasn't really a sauna. And they had a huge amount of traffic coming down their street. Harrison at that time, it's the first side street cut off from Woodward, north of the big junction there at Woodward and 10 Mile in the underpass. And the street became a cut through to get to the downtown for people looking for the first side street going north on Woodward to turn right. And it was a thoroughfare for the A&M Towing, which does the towing for the city, to come from that side of town and go back to their storage facility towing cars over on the east side of Main Street. So the two issues needed to be addressed. The neighborhood, for several years before that hearing occurred, participated and helped with the investigation. Gordon Bibby would go out every Monday morning and gather evidence that was left on the streets before the kids could go to school. He would pick up pornographic materials, drug paraphernalia, and sexual-oriented material. That evidence was tagged, bagged, preserved by the police department, and ultimately he was one of the witnesses in the Oakland County Circuit Court case that led to the closing of the sauna. Neighbors on the north side of Harrison Street participated, using their homes as locations for surveillance and filming, videotaping of the sauna, and businesses on Woodward cooperated in a similar way. When the sauna was closed because of its illegal activities, there were other agencies involved besides the city. The Treasury Department got involved, and the state of Michigan got involved. There was a lot of cash and money, like with many illegal businesses, and there was land and property that were forfeited also. The Treasury Department always wants to take the cash, and the city commission wanted the property. They wanted to have control over a piece of property that had zero parking, and if another business went in there at a later date, they wanted to control the type of business or the type of activity that occurred so that parking wouldn't occur again on the side street up and down Harrison, and we wouldn't have another nuisance type business going into this odd property, which odd properties do attract nuisance type businesses because no one else wants to go there. Working with the neighborhood, the city put up the property for sale, had it listed, and didn't get any bites. Eventually, a proposal was made by Fresard, Doug Fresard, to put up a billboard over there. Billboard sounded great because it doesn't need any parking. The neighborhood engaged with city officials and with Fresard to put together a plan. The neighborhood didn't want just a billboard or an ugly sign. They wanted some kind of structure to go along with it. Jim Schneider, a local architect, designed what's now called the clock tower. The neighborhood had input on the design of that clock tower and had a lot of input and favorable input because the clock tower ended up needing part of the city right-of-way, the street, in order to move the clock tower far enough out so it'd be visible going up and down Woodward. The neighborhood obtained every goal that they had set out to obtain. The Japanese sauna was closed. The clock tower proposal resulted in any more nuisance business ever coming into that neighborhood because the property would support the clock tower, not another new business. The clock tower didn't need parking, and it needed to close the street so that traffic wouldn't be cutting down Harrison. It was a beautiful coming together of different objectives. The neighborhood was unanimously in support of this project back then. A lot of money was spent by the Fresard family to build the facility because it wasn't just a sign, it was a tower. It was a brick structure. They closed the road, they paid for the berms, they paid for the curbing, they paid for everything. Years later, much of the Fresard family's property was lost during the recession and when GM was downsizing the number of dealerships in the country. This is one of the few properties that are left, or probably the only one from the business aspect. We petitioned and came before the commission about a year and a half ago, seeking to, sell the property and to vacate the street so that the new owners of the property would have control of that property and be able to justify a substantial investment. The hearings were held, public hearings, and at one point in one meeting, a vote in favor of the vacation occurred due to an error. The city attorney at that time, not Mr. Gillum, indicated that some type of supermajority vote needed to occur. And at a later date, when it was revisited, the vote was 3-3 and it didn't pass. We're here today with a superior proposal than the last time. A year and a half ago, we had neighborhood meetings. This time, we canvassed the neighborhood. One of the representatives of the buyer went through the neighborhood this week and handed out the new light studies, which have show improvement from the last time we were here, mostly because they figured out a way to angle the new panels a little bit differently, which are directional, and to put some baffles on the side of the panels. The proposed operating agreement that was presented to you, and it's on the open agenda packet here, was modified to add some language to guarantee that on Friday, and I hope everyone got that. I know there were a couple letters. There was a letter from the Chamber of Commerce endorsing this project. Jim Schneider's letter is still good. I talked to him, and we put all that stuff in the packet again for your perusal. And we're going to be here to give you a little more information and answer any questions. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for the petitioner?
There's more. We have more to present.
Good evening, David Landry. I have been before you in the past. I represent Arbor Outdoor Advertising. What we are proposing to do is not just refire up the clock tower. We are proposing to make several improvements to it, and we have been working for the past year and a half to try and come up with ways to improve the situation and to protect the interest of those on Harrison Street. The operating agreement that we have before you does just that. It does several things. It doesn't just simply fire up the clock tower. We are completely refurbishing it. We are upgrading all the digital displays. It has a north face, a south face, and a west face. We're completely replacing all of those digital faces, which have new ambient light sensors. We have agreed to put baffles up on the east side for further protection. There is no issue about light shed. Mr. Mallon is here from Watchfire. He has the statistics to show you. There is no concern at all about light being shed. If there's a north face, if this is Harrison Street right here, and there's a north face on that digital, 90 degrees, which is where Harrison Street is, 0.008 foot candles. So light shed should not be an issue at all. We have agreed to put up baffles. For the west face, we've agreed to allow the city 50% of the time to advertise civic events. On both the north and the south faces, we've agreed that the city can use one of the 8-second flips. And we've also agreed to provide time for Royal Oak businesses. The first 7 days of every month, we would allow Royal Oak businesses to advertise their businesses on that clock tower. So that gives the Royal Oak businesses who don't necessarily have frontage on Woodward Avenue free advertising. We've agreed to do that. We will remove the Fresard lettering, replace it with the city's badge, re-landscape the lot. We will allow the city a non-exclusive easement, non-exclusive only so we can go on it and maintain the clock tower, use this as a small pocket park. We will make a one-time payment to the city of $50,000 to pay for the maintenance and upkeep of the lot, and we've agreed to the no tobacco and sex-oriented advertising. That's about all we can think of, and to benefit the businesses and the community. I would just like to comment before David Szymanski is here from Fresard Limited Investment. It has been also stated tonight, Mr. Twain stated, and it's in the letters, that one option is if the road's not going to be vacated, just give the notice and have the clock tower taken down. That is certainly an option for the city. However, certain realities which you should be aware of, the licensing agreement requires that you give 1 year's notice. So the clock tower's not going anywhere for 1 year. But the other reality is Fresard doesn't have the money to take it down. Mr. Szymanski will address that. They're prepared. We've paid the taxes. It will be foreclosed on. So the city will end up having to take it down. And I'm not saying this as a threat, just a reality of the matter. Certainly the city can say, take it down. Fresard doesn't have the money to take it down. Fresard, likewise, could fire it up tomorrow and operate it for a year. Realistically, they're not going to do that because they don't have the money to do it. This option is really the only option to make the clock tower useful again and to give the Royal Oak businesses an opportunity to advertise. I'll ask Mr. Szymanski to address the council.
Mr. Szymanski.
Mayor, question? I had a question for Mr. Landry. I'm sorry. If my recollection from reading all of those many pages of paperwork, stuff, yes. If the clock tower is removed, that means that Harrison is opened back up. Is that correct?
That is up for the city. No, not necessarily. That's
Okay.
up to the city whether they want to open it or not.
City has absolutely no interest in reopening the street.
Okay, thank you.
Which would beg the question, why not vacate it? But
right.
The city manager's correct. That doesn't necessarily mean that the road would be opened up.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dave Szymanski, and I'm privileged to be married to Jim Fresard's best daughter. As you may or may not know, and most of you do know, what a great supporter Jim was of Royal Oak, and he passed away 10 days ago. He had hoped to see this happen. Unfortunately, with Alzheimer's and the toll it took, he really wasn't in touch with what's going on here today. So I speak on his behalf because we were just best friends. We really, FILP, Fresard Investment Limited Partnership, does not have funds to remove the clock tower, and we're simply not going to do that. And if you look at the agreement, it states that if we don't remove it, then Royal Oak will remove it, place the bill on the tax roll, and it just goes to foreclosure. So the choice here is between generating revenue for the citizens of Royal Oak or taking revenue from the citizens of Royal Oak to tear down the clock tower. We certainly hope you'll make the choice to continue the revenue on behalf of the citizens, and I'm prepared to answer whatever questions you might have of me.
Any questions for Mr. Szymanski? Okay, thank you, Mr. Szymanski. Oh, another one.
Good evening. My name is Michael Mallon. I'm with Watchfire. We are a manufacturer of digital signage headquartered in Danville, Illinois. I'm here to answer any questions regarding the technical aspects of the digital signage.
Perfect. Any questions on the lighting, candelas, all that technical language? Commissioner Paruch.
Just because I have no technical knowledge in this area whatsoever, can you explain the baffles and what they will look like and how they will be used to reduce the ambient light that could possibly get it back into the neighborhood and won't apparently because of their structure?
Sure. So LEDs output light in a directional fashion. So, when we think about an incandescent light bulb, it just lights up the area. So LEDs are very directional in their lighting. The most intense part of the light is directly in front of the LED, and then as you get off to off center, 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 80 degrees, 90 degrees, that intensity drops significantly. As a matter of fact, from 0 degrees, which is straight ahead, to 90 degrees, at 90 degrees, you're 1/20th of the intensity that you are dead on. So the properties that are adjacent to the east side, I believe it's the east side of the sign, behind the sign, the only level of exposure that they're going to get is that 90th degree or 80th or 90th degree. So in addition to that, we're adding a baffle, which is basically a piece of metal that's going to be built into the structure that's going to project out about 12 inches from the side of the sign. And what that's going to do is further block that furthest angle. So the idea being that it's going to obstruct the light and basically any vision of the light from that furthest angle. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you. And were the original lights in the clock tower incandescent lights that don't have the same directional facility that the LEDs have?
You know, I haven't seen the original sign running. Our company has made LED signage and digital signage for LED signage since 1998. That's an early model sign. I would tell you that the way that those signs output light, the intensity of those signs, was very primitive compared to what we have today. Our signs are in every type of community, downtown areas. They utilize the photocell technology that was alluded to earlier. And what that does is that adjusts the light output of the sign based on ambient light. So it's not just a matter of it's on or it's off. The sign is in daytime mode from dawn until dusk. But then during that period, that time period, today was a perfect example. It was kind of overcast and kind of a cloudy day. Today, a sign with a photocell on it would be operating at probably about 30% of its full intensity. So I think that's something worth considering. And then when we look at that lighting study, the standard for outdoor lighting is that lighting will not exceed 0.3 foot candles above ambient light. And I think if you look at the figures that are on the lighting study here, even at 100 feet, that is 1/3 of the required minimum. So it's 0.1 foot candle. And then getting out to the furthest degrees, so basically the degrees where someone in the neighborhood might actually see that, that's 1/20th of that 1/3. So it's a very nominal amount of light. Ultimately, with the baffles in place, and I should mention too that installing those signs at an angle is actually going to involve some engineering and steel work, and that's going to be an additional cost that the sign owner is going to undertake. So.
Okay, thanks.
Additional questions on the illumination? Commissioner Lavasser?
Just want to go into the language of the proposed operating agreement that we talked about this past Friday. Is that Arbor agrees to take commercially reasonable efforts to diminish ambient light shed. And just want to get your perspective. I mean, that's a somewhat generic term, but I want to get your perspective on some of the specific things that would be considered commercially reasonable. And I presume that's an expertise you have, you can comment on.
Well, I would say, again, the technology itself has improved so much over time that it's taken into account that these signs wind up in really almost any type of environment. I would say going above and beyond would be adding the angle to those signs. So there's steel work that's going to be done to adjust the angle so that it's angled more towards the roadway. And then secondly, adding of the baffle too. So in that regard, I would say that, yeah, I would believe that a considerable amount of additional effort is being made to make that sign neighborhood friendly.
Okay, I'm wondering if Mr. Landry would be willing to include the angling in the operating agreement as one of the mitigating efforts.
Absolutely. That particular language, the city attorney and I had some discussion back and forth about that commercially reasonable language, and we're happy to put whatever necessary language needs to be put in there. We would clearly put the angling in, not a problem.
Thank you.
Commissioner Macy?
You're talking about the foot candles in the distance. So from the two houses that are closest on Harrison, can you tell me what the foot candles would be from the closest part of those houses to the sign?
Well, based on what I could tell, it looks like we're somewhere between 100 and 200, so we'll split the difference and say about 150 feet from the back edge of the sign. So at 90 degrees, at basically 150 feet, you're going to be about .0040 foot candles
Okay,
versus a standard of .3.
and that's including the baffles?
That doesn't include the baffles.
That does not include the baffles, okay. Thank you.
Additional questions? Commissioner Gibbs?
Can you say how that would decrease with the 12-inch or a little bit more baffles that have been discussed?
Well, it's kind of hard to depict, but essentially, if you think about it in terms of the baffle is cutting down the furthest angle of the light output. So if you think of a fan, so kind of a V, basically what we're doing is we're blocking that. So basically, it's stepping that out and then obviously blocking that light to an extent that it's not able to project from that furthest angle. So again, that's the dimmest portion of the sign, but it's going to further block that outside angle of the sign.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question. I went, and I'm sorry, Alex, I don't know how to say your last name. I'm sorry. I went on a field trip with a resident and myself and Alex, and we saw the light at Telegraph in 96 at full force with a white background, and it was blinding. My question is this: at nighttime, we discussed dimming it so that it doesn't have to glow as brightly. And my recollection is that it's about 4% for normal evening glow?
That's correct. Yeah. So
I don't know the proper word.
The output, in order to hit that .3 foot candles, the sign operates at about 4% of its total output, available output. So.
And Alex and I also discussed the possibility of maybe cutting it back a little bit more, possibly 3.
Yeah, that's certainly
Just
an
to
option.
make sure that the neighbors are avoiding an incredible amount of light.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Not just on lighting, but anything else? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Mason?
So I guess I do have one more question on the lighting. So the baffles will block, I'm trying to picture like it's angle and then there's a baffle, but then there will still be the farther away part of the sign won't be blocked by the baffle, right? It probably, given the angle of it.
Well, again, if you think of you have two angles that you're thinking about. You have the angle of the light output for the LED, but then you're also taking into account that you're angling the sign, so you're basically moving that focus. So if you think about a beam of light, if this was at perpendicular,
I'm
we're
just saying the
shifting
sign
beam of
is
light.
quite large and the baffles are quite small, so it seems like if there's something like this that's being blocked by something like this, you're not gonna get the whole, you're still gonna see this side of it.
Well, and again, I would say if you looked at the photometric here, let's see here, this would be on page, sorry. We'll just use page 4, for example. So as we get out here so we're out here at 90 degrees here, and it looks like we're at, so again, that baffle is going to block part of that furthest angle there. So if we brought that in, and I don't have a scientific number for that, let's just say it's another 5 or 10% that it would block from that viewing angle. So then we're bringing that in to an even steeper angle. So let's just say we're at maybe 60 or 65 degrees. That's going to cut out a lot of the exposure to the homes that are adjacent to that. So, and again, keep it in mind that if you read the entire study, the sign's going to be there, but ultimately, every neighborhood has light. You know, whether it's your neighborhood across the street with his TV on in the front window, or there's coach lights in front of people's houses. In a lot of cases, that lighting actually produces more ambient light and more light spillage onto neighbor's property than the sign actually does. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I think you guys each covered every element of this topic, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That brings us to the public hearing portion of this agenda topic. So we're going to open up the public hearing to vacate a portion of West Harrison Avenue. The same rules apply as they do for public comment. So who's first? Sir, in the front.
Hi, I'm Mick McGuire. I'm at 4456 Arlington, and I'm also an electrical contractor. This is pure speculation about what this sign is going to do. Plus, they're saying it's going to radiate outward. You got trucks passing back, forward, and they're going to push that light backwards, okay? And I've been to a lot of projects where they say, okay, this is what's going to happen, this is what I'm going to do. But I've installed this stuff, and no one really knows what it's going to do until it's up there. Then it's going to say, who's going to say, we're going to tear this sign down because it's really objective to all the neighbors. I just want to comment on that, but like I say, no one really knows what this sign will do and how the neighborhood will be affected until it's installed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Carol Okergleski, 35032 Woodward, Birmingham. I've owned a business located on Woodward for 22 years now, and I have many business and personal ties in Royal Oak along Woodward. I'm here today to speak out in opposition of making Fresard Clock Tower operational again. God bless you. I am against any more light pollution within the city of Royal Oak. Woodward Avenue is a very historic road, and we've already seen too many of these extremely bright advertising signs installed along Woodward Avenue, essentially taking away from its heritage. Royal Oak is a very special city that I hold near and dear to my heart. I would like to see this commission stand up and protect great history of Woodward Avenue by not allowing this to happen. Let's lead by example and show other cities how great we can keep Woodward looking. I believe that these signs are a driving distraction as well. Some of them are so bright, it does affect the way a motorist sees the road, as explained by one of the council members. Especially in today's age when driving is distracted enough, let's not add to many distractions that already exist. Please stand by business owners and residents of Royal Oak in denying this proposal of the Fresard Clock Tower. A couple things were said that I just want to mention also. It was said that the clock tower in the past had become a nuisance to the neighborhood. Well, it still is. I know people who live on that street. I have been there. I've driven up and down Woodward when that light was originally put on, and you become blinded by it as you're driving to and from. I come early in the morning up Woodward from 696 to my business at 15 Mile, and I go home at 10 o'clock at night the same way, and it was very distracting. I think it's time to think about the people of that street, the people of that area, the people of that neighborhood. I understand the family does not have money to take it down, but it's interesting that the family has money to improve it. With that being said, I really think you need to reconsider this and think about the people, not the profit. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Okergleski. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Kathy Allery, 512 West Harrison. The Fresard Clock Tower is in my front yard. So I'd just like to say that my husband and I are adamantly opposed to the reactivation of the electronic signage. The impact on our property and our neighborhood has been devastating, to say the least. We have struggled with light pollution and the upkeep of the property since its inception in 1999. Exploiting Royal Oak's location by Arbor Valley Outdoor and other advertising businesses, and at the same time polluting our neighborhoods with light, is wrong. These companies are not vested in our community except for profit. Any action that would reactivate the sign, we are adamantly opposed to. I would like to see our city commissioners stand up to these businesses and let them know that these kinds of signs are not welcome in our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allery. Who else is here to speak at this public hearing? Is that Mr. Ellison I see back there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jim Allison, 1309 Mohawk. I come here to speak in support of what the petitioner is requesting. I think it's already been stated that the city has no intention of ever opening Harrison back up again. So I guess you could guarantee that by vacating that section of Harrison, and it never would be opened up again. If I understand what I've heard tonight and in talking with the petitioner, the signs themselves are going to be moved away on an angle from the vertical. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. So they're going to be already angled from the flat where they're at. They're going to be angled out. And then they're going to put what I call the horse blinders on them. They'll put a horse blinder, a shield on that section going back to the neighborhood. So you've got the increased advantage of the angle, which I think addresses your question of seeing past the blinder to the edge of the sign, because the sign is now going to be angled out this way. And then you're going to have the shade of the blinder on the one side. We've had that in there. That sign has been in there since I think 1999. Functioned very good for a long time. Property was kept up for a long time, and now it's not. The property is in disrepair. The sign is not working. We've got an opportunity to bring it back online again in the same method that it was used before, but with money going back in to improve the landscaping around it, a plan to help upkeep the property, and make it what it was before with better technology. If you do go the route of tearing down the clock tower, it's going to become a burden, because we've already heard the owner doesn't have the money to do it. It's going to go back on the tax rolls and then foreclosure, and we just end up with an empty piece of property that no one can really do anything with other than put a billboard up. And that's what was brought up before. It opens up the opportunity of a very narrow piece of property on Woodward frontage that someone's going to want to put a billboard up, and we've been on that path before where we've been challenged by billboard companies because we wouldn't let them put it in. So you've got an opportunity now with an existing signage in this tower with smaller frames of signage, more technology to reduce the brightness of the signs, added with the changing of the angle and the blinders. I think it's a win-win situation for everybody, the city, the neighborhood. I think they've gone far enough to protect the neighborhood, and I would support Vacation going through the new agreement on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. Who's next? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Amy Monicati. I live at 1708 Roseland. I have significant ties to the neighborhood. My best friend's house literally has the tower in her front yard. I want you to imagine if that was your house. How would you feel? Everything about the lighting that they've talked about tonight is sheer speculation. Again, the tower is right in her front yard. That will decrease the value of their property. It will make it less enjoyable for them to live there. They have a whole side yard that she works in all summer long to make it beautiful. She has people come to the house for parties. How would you feel with a sign that you aren't sure about the light display being right there in your front yard? My other concern is this. Why would you simply just abandon that property? It seems to be lucrative property. It just doesn't sit easy with me. Worrying about my friend, worrying about that neighborhood, also being able to enjoy that with her. I wonder why the beneficiaries of Arbor Valley and the property owner who has essentially abandoned the property for several years, they would be the ones benefiting. They would. How would that be in the best interest of that block, of a few streets, a wide range of houses there?
You previously turned this down in 2016, which I hope the leaders will do again today. Stand by the residents in this area. Put this clock tower experience behind us by denying the vacation and have it torn down. Allow my family and friends to enjoy their homes as you would want to do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak tonight? Is that Mr. Kroll I see back there? Mr. Kroll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, honorable commissioners. Alan Kroll, 1050 Iroquois Boulevard. I find it interesting that people are talking about history tonight. History seems maybe to be for those of us that were there and remember it. The story's changed dramatically since then. I have this history thought of syringes on the front lawn, condoms, used condoms on the front lawn, and a whole bunch of neighbors that were having a great celebration when the Japanese sauna went down and the clock tower got built. We had a huge party, I remember it well. We had people from all over. Doug Fresard is a friend of mine, as was Jim Fresard, may he rest in peace. I remember having conversations with Doug and Jim Schneider and about spending $1 million on this clock tower. And I looked at him and said, what are you thinking? And I remember his answer, I'm thinking that my customers have a problem and I love Royal Oak and I think I can help. And that was his answer. He didn't really know what he was going to do with that thing. As Mr. Sanchina stated, it started out as a billboard. And nobody was happy with a billboard sitting there, and all of a sudden a structure became. Couple of interesting things. As I sit here listening, I'm almost thinking that this is about tearing this clock tower down. And it's not. The Fresard family has all the rights to flip that clock tower on and run it. They have that right. So the issue here today is vacating the property. And I guess the next question after that would be, if we're going to tear that clock tower down and not vacate the property, why wouldn't we open it again? I would see no reason to keep it closed. I mean, there's a lot of us residents that don't live in this neighborhood that like to cut through. And I know pass throughs well because I live on Iroquois. I'm on the street from connects Catalpa to Vincetta, and we get a constant flow. So I understand cut-throughs. So to say that these people shouldn't have one and a lot of the rest of us should, I think is ridiculous. I would imagine that anybody old enough that has been here through this would be voting to vacate that tonight, because I think we all remember what it started out with. And history is not just for old people. We study it in schools. It's something that young people have to carry through as we move on. That was a very historical time in Royal Oak. That facility is historical. And I would ask you, and even to go into what the Fresard family meant to Royal Oak is probably the most historical thing about it. There was nothing that we ever asked of them. Whether it had been the Chamber of Commerce, and they were our sponsor, or any political candidate who had an aspiration to go make things better in Royal Oak or Oakland County. And all you had to do was show up, and Jim or Doug would write you a check, because they enjoyed having people from the community. They loved Royal Oak. I would love to see us name it the Frank James Fresard Clock Tower in honor of Mr. Fresard, because he did so much for us. So I ask you to take that into consideration when you make your decision today. It's easy to say knock it down. It's probably harder to say let's build it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. Anybody else here? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Tony Reisdorf, and I live at 508 West Harrison Avenue. Hi to Chief O'Donohue. I'm also a Royal Oak Citizens Police Academy graduate. It was a great class. Really enjoyed myself in that, getting to know the department and the people that run it and work for us. I'm very proud to have gotten to know them, and very proud of the work they provide for us. One thing that hasn't been mentioned before I get into my little notes here is the south-facing billboard that's going to be lighting up is probably 20, 25 feet from the office building that's sitting right there. It's a blue glazed brick building. It's huge. So this light is just gonna turn on, it's gonna reflect right off that building, and it's just gonna shoot right back into the neighborhood. So I just want everyone to, that hasn't been brought up yet, and I wanna make sure everyone's aware of that. I have lived in Royal Oak since 2015. I'm very proud and happy Royal Oak resident. I love my neighborhood. I couldn't be happier about the Northwood Elementary School, which my third grader and kindergarten attend. It's an exceptional learning environment for my children with great teachers. It's a very vibrant, beautiful city with lots of great parks, businesses, residents, and unbelievable entertainment establishments. I love the fact that I'm within walking distance of downtown Royal Oak. My wife and I and family take advantage of that, visiting the different restaurants and bars and all the things to do within downtown Royal Oak. That being said, I have one complaint, the Fresard Clock Tower. Since I've lived here, I've taken time out of my very busy schedule to mow the lawn, remove the snow, remove dead trees, rake the leaves, pull the weeds, trim the shrubs, and there's also people from the apartment complex have been allowing their dogs to use the property to go to the bathroom. I took some money out of my own pocket, bought a sign asking people to please pick up after their dogs, and myself and my neighbors installed that on the property. I also, sorry, I lost my spot there. No Royal Oak resident should have to take this on so that their neighborhood look proper and respectful, especially considering wanting to build a family in a great neighborhood. I've been embarrassed at times when inviting guests to my house because of the property's condition. So when I know I'm having guests over or family get-together, guess what I'm doing the weekend before? I'm cleaning up the property. During the summer of 2016, Arbor Valley tried pulling a fast one on the West Harrison residents by trying to intimidate us into signing a petition to claim that we were for the revival of this very large eyesore. We were told that if we didn't sign the petition, that the street would be opened up again, which we found out talking to some of the commissioners that are still on the board here today, that that was not an issue, that there was no looking into opening that street again. So right off the bat, the people that want to be our new neighbors have already lied to us back in 2016. I oppose the light pollution and the operation of the tower, seeing as it would definitely have a negative effect on all of our property values. Sure enough, a year and a half later, here we are again, dealing with this abandoned property like a bad dream. Last Friday, Alex was back again, trying to sell his for-profit business and offering to address concerns. This time I didn't answer the door or return his calls. I just didn't feel like dealing with it. Same thing we already went through a year and a half. You know, a nice gesture would have been if maybe this past summer someone had come in and started maintaining the property to kind of give us an idea of what maybe they could provide for the city of Royal Oak and the neighborhood of Royal Oak. That would have been a good start, but that didn't happen. These are not the kind of people or businesses I want conducting business in my neighborhood. I could only imagine, you know, down the road if they were to sell the property, maybe their venture doesn't work out and we're right back in the same boat that we're in right now. Turning this clock tower back on would be a slap in the face of the residents of West Harrison Avenue. We don't deserve this. The thought of the city vacating this property would make no sense and not look good for our city. The benefit to the city would be far less than the negative impact it would have on its residents. What's to say the same issues don't arise again if the property doesn't get properly taken care of or if another screen goes out. To touch on them turning the clock back on, it has been on. It's been on for like the last 8 months, all little portions of it. It's all broken. Some of it lights up, some of it doesn't. It was really nice. Someone turned it off, I believe it was Friday, which was really nice at nighttime too. Even when it was half lit up, we still got the lights. I can sit in my living room and the light shines right on the glass block and comes right into my house from a billboard that's probably functioning at 20%. My ask is that me and my family are sick of looking at this tower. We're asking the commission to support us, its residents, as it has in the past, and we're asking that they deny the vacation. Please just do what is right and let's get this clock tower removed. I feel that this would be, you know, all this talk about art tonight.
Mr. Reisdorf, I do need you to
Okay.
finish up very quickly here.
Yep, one last thing is that this would be a great opportunity to display a piece of public art if the clock tower to be removed, right there on Woodward. Think of how many people would see that every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reisdorf. Who's next? Anybody else? Yes, sir.
My name is Joseph Mattis, and I live at 3103 North Altadena. I am before you today to speak on my opposition to turning on the Fresard clock tower or any form of electronic advertising. I am against any added light pollution to this wonderful city in which I live and love. We unfortunately already have too much of this obnoxious bright digital signage in the city. I am also opposed to the vacation of the city-owned property. I don't see how the residents benefit from giving a for-profit company free Woodward property, which which obviously holds such a high monetary value. This would be a bad decision for the city of Royal Oak to just give away such valuable property. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Matthew Abraham, and I live at 2602 Maplewood Avenue. I have lived in the city of Royal Oak my entire life, and I really enjoy everything that's going on. But this clock tower is an eyesore, and I have noticed how it's had 25% of the lights on, and it just looks ridiculous right now. And I can only imagine with that fully functioning, how that would look to those in the area. The residents in that area do not deserve that with the eyesore that is going on, and it would be nice to eliminate that and possibly put up an artwork, like someone mentioned, and we have been talking about that all day. So I think that would be an alternative to have that, instead of putting back advertising that is not needed. Also, a resident had to leave, and she asked me to just bring up the point. Her name is Kathy Spencer. She is at 113 North Gainsborough. She opposes the signage, opening back up. She talked about light sensitivity, individuals driving down Woodward and having that brought into their eyes. There's enough distracted drivers on Woodward that she noted with texting and driving, and we do not need more distractions to those individuals. And this is just inconvenient to those that live close to it. And I also have concerns about the gentleman talking about that they would drop it to 4% of it. I don't know if that would even be a guarantee, if that would be in the operating agreement. So who knows if that would be followed. So that is also a concern that I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham. Yes, sir.
My name is Mark Gallery. I live at 512 West Harrison. My wife Kathy and I live at 512 West Harrison. First, I'd like to start by commending the commission for the job they did two weeks ago on the issue of the berms. You guys did a great job. It was well thought out. You should be commended for doing what the residents wanted. We've lived on West Harrison since 1999. This is all too familiar to my wife and I. This was the same song and dance back in 1998 when Doug Fresard had originally proposed the clock tower. Landscaping was to be maintained, and the light pollution was to be minimal. It wouldn't be noticed at all. The neighborhood is going to love it, we're told. Sounds quite familiar to what we have been told about the current proposal for the clock tower. Unfortunately, it is quite the opposite. The light pollution was so terrible that it looked like a weekend carnival at the end of the street every single night. Since 2003, I'm not quite sure which year it was, the summer of, after the sprinkler system was turned off, there was a steady decline in the maintenance of the property. Then for about the last 9 years, the property has basically been abandoned. No upkeep, overgrown grass, weeds, dead bushes, trees, and no snow removal. The neighborhood is taking care of the snow, mowing the grass, and removal of leaves when the city hasn't gotten to it. It has been an eyesore for too long now, and we are not willing to take the chance of this ever happening again. West Harrison and other surrounding neighborhoods have suffered for long enough. Please don't make us go through this again. This current proposal came up about 1.5 years ago in the summer of 2016. But thanks to the city commission standing tall, the effort was shot down despite the heavy push from the former mayor, whose comments included Fresard's investments could finally get up, and I quote, payback on his investment. Since when is it the city and its taxpayers' responsibility to pay someone back for a failed business venture? Once the new commissioners were elected, we knew this exact issue was going to arise again. And sure enough, as we watched the commission meetings from a month ago to see Arbor Valley trying to make this same proposal again, but to a new city commission. But this time, they will only do it if the property is vacated. That would be a poor decision from this commission to vacate valuable woodward frontage to a business seeking to make a profit. Especially after we were misled in the summer of 2016 when they tried to scare the neighborhood into signing a petition by telling us if we didn't sign it, the street would be opened up again to Woodward. Now, that's not the kind of neighbor I would want to have 100 feet from my residence. The baffles and directional lighting, is not new information. We all talked about this back in 2016. At that time, Arbor Valley came to our home and went into our backyard, and this was after the meeting that I just spoke about. At that time, Alex agreed, even with a baffle, there would still be light in our property on West Hudson. We stood in our backyard, and he looked at it, and my direct question to him was, with that baffle and with this sign turned, I think he was talking about 3 degrees. It's not much. The direct question was, will there still be light in our backyard? He said, yes. I'm asking the city commission to stand tall and do the right thing once again, and to deny the vacation of city property and to have this eyesore knocked down so that we never have to worry about this again. This is a decision that will have an impact on our neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods and the city for decades to come. There are no guarantees on this from Arbor Valley. Nothing is guaranteed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Allery. Anybody else wish to speak tonight at this public hearing? Okay, we'll bring the meeting back up here. So that's our cue to talk about it. Commissioner Dubuk.
Thank you, Mayor. I haven't spoken in so long.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you. So we discussed this a little bit, when we decided to hold this public hearing. I'm glad, so many residents came out to share their thoughts. I've had the opportunity to speak to several folks and exchanged some emails. I kind of stand where I was at the outset, with all due respect to the petitioner. I understand what they're trying to do, and, I think they're operating, trying to do it in good faith. But the way that, I've considered, vacating public land before is when it's really in the direct interest of those adjacent to that land. Sometimes we clear an alleyway for a business owner who's then definitely going to maintain the alleyway better and improve access for all those around it. It's been very rare where we've had a potential vacation in front of us that met with so much resistance. The second thing is to vacate what is clearly public land with value, to switch on a digital billboard, which in my view is not something we're trying to encourage more of in our city. It's not only not bringing a benefit, but actually has the potential to do harm to the neighbors immediately adjacent to it. And so while I respect the history of that property, why it is there, why it was closed, the investment that was made, I don't think that history demands that the decision today be made to vacate the property in order for the billboard to be turned back on, which is an inconvenience to those residents. I think would actually defeat the purpose of the incredible steps the city and partners and business leaders took to do what was right for the city and by the residents. I think that deciding to vacate this property, given the factors in front of us, would actually be the opposite of that effort, which was actually done in good faith to improve the quality of life in Royal Oak. So I can't think of a good reason to support vacation, so that is where I'm at.
Anybody else have any thoughts?
Could turn that into a motion.
Well, do we need a motion to deny? I just feel like if there's no motion made to vacate, then we're good, but I can make a motion to deny. What's the recommendation here?
Oh. Commissioner Lavasser.
Yeah, I'll speak on this issue. One concern I have is what becomes of this property if we don't approve this. And it sounds like it simply moves through the tax foreclosure process, and we would then have the option of either picking that up from the county or allowing the county to sell the property. I'm not sure it's as valuable as some people think. This seems to be a parcel that doesn't have a whole lot of functional options to it. And so my concern is that if we don't do this, it may become a blighted property with no clear-cut use for it.
Other discussion? Commissioner Gibbs?
Who is responsible for maintaining the property currently?
Mr. Gillen?
Fresard Limited Investment Partnership is responsible.
Okay, and should it go through tax foreclosure, which I believe is fairly soon? Is that correct? I believe it's fairly soon. Who will be responsible for maintaining the property at that time? The county?
It would still be Fresard Limited.
Well, if I can jump in, generally speaking, if you were to not take an action to vacate it, obviously the petitioner's not interested in it. The second motion that staff would recommend to you is that you do give the notice ordering the clock tower removed so that that's dealt with. In terms of whether the private portion of this, the private property gets into foreclosure, generally the city gets a notice. Does the city have any interest in acquiring the property for those taxes? So we'd have the first step in simply saying we want it.
Okay.
If the city rejected it, it would then go to the county for tax sale.
Okay, so my follow-up question then, if I may, is the city interested in picking it up? Should it go that far?
Depends on how much you'd have to pay to get it. Generally, it's the back taxes that are owed.
Correct. And I have no idea what those amounts are.
That's your decision.
But it's a consideration.
Any other discussion?
Well,
Commissioner Douglas?
who knows what the back taxes are?
I think they're current.
So if it went into foreclosure,
Has not.
if it did, then
3 years before it would.
3 years, what are the current taxes on it? I mean, it's a tiny little piece of property. I mean, 100, 500, 5,000? Anybody?
It's information that I can't give you off the top of my head. It's certainly something we could look up and get off to you tomorrow.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Paruch next.
It's my understanding that what would go on the tax rolls, or what would go on, that what we refer to the county for a cost, would not be back taxes. It's my understanding that the taxes have been paid. What would get assigned to the county is the cost of demolishing the tower, so that if, for example, this isn't vacated and we order the property owner to demolish the tower, and they can't, or they don't because they can't afford it, which they have said they can't afford it, then it would, if we wanted it down, we would have to demolish it, and we would put that cost of that demolition on the tax rolls. That's what would go on the tax roll as a lien, which would trigger the foreclosure process. So, in order to recoup that money from the sale of the property, just like you put, if there's back taxes, the county sells the property to recoup the money that was paid in the back taxes. The cost we're talking about here is the demolition cost for tearing the tower down, as I understand it. And that's what would get onto the tax rolls.
Well, my understanding is that the taxes have been being paid by Arbor Sign. The question was what happens when you get into the foreclosure process, not what puts it on the roll.
I'll have Mr. Landry answer the question.
The property taxes are approximately $3,000 a year.
Okay.
We have been paying, property goes into foreclosure, real property, when there are 3 years of back taxes which have not been paid. We, Arbor, have been paying the third year back for 3 years.
Okay.
So the property would go into foreclosure a year from now, and there would be approximately $9,000. But Commissioner Paruch is correct, added on to that, $3,000 a year times 3 is 9, would be if the city chose to demolish it, the demolition costs would go on to that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Landry. Okay, I had, Commissioner Macy hasn't spoke yet, and she had her hand up.
Okay, I actually was just going to answer Commissioner Douglas's question that way, that my understanding was that they had paid the third back year and that there were 2 years outstanding, but while I'm talking, I will say at the last meeting we talked about this, there had been a discussion of doing a 30-year lease, and then we found out between then and now that that wasn't going to be acceptable and only vacating would work for the petitioner, and I have to say that made me nervous about this. I feel like they've given some good data about the light, and I don't understand why it is that we would need to vacate rather than do a long-term lease. And also, someone mentioned about, if they can't afford to keep it up, why can they afford to build it back up? That's actually two different people. So the people who are going to buy it from them would pay off the people who can't afford to keep it up.
Commissioner Lavasser.
Commissioner Paruch addressed my concern with regard to what truly we were looking at, and the question was the demolition, which realistically we're going to be the ones stuck with if this moves forward. With regard to the lighting, I certainly understand the concerns of people in the neighborhood. I would not be supportive of turning that light on if I didn't think that there were means to mitigate the lights there. But and I don't know if this is the best of examples, but I look at the screen that's in front of me right now. When I'm looking dead on, it's much brighter than I look over to Commissioner Macy's screen, and then when I look over to Commissioner Douglas's screen, it diminishes every time because of this increased of angle, and that's what I expect was the reason we were talking about the angling and the importance of the angling. So for me, it was about it's about seeing if there's some means to find a method to mitigate the light. It certainly sounds to me like the light problems of the past can be significantly mitigated because of the technology available. And certainly it sounds like the petitioner is willing to incorporate within the operating agreement and be contractually obligated to mitigate the light.
So, like Mr. Twing said, we're really confronted with, from what I see, is maybe 2 or 3 different options here. One is to vacate the property, and then if that happens, then you talk about, the agreement afterwards. Or 2, if the interest of this commission is not to vacate the property, then it probably makes sense to move forward with a notice to remove the clock tower. Is that my understanding, Mr. Twing? That
yes,
what the notice would have to be? So 1 year from now, it would have to be removed. Or do nothing, but then it would stand as it is today, and there would be no notice given to remove it, and you would have the current situation. So.
But it would stand without lights.
Or 20% of the light, or no lights,
Or
or
whatever.
whatever it is, yeah.
But if the I'm sure Arbor Lighting is going to abandon it and not pay the electric bill, if in fact Arbor has been paying the electric bill, or Fresard obviously is going to abandon it because they can't afford it, so it's gonna go black. Eventually, DT will say, enough. Right?
Plausible, I suppose, yeah. I mean, doing nothing just keeps it where it's at today and in the hands of the property owner to decide what they want to do. Us making a motion to vacate it changes hands, and they put the new lighting in. And then the third option would be to give the 1 year notice, which would start the process of removing it.
I believe the notice is a 90-day notice to take
Is
it
it
down.
I thought it was
Under
a
the
1 year.
current license.
It's a 90-day?
No.
It's a year.
It's a 1
Mr.
year.
Landry?
It's 90 days if Fresard violates the agreement. It's 1 year, and city attorney can confirm this, is 1 year if the city it's 90 days if the city chooses to reopen the road. It's 1 year if the city just says take it down. That's the distinction.
That's correct. Does everyone understand? Commissioner Dubak?
Yeah, I understand. I think that the decision for us now is whether or not we want to vacate that property. Certainly, I don't want to see the billboard turned back on. But if there's conversation about, I think the best case scenario for both the residents and the continued beautification of Woodward is to keep that small green space, keep it as a pocket park, and if there's the potential to acquire the rest of the property in the future where the clock stands, keep the clock there as a, monument to this, the history of the neighborhood, but without a digital billboard on it. So do we want, I don't think we need to decide today that we want to move forward with tearing it down, but can we move forward with notice to nullify the lease agreement for the billboard? To not, for the billboard to not be turned down ever 1 year from today. Does it have to be tearing down of the tower itself?
Can I please give you guys some insight on it, since I'm the permit holder, I've been holding my hand up for about 15 minutes, and I can give you some insight into what MDOT's gonna tell you to do with the clock tower.
Does anyone have any questions for the petitioner? I mean, we had our presentation earlier.
This was not a question for the roads, I apologize.
Do we have any questions? Direct questions? None?
What is MDOT going to do?
Okay, what is MDOT gonna do? You may approach.
And reinstate.
Come up to the podium, sir.
Have him identify himself too, Mike.
Yeah.
Who is this? This is Alex.
Mayor Fournier has my contact information because I've been talking to you for about a year about this project.
But we don't.
Yeah, if you can.
My
give it
name
for
is
the-
Alexander Sheshew. I live at 330 Rosebud. I would like to let you guys know, I went to the state of Michigan to reinstate the permits for that clock tower, the state permits. Woodward is funded by state road dollars and everything else. What happened before that is Fresards were given a notice to tear the clock tower down because the permits weren't in good standing with the state. I fixed that issue back when. It took me passing new legislation, getting the governor to sign it, and do everything that I had to do in order to do it. Whether I walk away from this or whether anything happens, I'm $100,000 into just getting those permits reinstated in order to make this even be a possibility. What ended up happening is right now, if I take my permits and I go walking, MDOT is going to call you guys. It's considered an abandoned billboard if it doesn't have advertising on it. And regardless of who owns it or whatever it is, they're going to make you take it down. That's what happened with the administrative rules hearing in the past when you guys decided to table tearing it down on the basis of what that administrative rules hearing in Lansing would say, and that's what's going to happen. As soon as there is not active permits on it, it's considered an abandoned billboard, and MDOT will make you guys take it down, and they'll charge the city, MDOT will take it down, and they'll charge you guys, it's in the legislation, twice the cost of the removal of the billboard of whoever's left with it in their hands. Furthermore, there is another option that I had thrown out there. If you guys would like me to relocate it, I'd be willing to pay to take it down myself of my dollars and everything else and relocate it somewhere else. If you guys find a different place in the city that makes something, where it's equitable for you guys and for me. I've been working on this for a long time. I've been trying to meet everybody's concerns. I took Commissioner Gibbs on a ride with me where I had the LED company turn the sign up full brightness during the day and then turn it down to 4%, which is what it normally operates at, and said, furthermore, if the residents don't like it at 4%, I told every single one of the residents that I met with, Mark and Kathy, they invited me over. I had cookies at their house. She's a great baker if you guys ever want to try her cookies. But I told her, I have no opposition, and let's say if it's not enough, the baffle or the angle or anything else, if I turn the sign down to 3% of its daytime brightness, that's dimming it down another 25%. So those numbers that you see of projection and everything else, I'm the person that shut the power off to it that Tony was talking about because I wanted to show that there's so much ambient lighting from the jewelry store LED parking lot lights and the street lamp light and everything else that's there that it wasn't the clock tower that's lighting up their backyard. There's already so much ambient lighting there. The other thing that I wanted to let you guys know is I understand that they were faced with a choice in closing the street or not, but you have a lot of other residents that are complaining to you guys about closing other streets and traffic and cut-throughs and everything else. It wasn't the city that paid to close that street. It was the Fresards that paid for it, and I never mentioned that. That current operating agreement, I was at that meeting, and there's been some claims made that I said the road would be open. Under that operating agreement, if Mr. Gillum could attest to it, it says if the Fresards ever violated that agreement, within 30 days they'd have to take it down and restore it with the curbs and everything else. That's what it said in that agreement. It doesn't mean that that's what the city would want, but that's what it said in that agreement.
I'm gonna add, okay. Any other questions? Did you get your MDOT question answered?
Got it.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Can I throw in one comment? I hate to
everyone get a chance to speak again?
But one thing with question.
I'll give you 30 seconds representing the petitioner.
Thank you. This is one of the questions Commissioner Macy asked about vacating versus long-term lease. There's sound business reasons that the new proposed owners, can only do it in that certain way after final analysis. But I want you to know, and everyone to know, your master plan in this city calls for closing that street. There's a thing called the Woodward Corridor Study that was adopted and made part of that master plan, with several of the streets going north on Woodward
Mr. Semchina,
being
yeah,
closed.
your 30 seconds. This meeting's starting to get a little out of control. I gotta take some order here.
Okay, but you'd be in compliance with your master plan with a vacation.
All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna keep the meeting up here for the rest of the discussion here, so. Does anyone have a motion to make? Commissioner Douglas?
All right, I'm going to test the will of the table here. And I am going to make a motion. We have two options here in our document. I'm going to make a motion as to the second one, that is the City Commission directs staff to prepare and distribute the appropriate written notice directing that the clock tower be removed.
Okay, and there's a second by Commissioner Macy. Commissioner Douglas, the floor is yours.
This is really hard. I mean, there are so many factors going on here. The history of a family and a business that was very good to Royal Oak, the generosity that they displayed in building the clock tower there, that solved a big problem for the city. But it's now 20 years later. There's no question that the city benefited from this, from the contributions that they made. And there's no ignoring the fact that we may now pay a cost, but we've already benefited from what's gone before. So if there is a cost to remove it, if there is a cost to pay back taxes, we as a commission are going to have to bite the bullet and do it, or at least that's what I'm proposing. I'll also point out that I've been excoriated at this table in the Planning Commission and in social media for about the past 5 months for my opposition to a lighted sign at a church where the sign ordinance didn't allow it. And I have no hope that I will be praised in that same social media for this decision, but I hate digital billboards, and that's my motion.
Commissioner Macy?
Pretty much everything that she said I agree with, except for I wasn't excoriated. But this is hard. You can see that we're having trouble at this table because we're all hesitant to speak and not sure. There's good arguments on both sides. This is a difficult decision, and I agree with what Commissioner Dubuck said to start it off, is that vacating city land, we need to see something that comes for the nearby residents, and I don't see that benefit here.
Commissioner Gibbs?
If possible, maybe I can add an amendment to your motion, as I don't disagree with it, but to allow, I'm gonna not say his name properly, Chezerny?
Alex.
Okay, if Alex is allowed to relocate his sign, his billboard that he has invested $100,000 into, gone through the legislation and whatnot, so that he can have it relocated to another area, presumably on Woodward, but maybe not. That information I don't know.
So you're making an amendment to the existing
Yes.
motion so the motion right now is the City Commission directs staff to prepare and distribute the appropriate written notice directing that the clock tower be removed. But the amendment is to, as part of that removal, work with the petitioner, Arbor Valley, to move it somewhere else.
To be able to relocate his billboard, his sign.
We have a amendment to the motion. Is there a second?
I have a question about the amendment.
Sorry, did you second?
I don't understand the amendment, so
Okay. So,
can I ask a question?
sure, we can get clarification before we get a second, I suppose.
So when you say allow him to do this, are you saying that we're supporting him to do it wherever, or is there a time limit, or, what's our role in this?
I do not know all the rules of MDOT, so we would have to get that information from Alex or Arbor Valley.
Meeting's back up here. Thank you.
And I'm willing to entertain the options that are available. But again, I'm not real sure of what they are. But given the fact that he's invested time, effort, money into being able to have the sign at the end of West Harrison, that he be able to move it possibly closer to 696 by the, what's the, LA Fitness? I don't know.
So you're saying your motion is to explore relocating the tower with the
Yes,
petitioner?
yes, I guess that's a better way of saying it.
Okay. So we have an amendment to the motion. Is there a, okay, Commissioner Lavasser?
I'll second.
Second. Okay, any further discussion? Ms.
No,
Gibbs?
I believe we've more than covered it, but go ahead.
Commissioner Douglas?
While I don't disagree, I feel like it clutters up a real simple action. I can see it as a second motion, but I'm inclined to, I mean, I'll vote against your amendment, not because I disagree with it, but because I want to keep this process clean, and I'd entertain that as a separate motion afterwards, so.
Then I will retract my amendment if I'm able to make another motion to support the moving of the sign. Is that allowable?
Or we could just vote your motion down.
Yeah. Why don't we just, it'd be quicker for the record to vote it down? And then you can, right after this vote, if necessary, you can, because we don't know how the vote's going to go, but if necessary, then you can, I would suggest doing that. Because I agree with Commissioner Douglas. It should be just a little cleaner for staff to work with. So we're voting on the amendment. Any other discussion on it?
I guess I'm also not clear that we even need to have this as an amendment or a motion. Like, just because we're making this vote doesn't mean we can't still do that exploring, but.
Right. But we can talk about that in the second.
On the second part.
Okay. So all those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Those opposed?
No.
No. Okay, so the amendment fails. We're back to the original motion. All right, which is, be it resolved, the city commission directs staff to prepare and distribute the appropriate written notice directing the clock tower to be removed. Any further discussion on this motion? Commissioner Lavasser.
I still have some grave concerns over what becomes of this property. I don't believe, given its dimensions, that it is something that has value that can be used for any other reasonable use. And so that's my concern. I have a sense from the table here where the questions, where this is going to go. But that's a serious concern that we're ultimately going to have to deal with here, is what becomes of this.
Yeah. And I'll just add, there's no question that, you know, if this vote goes through, that the city is going to have a responsibility here to manage that piece of property. I mean, I'm a little bit conflicted on this one. I've been waffling a little bit back and forth, not in my empathy for the neighbors, but, you know, there is a benefit to restoring the tower and for the city to, you know, and businesses to get some advertising and things like that. But I don't think that warrants a vacation of the property, and I don't think it warrants the burden to the neighborhood there. And in my opinion, it's not, this is a total terrible, worst idea ever for the city versus, you know, the neighbors, you know, come before everything. But in my opinion, when we look at it from an equitable perspective, I don't see the burden that the neighbors have to endure, being, or the sign, you know, offsetting those burdens. So, I'm going to be supporting the motion, for those reasons. And I think, you know, when we originally brought this up, we were really wanted to entertain an idea of a lease, because with a lease, if there were lighting issues or whatever, we'd have the ability, no matter how costly it was, to, you know, exit that arrangement and, you know, stop the lighting if things don't work out the way they are. But with this vacation, it's a completely different story. And so it is valuable property. There's no intent to open it up. But I just don't see, you know, putting it on a scale, I just don't see the benefit of the proposal versus the burden our neighbors will endure. So, Commissioner Paruch.
Just very briefly, I also was much more comfortable when this transaction was in the form of a lease, because I think we had more control over any kind of behavior that we didn't agree with down the road. On the other hand, I think that one of the comments that Representative Ellison made is accurate, that this is a really tiny, small piece of property, but if it gets into the wrong hands, it's big enough for a billboard. And we have very limited controls, given all the numerous court decisions, over billboards, including their content and their lighting and a whole lot of other things. And, I mean, you're not saying necessarily that if this goes through, that's exactly what's going to happen. But I think there is a risk there that if certain things don't happen, that this property will fall into someone else's hands, and it is large enough for a billboard. And that's my concern. So I am very conflicted when it comes down to how to vote on this. I really would have preferred that it would have stayed in the form of a lease.
Can I address
But
the
it's,
board issue?
yes.
This sign was allowed to come in as a billboard under several variances. The only place you can put billboards in the city of Royal Oak are industrial zoned properties. The last one that was put in was up on Coolidge by, I believe it was CVS. There's no location along Woodward where you can put a billboard under code. You
Even a
need
smaller-
variances.
Even a smaller, I mean, not the giant things, but a smaller.
You can't put a single piece of a property with a sign on it that doesn't have a business on it.
Okay, well, that's reassuring. That's good.
And not just to have the last word, but I'd be remiss if I didn't, show my appreciation for the Fresard family and offer our condolences for the loss of Jim. Decisions are tough up here, and in no way is that a reflection of anybody's, amazing and wonderful contributions to this community over the years. And, it's one of those things that's not an easy decision, but, in no way is a reflection on the Fresard family at all. It's just where we're at today. The decision has to be made, and, my vote will be based on, a pragmatic approach to what we have to do to really assure that our neighbors are not negatively impacted by this parcel. So, all right, with no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Then should,
So,
Well-
question. We've only instructed staff to, direct that the clock tower be removed. Do we need a motion to suggest that they consider Commissioner Gibbs's idea, or can we just say, hey, think about it?
Well, I mean, my opinion would be, I think staff always appreciates direction on the matter because, shifting priorities of the city. We put out our priorities for the year. If this is different and not part of that list, and they're gonna expend time and money and resources doing it, but I'll leave that up to them to see how they feel about it. Mr. Johnson?
If the actual intention is to physically move the tower, that would satisfy the motion you just passed. And I would not feel a need for further action by the commission at this time. Obviously, if such a proposal were to come forth, we'd be bringing it back to the commission at some point. I'm not sure that that's what he has in mind. I think what he might have in mind is just putting up a billboard somewhere else, and not necessarily the tower. I would have to ask.
Commissioner Paruch?
The motion says removed, doesn't say demolished.
Right.
Correct.
So removed is a broad enough
Good point.
category so that if somebody wants to pick it up and move it someplace else, this motion covers it.
Yep. Is that satisfactory to you, Commissioner Gibbs?
I guess so. I'm still I would hope that the city works with Arbor to make moving it someplace else, whether it be within the city or in Birmingham, or honestly, I don't know where those big MDOT signs are able to be, or at the corner of 696 and Woodward possibly. But the city would work with him to make sure that the transition is easy and cost-effective.
Commissioner Dubak?
Yeah, I'm sure that, the permit holder has due process available to him, and I don't feel any need to direct staff to put special effort into relocating a digital billboard on Woodward. So I would just encourage the permit holder to utilize the existing processes. If there's a way to transfer it and wants to put an application for that, then we would consider that in due time. But I don't think we need to direct staff to make it a special priority to make that happen, because that's an entirely separate question than what we're deciding here.
Okay. No motions? Okay. We'll move on to item number B, which appears to be a moot point after the vote on item number A.
No action would be necessary.
Okay. That brings us to item number 8 this evening, the Michigan Liquor Control Commission License Establishments. Item number 1. You know what we might want to do? Do we need a break?
Yes, we do.
Okay, we're going to go into a short recess for not more than 6 minutes, maybe. And we'll be back in 6 minutes. Getting back to order, a little longer than 6 minutes. I apologize. Let the record note that Commissioner Douglas and Commissioner Macy were back within 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, this brings us to item number 8A, the annual review of Class C licensed establishments. I see our fine police chief, Chief O'Donohue.
Mayor, City Commission, the Police Department has conducted our annual review of all on-premise liquor establishments. In 2017, we had 10 establishments that received MLCC violations. This is an increase from 2 the previous year. This increase in violations is a direct result of the Police Department conducting alcohol decoy operations last spring. The 9 establishments that were violated for selling to a minor are listed on the report. The police department has applied for and obtained a grant to continue these decoy enforcement operations for 2018. The remaining violation occurred on April 16th, 2017. An underage patron was served 2 alcoholic beverages at O'Toole's without being asked for identification. The minor then left in a vehicle and was subsequently arrested for operating while intoxicated. It was her second offense. Violation for sale to a minor and sale to a visibly intoxicated person was issued by the police department. We have had several meetings with the owner of O'Toole's. He has been responsive and is working with Lieutenant Moore to help mitigate the issues at his establishment. All liquor license renewal fees have been paid to the clerk's office. Additionally, the fire department and building department have conducted their annual reviews and inspections of all on-premise liquor violations or on-premise liquor establishments within the city, and both departments report no significant issues. Although this report indicates that the treasurer's office will provide a separate report, we don't have that report, but we have met with the treasurer's office this morning, and the treasurer stated all establishments are either paid in full or those few that are either in the rears either on water bills or taxes have paid them today or set up a payment plan that's satisfactory to her. This report also includes a 6-year statistical summary of calls for service, a synopsis of those calls for service, and we provided a link to Oakland County's food service inspection report. Finally, Joe Murphy of the Planning Department indicated Lockhart's has violated their special land use permit by installing a physical barrier along their south property line. Due to this unresolved issue, the Planning Department is recommending not renewing Lockhart's liquor license. There is an attached memo from the Planning Department, and Mr. Twing is here to comment or answer questions. Lockhart's Barbecue's current plan of operation states that the premises will comply with, among other things, all zoning requirements. The current unresolved site plan issue would violate their plan of operation.
Okay. You have any questions for the chief? Commissioner Gibbs.
Who installed the, was it Lockhart's that installed the chain link barrier thing?
Don't know.
Or was
We
that
don't-
the property owner?
For certain.
Okay, well.
Mr. Gillum?
My understanding, it was the property owner, it was Shannon Investments.
Okay.
That installed the barrier, not Lockhart's itself.
Okay.
And the source of that information is, the Code Enforcement Department has issued several citations two Shannon investments for a site plan violation that are currently pending in the 44th District Court.
Okay.
And my staff has had conversation with attorneys for Shannon Investments, and it's my understanding, again, that they were the ones that installed the barrier, not Lockhart's itself.
Okay, so does that make this revocation of their liquor license moot because they were not responsible for installing the barrier?
No, it's violations are issued to the property owner as well as the tenant. Both have been notified. The site plan for the site was related to the special land use approval when Lockhart's was proposed. I don't remember the year, but when they came in to receive approval both to get a liquor license as well as to establish the business, they had to submit a site plan along with that application. From a zoning standpoint, the city doesn't care whether it's the owner or the tenant of the property. They simply have to comply with the approved plan. What they were told back in November of this last year was they basically had two options: remove the chain link or apply to the Planning Commission to get a modified special land use site plan approval. To date, they've chosen to do neither. So they were issued, I believe, 4 violations from code enforcement, as well as a letter from the planning office revoking their special land use.
Okay, but my question still stands. If Lockhart's, the bar, did not install the chain link fence.
Again, it doesn't matter to the city who installed it.
So that's punishing the tenant instead of the landlord? I'm just thinking out loud here.
They're both being noticed. It doesn't matter to the city.
Commissioner Lavasser?
I just point of clarification, because I think I saw something come in fairly late today that indicated that they were making the application, the second option there to change the plan of operation. Just want to clarify if my recollection is correct there.
No, that's not correct. They simply submitted a letter Friday asking for an administrative review. If we were going to do an administrative review, we'd have done that in November. They have not applied to the Planning Commission as of this date.
Commissioner Dubak.
So you said this was first noticed in November?
Yes.
To both the leasee and the property owner?
That's correct.
And they gave no indication of intending to remedy the situation?
They've made phone calls, but they didn't take either of the options that were articulated to staff.
Both of which were reasonable, and we've pursued with other folks who we found to be in violation of their plan of operation.
Correct.
And they've usually taken immediate action to remedy the situation.
Pretty simple to stay action. If you wanted to stay action, all you do need to make application. That stays any further action by the city until there's a formal action taken by the appropriate board. They chose not to do that, so citations were issued by the building department. After, I believe, the second violation, they were given a notice that the planning department revoked their special land use permit. They've simply not replied or done anything.
So have we ever seen a situation like this before where someone was noticed and took no action for this period of time to remedy the situation?
Certainly we've gone, I don't know about a liquor license, but certainly in regards to other uses.
And we've had to take further administrative action in those cases?
We've taken action, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I can go back several years and I can give you an example of a liquor place that moved on 14 Mile Road. They sued the city, got a court order to let them move in and ordered the city to issue building permits. The city appealed, won the appeal, and we kicked them out.
So, I mean, an amendment to the plan of operation, we see them fairly regularly. It's kind of a standard process. Have we received any indication as to why they don't want to go that route? They haven't shared any information as to why they don't want to simply amend the plan?
I think it's a pretty simple choice to do one or the other.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Douglas?
How did they, how were they able to build a fence? How was the building department, did the building department issue a permit? Don't they routinely check site plans before?
Well, there's no building permit issued or required for this type of action. There's no building permit required for the installation of a lot of things. So there is no building permit required for what they did. Even if they got one, it's not relevant, but there is none required.
Because it's not on the site plan.
Well, no, I mean, there are certain things that you can do to your site that don't require a building permit. You still have zoning compliance issues. You can put up a shed in your backyard under 100 square feet, and it doesn't require a building permit, but you can't have more than 2 accessory buildings on your property. So there are things in the building code that are different than what's in the zoning code.
So what the possible courses of action are we force them to remove it, or we remove it, or we, or we look for an application to the planning commission to come back in and amend their site plan, right?
Right.
And would we, what would be the time frame? I mean, would we freeze their liquor license, tonight? How do we, what's the timing on that in terms of what has to happen when for them to stay compliant?
I'll let Mr. Gillum answer that question.
Under the Michigan Liquor Control Code, the city has the right to file an objection to renewal of an on-premise liquor license on an annual basis. The licenses expire the end of April. The law requires us to file an objection, if there is going to be one, no less than 30 days before the license expires. So it is no less than 30 days before the end of March. We have to file any objection to a renewal with the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. Before we can file an objection, we have to schedule a hearing. We have to provide a minimum of 10 days' notice to the licensee that we intend to conduct the hearing. We have to provide them with some information about the nature of the allegations, who the witnesses will be at the hearing, and so on and so on and so on. So the end result is, if after a hearing the commission wants to make a recommendation to the MLCC that a license not be renewed, the MLCC will process that information and, generally speaking, will schedule their own hearing as to whether or not the license will be renewed. In the meantime, pending that hearing, the licensee is continued to operate. The MLCC conducts their hearing. If they conclude that the license should not be renewed, the license at that point in time has to be placed into escrow. It cannot be used. On the other hand, if the MLCC decides that the license should be renewed over the city's objection, the MLCC will go ahead and do that. So.
How quickly can they get before the planning commission, assuming they would rather take that route than to go through this hearing route?
Well, the planning commission meets, as you know, on the second Tuesday of every month. Earliest that it could get them on potentially would be next month.
So you could get them on in April? So
This week.
okay, so if we were to schedule move today to schedule the hearing, and they met with the planning commission in April, we could cancel the hearing?
No, your hearing would have to be
Before the end of this month.
23rd or March 28th. Those are the only possible days that we could do that.
Our hearing would have to take place before the planning commission was able to meet.
Got it.
At that point in time, then, if there was subsequent planning commission approval that was granted, then we could notify the MLCC that we were withdrawing our objection at that point in time.
Okay. All right, thank you.
But it's a question of the time frame that we have to schedule the hearing, provide the notification to the state, then it's a question of how quickly the state could schedule the hearing on their end.
Got it.
And I really have no information as to when that would be.
Okay, thank you.
Just a few questions maybe Mr. Gillum or Mr. Twin can answer. we, for this particular establishment, we've, just to recap, we've notified both the landlord and the tenant, and we've issued 3 violations since then.
At least.
At least 3. What?
I think there might be 4, but I'd have to look. They're getting issued about every 10 days.
Okay, and what's our typical, I mean, what I guess I feel like that seems reasonable to get their attention and let them know that they're not compliant. Have we used all the tools in our toolbox? What other sort of tools do we have? If we say it's 10 days, is it 10 days? I mean, theoretically, we could have ticketed this place every day, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so we're not operating in bad faith. I would argue that at least city staff isn't. I mean, we couldn't go as far to padlock the door if we wanted to. I don't think that's an option, but, or is it an option if they're in violation of their plan of operation? I mean, I know we've.
No, it's not an option. I mean, there's a process that we have to follow under state law, which is the process that I've described. In fact, I had an attorney contact me in December after Shannon Investments and/or the Lockhart's, one or the other, had received notification from the planning department indicating that there was an issue with the special land use approval. And their concern at that point in time was that the police department was going to basically walk in the door and pull the liquor license off the wall. And I indicated that that was not what's going to happen.
Good. I wanted to make sure that was clear, because our only option here is they have a process they need to follow, right? And we could ticket every single day, which we have not. And all we're really trying to do is understand from this petitioner, or not petitioner, but from this licensed establishment, which is baffling, you know, have a violation of your site plan. You know, what's your answer? What do you wish to do? You know, do you want to come before planning? Or do you want to remove the barrier? So I'm confused and baffled. It seems like Mr. Twing's a little bit baffled as well, but I just want to make sure we're crystal clear on what we could have done, what we've done, and where we're at today. Okay. Commissioner Lavasser.
Just some clarification. The tickets that are pending in the 44th District Court, is that against the landlord, or is that against the tenant licensee?
The tickets that have been issued to this point in time are against the property owner, against Shannon Investments.
Okay.
And again, according to the information, the correspondence that I've received from their attorneys, there are a total of 5 tickets that are pending right now. Those tickets are scheduled for hearing in mid-April over in the district court. They are contesting the violation at this point in time. The property owner does not believe that they're in violation of their site plan.
Commissioner Paruch.
I would make a motion that we set this for the public hearing at the appropriate time, 10 days from now, to meet the time deadline, and I'll explain that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Paruch, supported by Commissioner Douglas. Commissioner Paruch.
This is a spite fence. You've got 2 people who are owning property who are in an argument, have had some kind of feud for a long period of time, and the installation of this fence was the latest salvo by one of the property owners. And there doesn't seem to be any kind of resolution on the horizon. We've issued a whole ton of tickets, and the other landlord is digging in his heels, and then now the other landlord is digging in his heels. And I think what we need to say to them, at least from our part, at least for one of the parties to get them to the table, is between now and 10 days from now, you come before us with a plan to resolve this. You take the other guy out for a beer, I don't care what you do, but in 10 days, you come up with a plan to resolve this. Because the fence, as it exists right now, it can't stay. It's a pedestrian hazard. At night, it's dark. People can trip over it. People go through there. And it doesn't comply with the site plan. So it's got to go. So in 10 days, you either come up with a plan that we can buy into that resolves this issue, or we will recommend to the LCC that they pull the license. I think it's got to come down to that. Nobody is going to make this move any further in any direction until we say, look, we're going to take action in 10 days unless you guys figure out how to solve this.
Commissioner Gibbs.
I was actually going to say the exact same thing. I was probably reading your mind.
Could be. You're sitting close enough here.
I can read through the back of your head.
Commissioner Douglas at all? I mean, you're
No,
the,
I've
okay.
said my
Commissioner
say.
Lavasser?
This seems like a particularly draconian approach that's not appropriately directed. It seems like the dispute is with the property owner and not with the Lockhart's licensee, which basically is kind of caught in the middle here. It seems to be overkill because we do have the matters against the property owner in the 44th District Court, which I certainly would expect will ultimately resolve this. But what we're proposing doing is pulling an innocent business owner into the midst of a problem that is between, you know, as you indicated, the landlord and a neighbor. This is a business owner who, from everything that I've seen from the reports that were generated, is a very responsible liquor licensee. The incidents at his property were very modest compared to other licensees here in town. I would hate to cause this innocent business owner expense, stress, potentially threaten the jobs of dozens of people over something that really doesn't involve him, but involves his landlord. So I don't believe it's the appropriate action for us to take. It's basically leveraging that tenant because we want the landlord to take a certain approach, and I don't believe that that's morally correct for us to do.
Commissioner Douglas?
Special land use and site plan name both Lockhart's Barbecue as petitioner and Shannon Investment Company as owner. They're in it together.
I mean, I'll just add as well, I don't know if it's an innocent business owner or not, because we haven't heard anything from this business owner. It seems to me a very small remedy to unlock a chain. There might be a dispute between two property owners. It might be, I mean, who knows how many constellations of issues could be there, a whole myriad of things. But the reality is, I haven't seen a case since I've been up here for this many years. I mean, we've hammered people before for making site plan changes without getting proper permission from the planning commission, and we do that for a reason. Because there's a forum to look at what your site plan is for the type of business that you are engaged in, so we can make sure that neighbors are notified and that the city can evaluate, you know, the impact of whatever change you're making. And sometimes they're negligible and sometimes they're significant. But we haven't been afforded that opportunity. So to me, there's two basic remedies. You want to change your site plan, okay, come before the planning commission. Both parties involved in this haven't, I mean, they protest, but they haven't, you know, made that option available. And second, you know, stay it by removing, I mean, it doesn't cost any money to eliminate the barrier, and I just feel like this is just a perplexing situation. Like, why would you risk your business and everything like this for something that, you know, there's a process that we make every business owner go through for the safety and well-being of our community. So I don't know that it's a moral issue, but I feel it's more of a moral issue and obligation to everybody else that's gone through this process and everybody that can be impacted by this. Commissioner Gibbs.
Does the court action that's due to happen mid-April, you said? I almost said August, mid-April. Does that resolve this issue, the site plan issue?
No, it does not. It only addresses the tickets that have been issued.
But I would submit that in my opinion, it would resolve the issue one way or the other. Because number one, either the court will find the property owner responsible for the site plan violation, and the court will order the property owner to correct the site plan violation, either that or make the appropriate application for an amendment to the site plan. On the other hand, if the court determines that what's going on over there is not a site plan violation, I think that ruling would speak for itself at that point in time.
So my question to that is revocation of this liquor license premature?
Well, we're not
Proposing it now?
revocating the liquor license. We're making a recommendation to the
Making a
MLCC.
recommendation, yeah. Is that premature because we have no idea what's going to happen mid-April?
Well, you know, in my opinion, the operators put the commission in a really tough spot because, you know, we only have a certain window to make a recommendation to the MLCC. So, and that window goes beyond the time frame here. So, I mean, in a way, it could be that if we don't have that hearing, right, and we're still stuck in the same position that we are today, then the window is missed to make a recommendation to the MLCC. Because the business, if they continue to not be in compliance, I mean, they could get issued tickets, it could drag on, but, you know, quite frankly, there's a little bit of a trust issue here as well, right? So, you know, again, I'm just baffled why, I mean, I haven't heard anything from this business owner, neither of them. I mean, we've reached out to them on several occasions. I mean, it's very, very baffling. But I think that's maybe the issue with allowing the courts to remedy it, even though our planning director and, I can't speak for the city attorney, but it seems like it's a clear violation of the site plan.
Okay, well, then I have one further question. Is it possible to request an extension from the MLCC because of the litigation going on?
No, it's a hard and fast deadline with the state.
But we could withdraw our objection.
Yeah, we can withdraw our, I mean, it seems like that's the mode that we would have to go, is if they comply and they remedy the situation and, you know, file a application at planning commission or remove the barrier, then we can withdraw our recommendation that the MLCC not renew their liquor license. I mean, I think to me, that's the only options we're left, or totally turn our face to a complete violation of site plan and ignore it, and, you know, I mean, that doesn't seem reasonable either. City Manager Johnson.
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. Really, all that's before you right now is calling the hearing.
Yeah.
We're not making the recommendation
That's true.
tonight.
Yeah.
That's true. Commissioner Dubak.
I think this is an appropriate action just to get the ball rolling in case this action is needed. But yes, we are not making a recommendation to withhold yet. Can we call the question, please?
Mr. Gillum, I'll let Mr. Gillum speak.
Just, if I could, before we actually call the question, is there anyone here tonight on behalf of Lockhart's? I didn't think so, but I just wanted to double check, so, okay. And if I could, in terms of setting the hearing, we have to provide a minimum of 10 days written notice to the licensee of the hearing. So if my office issues the notice tomorrow, then the earliest we could conduct the hearing would be Friday the 23rd, okay? I believe that Mr. Johnson has looked at calendars, and he has some dates that would work potentially with everyone's schedule. Maybe he can share those, and I would ask that any motion that the commission makes specify what the date and time of the hearing is going to be.
Yes, without going through the whole first paragraph, which explained the rationale, it comes down to either doing it on Friday, March 23rd, or Wednesday, March 28th. There is one conflict on Wednesday, March 28th for one member of this body. That's because the Environmental Advisory Committee is meeting that evening. But Monday and Tuesday are not possible because of major conflicts involving commissioners and this room.
And that was by email?
Yes.
That's, okay, I was looking on here.
Commissioner Paruch.
I was the original maker of the motion, and you would suggest adding a date, so we're not supposed to do friendly amendments, but I would modify the motion, if possible, to say, we're gonna hold a hearing and we're gonna hold it on March 28th.
I think that's more specific than a modification.
Yes.
I think we'll have to do another motion to set the date once this one passes.
Okay, all right, never mind.
Okay, so the question's been called, so we'll vote on whether or not to set a hearing, and then we'll entertain a motion to set the date of the hearing.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor of setting the hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
No.
Is there a second motion? Commissioner Paruch?
I will make a motion that we hold the hearing on Wednesday, March 28th, at 6 o'clock, I believe is the suggested time.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Paruch. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Macy. Any discussion? Before, I just have a quick question. That is going to require this body to assemble,
Yes.
and it's going to require staff to prepare and expend dollars and time to offer this courtesy and move through this process, correct?
It's not a courtesy, it's
Not
a
a courtesy,
required
it's a
step of the
requirement.
process.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Dubak?
I'm just wondering if it's possible for folks at the table to make that 5:30.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you suggested.
I was wondering if 5:30 is doable instead of 6 o'clock.
5:30
conflict
instead of
that
6
evening.
o'clock. It's fine with me.
For people's calendars.
Okay. 5:30? Okay.
5:30? Okay, I'll switch it to 5:30.
All right, we good? Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Commissioner Dubak.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I just have a question about liquor licenses, actually.
Okay.
Chief. So as I'm going through this, now that we're done with the planning issue, most of these seem kind of appropriate relative to the size of the establishment. The one outlier that really jumps out at me is actually O'Toole's, which, just spitballing it, seems about half the size of Fifth Avenue, but has 1.5 times
The last 2 years, we've noticed an increase in calls. I think can be attributed to, they lost a longtime manager, Nate, if you're familiar with him, but, and I think he did a pretty good job of keeping that crowd under control. They've been struggling, and they've had some regular meetings with Lieutenant Moore trying to address it. I think the fact that Woody's, the clientele at Woody's has kind of changed a little bit also. So I might attribute some of it, some of that, but we're working with them and, doing a little more regular checks and things like that.
Okay, so to the extent that any intervention is needed, your officers
We're doing it. Yeah.
Okay, great, thanks.
Any other questions on the report?
I have one further question on the report. I seem to recall that Mr. Bees had a number of weapon violations or reports of weapons at their establishment, and I'm wondering what course of action is being done.
We've had similar meetings with Mr. Bees.
Okay.
In fact, they've indicated they want to do some change in their plan of operation, and we told them we're not recommending an approval on any change until we get your operation a little bit more under control. Some of those violations, quite frankly, it's not their fault. I mean, there's people who have CPL licenses and they violate them. It's really got nothing to do with their operation. But there were some management issues. Again, he had an issue with a manager who wasn't doing his job and he let him go. So we've been working with him also.
Okay, thank you for explaining that.
Okay. Any other questions? Chief, you need any action out of us?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioners, just so we're clear then, with the exception of Lockhart's, and that means that all other Class C licenses will be renewed by the state.
Yeah. Well, yeah, at this time, and then we'll see what happens at the public hearing.
I said with the exception of Lockhart's, yes.
Right. But we're not, I just want to make sure we're not making a negative recommendation right now. We're just having a public hearing, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. All right, that brings us to item number 8B, which is the public hearing on Great Lakes Taco LLC, DBA Taco Bell Cantino, request to transfer Class C license. So I was made aware today that the petitioner was unable to attend due to challenging personal circumstance. But we are, if that, let me just validate that. Is the petitioner here at all? Okay.
Actually, it was the petitioner's attorney.
Petitioner's
Wasn't able to be
attorney,
here, yeah.
okay. So, we still are gonna have the public hearing, it was posted. We're gonna allow folks that wanna speak on it to come up and speak, and we're gonna hold over that public hearing to a future meeting, until, the petitioner is available to speak on it. So with that, maybe, Chief, you can kinda kick us off a little bit, and then we'll, open up the public hearing.
Okay, Mayor and Commissioners, we had a request. This is a transfer. The license is actually already in escrow at that location, but it's, so the action before you will be to approve their plan of operation. This is from Great Lakes Taco LLC. This is the Taco Bell Cantina located on Main Street. The memo outlines the financial investment that the owner has put into their current location, and the license itself came from Bloomfield Township. The applicant has been actively involved in the restaurant business going back to 1982. He is president of Dolch Enterprises LLC, and he owns and operates Subway and Taco Bell restaurants. In fact, he has 30 Subway restaurants and 24 Taco Bell restaurants statewide. He has never owned or operated or been involved in a business that involves selling alcohol. If this is approved, the applicant intends to add alcohol service to his fast casual restaurant, now offering breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The requested hours of operation are Sunday through Wednesday from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and Thursday through Saturday from 7 a.m. till 4. Of course, alcohol sales will cease at 2 a.m. The applicant anticipates that the food to alcohol ratio will be 95% food and 5% alcohol. They'll be serving no more than 3 types of draft beer, no more than 3 types of wine or sangrias, and no more than 3 flavors of frozen drinks known as twisted freezes, which have the option of adding additional shots to those drinks. It'll all be counter service, and if you've been in there, it operates very just like a Taco Bell. They have 1,458 usable square feet. The proposed seating will be for 30 patrons with no bar seating. They are looking for a sidewalk cafe, outdoor service with a sidewalk cafe. Overall, the capacity will be set by the police department. The applicant is not requesting an entertainment permit or a dance permit. And additionally, he is willing to enter into an agreement with the city which would restrict the license from being transferred to a different location. That should read within the city or change of format. The police department is opposed to this business having a liquor license due to the high number of MLCC licensed business in the CBD. We currently have 45. I believe it's prudent to be very selective in approving any plan of operation for a new license. This is especially true for a license that is coming from outside the city. The applicant has never held an interest in any establishment with a liquor license. He has no experience operating or managing the daily function of a business that serves alcohol. Because he owns so many other fast food restaurants, we believe that due to this commitment, it's extremely unlikely he'll be actively involved in the daily operations of this location. The concept of serving alcohol-infused drinks, beer, wine, within basically a fast food restaurant raises some concerns. Taco Bell Cantino concept suggests that alcohol service is necessary for success. However, there are currently 12 Taco Bell cantinas open nationwide, and only 6 of them are currently serving alcohol. And additionally, he indicates that he only expects 5% of sales to come from the sale of alcohol. Additionally, a national fast food chain that is known for selling cheap food, which markets itself as a late night or post-bar destination, will very likely appeal to a much younger crowd. It is our experience that these type of businesses that appeal to these young crowds tend to cause a much higher strain on police resources. If this plan is ultimately approved, the applicant will have to comply with all planning, zoning, and building requirements and restrictions. And that is all I have to add on that.
Questions for the chief? Questions? Pretty self-explanatory report. Okay, all right. Well, we'll open up the public hearing. The same rules apply as we have for public comment. Again, we're going to hold over this public hearing to another meeting, so if you're too tired to speak tonight, you can speak again, I suppose, or speak at another time. Is there anyone here to speak at this public hearing tonight? Yes, Ms. Hennessy.
Peggy Goodwin from Mohawk Avenue, Royal Oak, asking me to read this statement. Please uphold the decision of the Royal Oak Police Department not to award a liquor license to Taco Bell for the reasons stated in the City Attorney's Memo, item number 88 on the agenda. This would not only add to the very high number of liquor licenses the city currently holds, it would also encourage other fast food restaurants to sell liquor. We should also remind businesses not to publicize they are serving alcohol before it is approved by the city. This creates confusion and gives a false impression that the city is taking something away if they are not approved. when they were never cleared in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hennessy. Anybody else here to speak at tonight's public hearing? Okay, all right, well, we're going to hold it over. We're not going to close it. Mr. Gillum, any additional comments?
Commissioners, Mr. Hale, the applicant's attorney had asked, I gave him the commission's scheduled meeting dates in April, and he checked with his client and other people involved and indicated that they would like the matter to be continued on April 23rd, if that's agreeable to the commission. So,
April 23rd meeting?
yes.
Okay, so not the 3 meetings from now.
Yeah, next week, by next Monday, there wouldn't be time to turn around all the information again. So I offered April 9th or April 23rd, and he checked again with his client, and April 23rd was the preferred date, so.
Does anyone have protest to keeping the public hearing open till April 23rd? Okay. Do you need any sort of motion to keep it open to the 23rd, or are we?
Yes,
prefer?
please, yeah, because
Okay,
if you
all
do
right.
that, then we won't have to renotice it.
Perfect. Commissioner Lavasser, so we have a motion by
second it.
Commissioner Lavasser, supported by Commissioner Gibbs, that will keep the public hearing open to the 23rd. Discussion? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion passes. The public hearing will begin, or continue on April 23rd.
Thank you.
All right. That brings us to item number 9, the acceptance of the June 30th, 2017 Retirement Pension Actuarial Valuation Report. I sense Ms. Rudd's behind me, and there she is.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. This was pulled from the last meeting's consent agenda, and I'll just ask if there's questions, and I'd be happy to answer any of those questions. So,
Mr. or Commissioner Lavasser.
I'll be brief because it is pushing 11:30 right now. We do have several items. But I just wanted to make sure that we're getting information out to the commission, to the public, as far as what the significance of this report is, what it indicates that we need to put forth for funds to make sure we're properly funding our retirement accounts for our employees. The recommendation was a minimum of $5.8 million, if I understand.
correct.
Right, and this is just for the pensions, it's not for healthcare, it's just for the pensions?
This is pension only, yes.
All right, and are you able to give us the breakdown of what that 5.8 goes to? How much of that is for benefits that are being accrued in the current year or in the year in question versus catching up on stuff that we missed in the past?
Yeah, I believe it's page A2. That'll have the breakdown, but I'll go over it briefly. The entire contribution that's recommended for the WROK on pension only, again, this addresses pension only, is approximately $5.8 million. And approximately 5.4 is for the police and fire portion, and approximately 400,000 would be for general employees. The reason being, we sold pension bonds for the general employees, and so that's paid through the debt service. So that 400,000 are normal costs, which would be current costs, and this is for fiscal year beginning July 1, 2018. Okay, so then the $5.4 million for police and fire that we'll be contributing, approximately 3.9 is the legacy piece of it, and 1.5 million would be the normal cost for police and fire of that 5.4 million.
Just to clarify, when you say legacy, it's basically catching up on contributions that ideally in past years we would have put in those past years.
Correct, it's catch up. Mhm.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that it's a relatively small portion for the non-public safety employees and a larger portion for the public safety employees. And that has to do with the bonding, and if I recall, it was a little over $20 million worth of bonding that we did this past year.
Correct. The debt service for the pension For the general employees, that payment is $1,464,000.
All right, okay, so that $5.8 million recommendation here would have been approximately $1.4 million higher without those bonds, if I'm understanding correctly.
That's principal and interest on the debt, the 1.4 million.
Actually would have
So
been considerably
it
higher.
would be different, yes.
I'm sorry, again?
It would be a different amount. It would be higher. We're assuming there's a savings because we borrowed at a little higher than 4% interest rate. And so there's some savings considered there.
Okay,
So
all right.
it would be different.
All right, so some savings, we have 1.4 million, the debt service plus the 5.8, and I believe you said 3.9 was a catch-up right there. So we have 3.9 catch-up plus 1.4 catch-up is basically what we're paying to catch up on our legacy costs, specifically with regard to the pensions, if I'm understanding correctly.
Correct.
All right. This figure is based upon an anticipated rate of return of 7.75%.
Correct.
And if I read it correctly, we have about a $60 million, maybe a little bit more than $60 million deficit in the account to cover our public safety employees, which assumes a 7.75% rate of return.
Total, yeah, about 61.2 million on police and fire.
61.2. If I recall it correctly, if our rate of return was really 6.75%, that added about another $21 million or so to that particular deficit. Is that?
Yeah, on the sensitivity analysis, yes.
All right, and I don't recall if it's in here, but assuming that we had 6.75 million, 6.75% rate of return, how might that impact the amount that we would need to contribute in order to properly fund these accounts?
Actually, I don't believe it's in this report, but obviously it increased the annual contribution.
Okay. The plan right now, assuming that everything goes according to plan, is it'll take us 26 years to catch up on the,
That's on the,
Safety
yeah, on the
stuff.
police and fire. It's
Okay.
amortized over 26 years.
all right? Thank you very much.
Currently, you're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Rudd? We have a proposed resolution. Commissioner Paruch.
I'll move the resolution to accept the report.
We have a motion by Commissioner Paruch. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Macy. Discussion? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. That brings us to item number 10, approval of amendments to fiscal year 2017, 2018 budget.
Yes, thank you. This was another item that was pulled from consent last commission meeting, so I'll just ask if there's any questions, and I'll answer those.
Commissioner Paruch?
Just to get the discussion started, I'll move approval of the budget amendments.
We have a motion by Commissioner Paruch, supported by Commissioner Dubuck. Discussion? Commissioner Paruch?
I have no questions.
Okay. Okay. With no other discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, this brings us to item number 11, which is Planning Commission recommendation on rezoning of 221 North Main Street, first reading.
Good evening. You do have a planning commission recommendation. The recommendation is to approve a planned unit development, basically change in the zoning from general business to planned unit development for the property at 221 North Main, currently the building lawn equipment site. The petitioner is proposing to construct a 5-story building, approximately 59 feet in height, to build 65 multifamily dwelling units with ground level parking of some, based on the revised plan from the Planning Commission, some 87 spaces. There is a list of the Planning Commission action in your commission letter. The one item that I would point out is a separate item that would come forth if you move forward with this would be a City Commission approval of a license agreement for a drop-off zone along Main Street. Generally, you don't include those as part of the development agreement or the planned unit development agreement. If you concur with the Planning Commission's recommendation with the amended plan, there is a suggested resolution or recommended resolution on the last 2.5 pages of the commission letter. If you have any questions on our report, I'd be happy to address them.
Questions for Mr. Twing? No questions for Mr. Twing? I don't think I have to ask, is the petitioner here?
We're here.
All right. Mr. Cowan, floor is yours.
And on a passionate evening, we're here about a project we're all passionate about. So we will cut our presentation down to its bare minimum and answer your questions. But I do want to take just a couple introductory remarks. First of all, I want to introduce our team. Len Nadolski and Larry Burr are the L&L Real Estate. They, of course, have owned and operated Matthew Hargraves, which is a business that's been here for about 60 years. And Doug Hamborski is also on their development team. We have Jason Krieger from Krieger, Klatt, and Royal Oak, and Jason Gecker from Tower Construction, who's our general contractor. And you might know Jason. He was the construction manager for another company that built the Imagine Theater. We are very excited about this project. I know you've received all the information. We also want to acknowledge how lucky we all are to work with Rick Johnson. And we have, because of that, want to honor the legacy of his family and the company, and that's why we have the name Billings Place for this apartment building. This is a $20 million project, 65 units in a very upscale development. It's high-end finishes, community areas within the structure, which are in high demand. The rents will range, the price points are $1,500 to $4,000 for 2 of the penthouses on the 5th floor. This is not subsidized or low rental housing. Earlier, someone made reference to who we were targeting. The target is whoever can pay the rent. But more sincerely, it's mostly professional class of people, some of whom will probably work in the new office buildings that are under construction as proposed down here in Royal Oak. One thing we believe is very positive about this project is we offer more mobility options than any other project in Oakland County, and I would say probably any other project in the state. With the e-bikes, the bike livery, the electric charging stations, the drop-off pickup area for Uber and Lyft, we're easily walkable or bikeable throughout the downtown area. We acknowledge and appreciate the support we've received from our immediate neighbors, Genesis Church. I think you have their letter of support. Flood Law, Imagine Theater, Jonah Enterprises earlier, Hamlin Corner, and other residential neighbors who've been involved in the process. By the way, I do want to acknowledge that we did offer an opportunity to sit down with all of our neighbors at Hamlin Corners on February 6th. We sent out over 250 invitations, including to everyone who lives in the Main North Tower. As a result, we made 2 significant changes to the plan. One, we closed off common garage access for 63 parking spaces to the alley and instead directed all of those onto Main Street. And also at the recommendation of Doug Hedges in the Planning Department, and also in talking with the neighbors, we moved the Main Street ingress and egress away from the restaurant driveway, and which is also next to the next multifamily building a little bit south. And instead of having 3 driveways in a row, we moved that as far north possible, but that was at the recommendation of the Planning Department, and we agreed with it. We also, at that meeting, were complimented by our Center Street neighbors for the tiered approach we took in the back. From the property line to where the project goes vertical near the alley and facing Center Street is a total of 33 feet. So it does not have what I would call the prison wall or Berlin Wall effect, and it's tiered in 2 different places in respect of the neighborhood to the west. So again, we are very excited. We think that the thoughtful design, the community support, and the flexibility we showed, as well as us being in compliance with the city's master plan resulted in a unanimous vote of 7-0 by the Planning Commission. So we respectfully ask your support this evening. But before that, we are going to have a brief presentation, and I'll call up Mr. Nadolski and Mr. Burr, and then we'll be on with the architect.
Good evening, or is it good morning? Larry Burr, 2000 East 12 Mile Road. I'm one of the principals of Matthew Hargrave Chevrolet. And I'm really proud to tell you, as of February 8th last month, believe it or not, I've been working there 50 years. And anyhow, I've been associated here with my partner Len for the past going on 38 years. Yeah. And we've done multiple projects together. We have several buildings we own here in the city of Royal Oak. We have another one with a purchase agreement. We're waiting to get a little bit of title work cleaned up there. We have a luncheon Wednesday with another gentleman. We're trying to buy another building there. So we have a lot of investment in Royal Oak. We've done a lot of investment in the city in Birmingham, building luxury homes and condominiums. Also, Len and I over the years have had multiple investments in Naples, Southwest Florida. So we're really excited about this project here being state-of-the-art, and also excited about helping our old friend Rick Johnson, who we've been associated with for the past 36 years. They've been in business here for, I believe it was, since 1946. Matthew Hargraves has been in business since 1950. And I won't take up any more of your time. I'll defer to my partner, who's overseeing the operation, Len Nadolski.
Thank you. Just a bit, the team that we developed here, we took all local people. We were sensitive to all the needs with the neighbors, and in turn made multiple changes to this piece in order so it would fit within the community, and took in a lot of responses and changes and a lot of communication with it. So with that, I'm going to present Jason Krieger to review some of the details that are important.
Good evening. My name is Jason Krieger with Krieger Cloud Architects, 1412 East 11 Mile. And I'm going to split the architectural presentation with Doug Hamborski. I'm going to walk you through the building and talk about the floor plans, layout, and some of the aesthetics on the outside. And then Doug could add anything that I may have missed or he wants to expand on after that. The site we're all aware of is Billings Place, or it's currently Billings Lawn Care, which is just right across the street from Main North, just north of 11 Mile, right on Main Street. The project is basically a zero lot line development. So Main Street is along the bottom of the sheet here. You have the church located right here, and Cuisina is located right here. There's a public alley that runs along the west side of the property. We have the main entrance right off of Main Street. We're proposing a drop-off zone right here, which would be for Uber, Lyft, things like that. As mentioned, excuse me, I have a hoarse throat today. As mentioned, we moved the entrance into the building on the northeast corner, located right here. Originally, we had it located here, so we moved it away from Main and 11 Mile to relieve any kind of traffic congestion that would occur here. We used to have an entrance here, and then we removed that entrance, or I'm sorry, exit from this project so that everything comes in and out of the one spot right there on the northeast corner. We have 12 garages with 2 cars each. The rest of the parking is beneath the building. And then the yellow represents actual usable space. So we have amenities, whether it's a gym or a club room. We have a mail package. Our elevators here, and then we have our stairwells located on opposite ends of the building for egress. As we go up, you'll see that we have a standard double-loaded corridor. These are typical floor plates with residents that face to the west and to the east. We have a mix of 1, 2, 3 beds. The top floor, which is the 5th floor, is our penthouses. So this right here is the elevator that comes up. the stairwell, The yellow represents our corridor. We have an indoor club area. And then these are the 8 penthouses that align the perimeter. We have on the east side, we have a outdoor patio for the residents that you can see it's fairly well enclosed by the buildings that surround it. This club area here in the back is fully enclosed. We have some small patios for the private residents, and then we have some right here along Main Street as well. The building that we're proposing is made of high-quality materials. We have cast stone, brick, glass, and primarily metal. So we feel that it's going to be a great project and a great, there we go. It'll be a great project and a great addition to Main Street. It blends in with the buildings around it. This right here is 5 stories. The building that is just to the south of this at 11 and Main is 4, and just kitty corner to that is 5. So we think that it fits into the block really well. And overall, we think that this is really going to be a good addition, and we're excited about it.
Take this thing so it doesn't fall over.
Good evening, Doug Hamborski. Been a partner with Len Nadolski on various projects for about 20 years. I'm also a licensed architect. Don't live in Royal Oak, but almost did many years ago. I just want to point out some of the features of really the project, the amenities. We use the word mobility quite a bit. As Dennis outlined briefly, we're doing things that no one done. We're going to have a ride-share vehicle on the property so that if someone chooses not to have a car, but they want to go uptown, downtown to eat, they can literally rent the car. And in fact, we will staff that with as many cars as there are people that would want to rent them, because you get a car for $300 a month, and you charge the tenants or the residents just some reasonable amount. You've got a win-win. And in addition to that, the focus on Uber and Lyft, a large bike livery. We don't call it bike storage. It's a livery because it's going to have a repair station and a bench so you can repair your bikes. We're also going to have a fleet of electrical bikes available for the residents. And we're going to have a focus on electric vehicles by having some electric charging stations. One item that we prepared, just a sort of a view of the alley rendering of what the alley would look like with the addition, and it has more of a residential character with garage doors facing the alley. We're also widening the alley for the entire length of the 300-foot property from the current 14 feet wide to 20 feet wide, which will provide for enhanced maneuvering. And really, that's the essence. There's a rendering of the front. Here's the front and or the west and east elevations. So those are the essential features that we had a whole PowerPoint presentation, but as Dennis mentioned, we wanted to try to compress it into a few minutes. So we're here to answer any questions. Thank you for your consideration.
Commissioner Paruch.
I only have one at the moment. We've had some comments about the quote-unquote rooftop garden, and when it's said in so many words, you envision it across the whole roof. Or is it just that small patio area that is sandwiched between 2 of the penthouses up there?
It is exactly 1,075 feet.
Okay.
My backyard patio is bigger than that. I mean, seriously, it's a very small area. It's 0.7 of the entire building mass, which is 110,000 square feet. It is a very small area that is sandwiched in the middle. So it would be, if you came in, if you looked up from the lobby, it would be right up above you or looked outside up to the 5th floor.
Okay,
It's a very small area. We, with the furniture, the patio furniture, we figure at best you can get, about 15 people up there in the chairs and whatnot. Could there be more that walk through? Yes. Could there be a lot less? Probably. It's going to be seasonal because, we do have weather here. And then it's dependent on the weather, if it's the summertime or springtime, if it rains or whatever. So we think it's going to have, so as a result, it's a limited use area during the weather.
And it doesn't, and it doesn't stretch, okay,
Yeah.
it doesn't stretch to
Right.
the back against the alley,
No.
looking over people's, backyards.
No,
It's just in that front area.
Right, that yellow area behind the red area, that is an enclosed community area that has no access off the back. There's no doors or windows or anything that can open that can look over onto Center Street or interfere in that way.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah.
Commissioner Macy?
And it's the noise restrictions here. What will those noise restrictions be?
The noise, well, we don't have any plans for any, amplified sound or anything of that nature, so it'll be people sitting there and talking, and we'll be subject to the Royal Oak noise ordinance.
So no amplified sound will be allowed?
We have no plans to put any amplifiers up there, or any music of any nature.
Okay, and can you talk about the light from that area?
I'll let Jason talk about it.
Well, the light would simply be any kind of light that would be needed as task lighting in that area. There won't be any spotlights or anything like that. So frankly, I think it would be the same as if you had any lights coming out of windows or anything like that. It would just be in that area. And also keep in mind that there will be a half wall, right? That's right along Main Street there. And then you also have the 2 units on either side. And then there's also a pergola that goes over the better part of that. So it's pretty well, it's pretty well
recessed
enclosed.
and
Yeah, it's pretty well
compact and
enclosed.
confined.
Yep.
I have more. For the ride share on the property, so you said that the car will be on the property and they'll have as many cars on the property as are desired by the residents. Where are those gonna go?
Well, if someone needs a car to rent, that means they don't own one. But they're going to be getting 1 or 2 spaces as part of their lease. So there's at least, if we just have one person who doesn't have a car, there's the space where the car share will go. And as far as having as many as it takes, that'll evolve with management, with, gosh, if there's 12 people that choose not to have cars and we need 3 rideshare cars, well, we'll have between 12 and 24 open car spaces, and maybe we get 3 or 4 rideshare cars there. It's gonna be a evolutionary item that we see growing over a 5, 10, 20-year period, and that's how we intend to manage it. But that's where the cars will go.
Okay. And for the Uber Lyft spots out front, can only the residents of the building call Uber and Lyft to those areas, or is that open to other people?
It's
just an opening in the curb if you're nearby and you wanna say, hey, pick me up at 221 North Main. I don't think there's a problem to do that. Again, this is 65 units, but we consider that sort of boutique. There's not gonna be a taxi run like at the airport. This would be a fairly low volume use of really all these facilities.
Okay, and we've heard a little bit about traffic congestion already today, but in terms of the parking itself, so my understanding is that there's going to be 1 spot for all the 1-bedrooms and then 2 spots for all the rest?
That's
Is that
correct.
what's provided? And then could you talk more about the lifts, the elevator?
So we have 63 spaces in the garage on the surface. We have 24 spaces, 2 in each of the 12 garages, for a total of 87 surface spaces. We intend to immediately put 4 lifts in. That gives us 91 spaces, which meets that quota of 1 for a 1-bedroom and 2 for all the other residences. So what that means, we then have up to 39 other spots for lifts. If we used all that based on demand from the tenants, that would give us 2 for every unit, or 130. So that would be 43 lifts and 87 spaces. actual surface parking spaces. These lifts, by the way, I just saw pictures of them in New York. They're used in a lot of large areas. I just talked to an architect local here who actually said it's Jim Schneider, and I asked if I could say it, and he's just developed a garage for somebody who's going to use a lift. They're very economical. They're about $4,000 to $5,000 a lift, tremendously cheaper than a $30,000 parking space, which is what it costs. And what the city well knows based on just building a parking deck. So we think this is a very technologically advanced opportunity and taking advantage of the technology to solve what we believe is going to be a short-term problem. Because all the literature, Urban Land Institute, all of the major trade publications, as well as American planners, others are all saying we are going to have a reduction in parking spaces. You know, this is very interesting. After you go single-family residences nationwide, the largest type of property in the country is parking spaces. And that's going to unleash in the next 20 to 25 years a tremendous amount of property. So we think we're going to have a declining need, but we do have to deal with the reality of today. We don't have autonomous vehicles yet. We don't have, but we do have declining ownership. As unfortunately I know Len will tell you, especially among the millennial class. But again, we believe we have a good handle on this parking problem, and we're willing to commit in writing in the agreement to provide up to 43 lift spaces or lifts within the confines of the parking area.
And these finance themselves, because we'll be charging a separate amount for parking for everybody. If you choose to get a two-car garage, that'll be a different rate than a single, which will be different rate than the tandems, which will be different rate than stacked. But the rent that we get off of a double stack will literally pay for the rent in a very short ROI time period. So.
And Commissioner Gibbs, thanks.
I have a question. Is it not the responsibility of the developer, so the PUD applicant, to supply the necessary studies, traffic studies, height studies, noise studies? I can give you a whole list, but, and in your packet, I saw none. And also in your packet, I saw 0 recommendations from staff other than the planning committee as to how you guys, and Mr. Cowan, I take that back. Mr. Cowan, you did address it in one of your letters.
Mm-hmm.
Page 22 or something, I can't remember now. But there were no third-party studies done?
Well, that's true, and typically, my experience has been here that unless we're requested for those types of studies, they're not provided. We don't, it is up to, our duty is to comply with the requirements of the site plan and of the PUD, and we believe we've met those recommendations. If there were special circumstances, I have seen from time to time the planning department request studies, but in this instance, I think this is a fairly, we've had numerous, if I can say, based on watching and seeing and my own experience, we've had numerous multifamily projects here recently, and those types of studies haven't been required.
Okay, but we were addressed by a number of residents concerned about the traffic and the ability to...
Well, I think the concern about the traffic isn't just with this potential project, it's with all the development that's going on Main Street. And that would be up to the city to decide if you wanted to conduct some type of study at some juncture. These buildings have not all been built yet and are not in operation, so it might be premature to do that.
One item that is relevant to this discussion is Mr. Johnson, who has a, 30, 40-year operating history, does have records and knowledge of his daily activity. In fact, this is a Google Earth shot of the property, and as he described, this is just a random computer shot. Here's 2 pickups with trailers, staff parking, other parking, I don't know what time of day this is, 2 driveways of people coming and going, 38 spaces total, and his records show that that activity
He stated to us that there, on super busy days, it can be over 300 trips to and from his property. So he says an average of about 230. With our population of the 63 spaces having access to Main Street, the 24 will be on the alley side. You know, even at 2 trips, going to work, coming home, and then a couple in between, we would think we'd be under 150 trips, and those would all be V cars, not trucks with trailers and semis dropping off lawnmowers and tractors and things. So our project will frankly improve traffic there from what it presently is and has been for many years.
It's about a 30% reduction in traffic trips, so we don't believe we're contributing to the problem.
But then I have a further question. If you're providing or having a Uber Lyft location, I rarely use it, I don't know the proper terms. I'm too old. That's gonna create more traffic in the front of the building for this lift area, which contributes to the traffic issues within the couple of blocks or, you know, a quarter mile on either side of the building.
Well, you can look at that 2 ways. I mean, what we're talking about is the ownership of cars by our residents. If they choose to use, as anyone would, a service, they can use a taxi, they can use any kind of service, that's their choice. So I see that a little bit differently.
I still see it as traffic coming to and from the building and something that should be.
Well, and they can just as well go to another location, a restaurant in downtown or a store, and they can call for an Uber or Lyft from there. They don't necessarily have to do it from in front of the building.
Where would you
So
go
I
if
don't
you
know,
live
so I don't know if that's a correct measurement. What we were looking at is more of the trips that are generated by vehicles owned by the residents within the structure.
Yeah, in all cases, we sincerely see a reduction in traffic, not just the counts and the trips, but the type of traffic. You're not gonna have semi-trucks dropping off large deliveries. You're not gonna have trucks and trailers that are, you know, going in and out and 2 driveway cuts. So we see traffic being improved by this development.
Commissioner Lasser.
With regard to the exit onto Main Street, can you talk to us a little bit about the sight lines? I'm concerned specifically with pedestrian traffic, joggers, bikers, that sort of thing, and whether or not vehicles will be able to see them before they're right on top of them.
Sure. So we did slide the entrance and exit back from the corner, so that as you're coming out, you have a little bit more notice to see somebody walking down the street this way. We also discussed adding warning signals, so that, like other projects here in town, if the door's gonna go up, you'd have a visual that would go off to warn pedestrians. So we did take that into account, and those are items that we're gonna put in place to help safeguard pedestrians from, because really we have to watch out for the pedestrians. Right, so we're trying to warn them of people coming and going within there. If they're turning in, clearly they have plenty to see. It's more about the cars coming out that we're concerned about.
Okay. Now, talking about the interior parking, and I'm glad to hear you're potentially going to go up to 43 of the lifts, and you know, initially I'd heard maybe like 8 lifts, and I was concerned with the ratios of parkings per unit. At one point, I seem to recall there being some talk of stadium parking, which I understood to be like cars right next to each other with no ability to get out. Is that still in the?
Yeah, we do have some right here.
The front back
And
parking.
some right here. Those would be for units with 2 beds, so it'd be people who live together. And that, to me, is no different than any other residence here in town.
So you basically say, honey, I gotta go, can you move the car?
I live with it every day.
All right.
And that's, yeah.
All right, but that wouldn't necessarily be the case with the lifts, if I'm understanding
No,
correctly.
then you could pull in to lift the car. Yeah, it's interesting, we just did a project in Birmingham, I think it finished up about a year and a half ago, and they put those in there. And a lot of the residents started to buy those and put those in. They were like using them for storage, and they're cool. And it's pretty neat what you can do with those things.
Oh.
So I see those being very popular. And
You're talking about the lifts?
yeah, the lifts.
Okay,
Exactly.
I want to get sense of how you envision that happening? Here's my concern, because it sounds to me like you need to have someone on site 24/7 to accommodate people who may want to get their vehicle down, and whether that creates any, let's say there's financial hardships down the road, and all of a sudden you're cutting costs, is that going to create some issue here?
No, well, no, I've talked a lot about that, and what we're gonna do is, if you have a lift, it'll probably be the same family, or a two-bedroom. What we'll do is, people will be trained to operate the lifts. It's very simple. It's either up or down.
Green red.
Okay? If there's any concerns or any issues, we will have the concierge service on site or security 24/7, and they'll be trained also, but we don't anticipate any issues. It's pretty simple.
Okay, going back to the terrace on the top there, I think that the primary concerns of some of the neighbors is that it becomes party central late into the night, and whether there's some actions that can be taken to alleviate those concerns, whether it's limiting the hours of availability or things of that nature.
Well,
and enforcement of such a limit as well.
Let me first, we strongly subject it. I know you're using the vernacular here, party central. We're not selling alcohol, we're not a bar, we're not a restaurant. These are residents who live there, and you have to keep in mind that there are 8 units on that floor. This is gonna be self-regulated. The people who live on that floor are not gonna wanna be hearing activity all evening. We anticipate that, depending on the time of year, it would slow down in the later evening hours. But we don't believe at all that there's going to be the type of problems you may have at a commercial establishment, because we have a limited universe. We're going to have approximately probably somewhere around 91 people, 90, maybe a few more or less living there, and that's only open to them and their guests, so we're not booking it for rentals or parties or anything of that nature. It's going to be very exclusive. So it's for the residents and the guests. And again, with the fact that people are living on that floor, this isn't like it's isolated by itself and it's some big open area that people can, do whatever they want. That's not the case at all. It's enclosed on 3 sides. You have people living on the floor, and I think that it'll self-regulate. And if there's a problem, we have somebody on staff 24/7, and they can be called, and if there's a problem, we'll put a stop to it.
Yeah, to reinforce that, the typical floor plate has about 19 units. The penthouse has 8 units. Of the 8 units, the 2 largest in the entire complex, 3-bedroom, they will lease for well over $4,000 a month. Those are directly adjacent to the roof terrace. And these folks will simply not tolerate a noisy deck next to them. So we're going to have management on site to deal with these issues. We're certainly it's not going to be a party place. Now, do a couple neighbors want to sit in a lounge chair and chat? We certainly expect that. Do we expect that at 1 in the morning? No. Do we expect them to have 20 of their friends over to make a ruckus? We really don't. There's the enclosed room, and this is also just really a warm weather type of feature. So we're not promoting that atmosphere. Our residents and our rental rates, he said starting at $1,500, the average for the whole building is going to be over $2,500 per unit. We're just not going to have that kind of resident.
Okay. My understanding is going to be assigned parking on the interior as well as the garages.
Yes.
With regard to guests, and in particular, some of the folks across the street, they expressed some concerns with guests that are handicapped coming to gain access. I'm wondering if the Uber Lyft drop-off point could also serve as a temporary handicap spot as well, if that's practical, given what we're talking about here.
Certainly for dropping off and picking up, that's what it's there for. But as far as parking there, it's not going to be a parking area.
We have 2 handicap spots inside the structure.
Those would be assigned spots, though?
Well, if we have somebody who's handicapped, otherwise they're open to the public. And if we have a special situation and we have to create an additional handicap because of a resident who does have a handicap, then we'll have to deal with that.
Okay, just so I can make sure I understand, they won't necessarily be assigned to any particular units unless you have a
We have to have a handicap sticker in order to qualify to park in a handicap spot.
The other thing is the parking management, the beauty of our plan, you don't get the same space for life. Residents will come and go, their needs will come and go. 2 cars down to 1 car, 1 car up to 2 cars. Between the lifts and people's budget, because the parking in different parking spaces will be different rate, we will be able to manage parking really literally on a monthly basis. And so if we have some disabled residents, we'll have the flexibility to add a lift over here to open up a space for a handicapped person inside. And we see a very successful parking management solution.
Okay, I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dubak.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm pretty comfortable with your parking solutions, and I think that, it's forward-looking to understand that, car ownership is, trending downward. But I think with the lifts and the other options available, that you're going to meet the needs of these residents. One question is, as far as the lifts, have any of you seen the lifts in operation then?
Well, I haven't. Oh, yeah.
And the primary question, do they generate a lot of noise going up and down?
No, and they've got safeties on them, so they won't slip down. You undo the safety, you actually push a button down and the lift will lower or will rise.
Okay.
And they're real operational, very simple to wire and to put in and actually move if you need to. They are fastened to the floor with fasteners, so you keep them quite stable.
And whose liability is it if something happens with one of them?
We're insured.
As your lawyer, we won't answer call money.
You're insured, they're insured.
Okay.
And the building will be insured as well for that.
Okay.
It's used in Boston, Chicago.
Sure,
Used in
yeah.
several
I
other
think it's
areas.
innovative. I think it makes a lot more sense than building infrastructure at $30,000 in space.
Change, we're gonna need to be changing with it.
Sure. With regard to the rooftop terrace, I think it's being kind of mischaracterized, and I think it's highly unlikely it becomes some sort of cruise ship party deck. I think it seems like a really nice amenity for urban living. That being said, I understand the apprehension of folks who are going to be their neighbors, and we don't always have good neighbors. So I'm wondering if it's possible to put in place that in this agreement that upon request of the city, should this be any sort of nuisance, that hours be regulated, access be regulated to that rooftop terrace through some sort of key card mechanism. And enforced by the 24-hour attendant.
But only if complaints develop?
Only if complaints develop and the city, deems that that's necessary.
We can write that up.
So upon request of the city, key card, locking mechanism, enforcing hours, and enforced by the 24-hour attendant. All right. But I don't want to solve a problem that doesn't exist, and I think it's highly unlikely that that's an issue, but I would like to have that safeguard for residents who are concerned about it.
We're aware that, there'll be people watching us because they have a higher vantage point. No, and look we believe we're going to be a very positive contributor to the development in the area. And the hallmark, Mr. Burr and Mr. Nadolski are successful because of customer service and doing things the right way and their commitment to the community. That's not going to stop because we have a 1,000-square-foot area. And if there's a problem, we'll deal with it. And we'll make the phone number available. If anybody, whether it's Main North or anybody else has a problem, we encourage them to call. We're a little ways off, maybe, a year and a half before we get, finish, if we can, get things done this, in the next, in the near term here. But I think you're right. I prefer to work cooperatively if there's a problem.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Paruch.
I will move approval of the rezoning from general business to planned unit development so that this project can proceed.
We have a motion by Commissioner Paruch. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Commissioner Paruch.
The only comment that I want to make, because it's late, is that I think the other concern of the resident or the neighbors close by that will probably deserve a little bit closer attention later on as some of these developments come online and the actual traffic patterns develop, is that might have to take a close look at that intersection of University and Main and decide whether or not there is a need for any kind of traffic light or any other kind of traffic controls in that area. I was impressed by the fact that Mr. Johnson said that his traffic currently, and I'm convinced he's accurate, in and out is going to be much more than what is going to go in and out of this new building. But on the other hand, with the hotel coming online and who knows what all else, I think at some point in the future, we're going to have the traffic committee take a look at that intersection. But that's not for now, and that's not their job. So I'm good with this the way it is.
Commissioner Lavasser?
If I understand correctly, we need to vote twice, once this meeting, once another meeting, in order for this to go into effect. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
All right. First, I'll say I'm very impressed with the project as presented. I've had a few concerns, the parking being a major concern, and I'm very happy to hear that we're not limited in the number of lifts here to simply the 8 that we that I previously thought that we're looking at. So I believe the parking we might be okay with here. I do have a few other concerns, and Commissioner Paruch just talked about that being the intersection there of Main and University, which may need some a traffic signal, may need some mitigation of some blind spots there. I do have a concern with the alley because we're going to have 24 additional vehicles coming and going through that alley. And as it's currently anticipated, the traffic would be heading south in that alley. I drove that alley. I found there to be a blind spot as you approach 11 Mile where you cannot see the sidewalk, the pedestrians, joggers, bikers on that sidewalk until you're right on top of it. And so this is perhaps something that engineering should look at to determine should traffic flow south to north instead of north to south, or is there some other means to try to mitigate the safety hazard that might be there? So that's something I'd like us to look at before we give final conclusion to this, as well as addressing the issues with University in Maine. I do like Commissioner DeBuck's ideas that we put it in the agreement that we have the ability to put some restrictions on that terrace if it becomes a problem.
Commissioner Douglas?
In fact, at the Planning Commission, we talked about the traffic flow in that alley, if we want it to go north to south or south to north. And we were told that this is an issue for the Traffic Committee, so not really part of our province here. But I take your point, and I think some of the Planning Commission did as well. I just want to point out, this site is zoned general business, and outside of industrial uses, this is one of the most intense, permits the most intense types of business uses that can include drive-throughs, construction equipment, gas stations, car washes. So when you get a residential use in a general business zone, it's really a much less intense use than many of the other activities that would ordinarily be permitted. It's on our main street. There's a reason why it's zoned general business, because it's there to accommodate heavy commercial uses. Main Street is 5 lanes wide. We've known for a long time that we were going to have more development in that area. In fact, there was supposed to be another building next to Main North with office and I think retail below that was never built. So we've always known that this was going to be an intensely used area. I will also, I encourage people to go to the city's website and just do in the search area, search for target market analysis. Last year, we commissioned a very extensive report on the kinds of housing demand we're going to encounter in Royal Oak in the coming years. And this building is it. Smaller units, market value. I mean, people are willing to pay top dollar for units like this. So, I mean, we're going to see more demand like this. And, I mean, these people know what they're doing. I mean, they do the market research. They know what people are going to want. I'll point out that the next item we consider on this agenda is also demonstrates another one of the principles of the target market analysis that I'll address at that time. All our studies and trends indicate that generations to come are going to own fewer cars. They're going to walk, bike, take the bus, use car sharing services, and I'm very satisfied, and I was at the Planning Commission, that this building will be able to accommodate its owner's transportation needs. These owners have brought us a very thoughtful building that I'm very happy provides visual elements on the ground floor, promoting walkability in this corridor. They've listened to and responded to the needs of the neighbors in a good citizenship kind of way, and this building will definitely be an asset to our city.
Commissioner Macy.
I want to say thank you to all the residents around the area who reached out to us with questions and concern, and I want to say thank you to the developers who brought us this project for answering those questions and concerns that we brought to them so that we could go back and feel like we knew what we were talking about with the people who were coming to us. I agree, to me, this seems the major concern is traffic, which actually has nothing to do with the billings. I think the University in Maine probably can't wait that long to have something done about it. Commissioner Dubak had been saying that perhaps we could get rid of those 2 parking spots in front of Hamlin Corner. I wonder if maybe we could get rid of the first one and make the second one handicapped, which wouldn't always have a car there. And I think a traffic light's going to be needed sooner rather than later. I don't know how long we can wait, but I don't think that has anything. The impact of the Billings place is not on that. It'll be the timing of the traffic, but not the amount of the traffic, and we already have a problem there that we know about. So that's it.
Commissioner Macy, Commissioner Dubak.
I think that it's been pretty well covered. I think as far as neighbors are concerned, this is an ideal use for this space with regard to how it's going to impact the surrounding residents, especially considering the number of businesses that could be placed there. This is a very passive use of it, and if the gravest concern as far as the building itself goes is that deck, we can certainly handle that if it does cause a problem. With regard to traffic, yeah, that's certainly not on the petitioner, that's on us, and certainly once all these new projects are online, maybe it's just a retiming of Farnham and 11 in Maine to make sure that we're getting a gap there so people can get out. Maybe it's a light at University, but it kind of makes sense to see what that world looks like before we make any major infrastructure decisions. But I think it would be wise to immediately address the line of sight issue for turning out of University, given that the folks who live at Maine North actually have no other option, given that University is closed off eastbound. So that doesn't necessarily have to be a part of this motion, but I would like to have that conversation or recommend it to traffic committee or ensure that that gets addressed sooner than later, because that's not a problem being caused by this development. It's actually an existing problem that happened to get raised because of this conversation. So I think we should deal with that as soon as possible.
Any other discussion? I mean, I can't ask any more questions that haven't already been asked, and I don't think I can say anything more that's been said other than, we have good developers, we have a good project, we have a great town, and yeah, there's some concerns related to traffic, but I think those concerns you can't look at in the isolation of a singular project bubble. Those are concerns that, on a regular basis, our city engineer is looking at traffic patterns and making recommendations that we can remedy. So there's a lot of transition happening in our community. We're fulfilling our master plan, moving up. This is a low intense use. I think, we'll be able to handle those traffic situations as they pop up. But I agree with Commissioner Dubak. Let's keep them on the radar and let's see what happens. And then, make it the very best for all residents, not just for the folks living in Maine North Lofts, but for the new neighbors we're going to have here at Billings Place. So with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for sticking it out.
Thank you and good morning again.
I'm bird beer down.
I'm probably gonna need a note from my wife.
Well, good night's sleep is already off the table.
All right. Since we're partying to the wee hours of the morning, this brings us to, let me see if my eyes are working right. Item number 12, Planning Commission recommendation on rezoning of 1112 and 1126 South Washington Avenue, first reading.
You do have a recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission to rezone this property or the properties from mixed use 2 to planned unit development. This is an extension of a prior approval for the property that was or is currently a surface parking lot on the southwest corner of Harrison. What they are proposing here is a 3-story or 36-foot tall building with 77 residential units, approximately 114 parking spaces. You should have the Planning Commission's action and the contingencies listed in their recommendation. If you concurred with the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval, again, there's a suggested or recommended resolution for the commission on the last 2.5 pages of the commission letter.
Have any questions for Mr. Twing? Commissioner Paruch?
I don't have any questions for Mr. Twing, but could someone on that side of the room see if they could close that window? Because everybody who's on this side of the room is freezing.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
I didn't know that window was open.
I just know that it got really cold and I had to put my jacket back on. The other one was open too, but it's closed now too.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Twing?
I'll ask a question.
Yes, sir.
We seem to have the same issue come up over and over. It has to do with what's the appropriate amount of parking for a development such as this. And I know our zoning says 2 parking spots per unit for this section, this area right now. If it was a few blocks to the north, it would be 1.5. And I've heard it suggested a number of times that that's excessive. I know the parking study here indicates that it should be closer to 1. I'm not sure about the designation they gave to this area. I think they called it urban, or I forget the terminology, but you know, to me, urban might mean Manhattan or Brooklyn or some very dense area, and I'm not sure that we fit that definition. I'm wondering if you have insights into that, because I'm certainly not familiar with the books and the references that they're relying upon. And I'm also wondering whether we should be taking some steps to answer this question once and for all with our own study, our own independent study. Because certainly I don't want to require developers to put in more parking spaces than truly is needed. I also want to make sure that we're not burdening our neighborhoods here. And if you could kind of address some of those concerns.
Yes, I would agree that in general, our requirement is a flat requirement of 2 per residential unit without consideration for the type of unit, potentially the location of the unit, and other factors. 2 is probably too high, and we've been talking about amending it for a couple of years, frankly. So we've been looking at the study to do that. In the interim, we've had several studies as part of other projects, going back to North Main Lofts, going back to a lot of them that came up with ratios from the Urban Land Institute and other places. And I think the Planning Commission's been involved, and that's why I think they're comfortable with projects that range from 1.3 to 1.5 generally is what they've done with some of these denser mixed residential unit types in terms of accepting them. I haven't seen them really go below that 1.3, and that's really coming out of the ratios we've seen on other projects. We've had several residential projects now developed in town. Harrison Lofts, the one next door to it, I can't think of the name of it, 33 something. Metro Lofts, I mean, we've had a lot of these types of urban infill projects that have been below that 2. I haven't seen one other than the Amber's project on 11 Mile Road, which was all studios. And that one, we got close to 1 parking space per unit, again, based on the type of unit. And we've been fairly comfortable with those ratios. And they do come from Urban Land Institute studies. They do come from a variety of studies saying that you should look at parking around urban areas in terms of type of unit and location of unit and other amenities.
The question I would have is whether when they're looking at urban areas, whether, I mean, there's certain areas that may be called urban, but they're going to be extremely different from Royal Oak. I mean, and I think Manhattan, for example, Brooklyn, for example, areas that are much more densely
Well,
populated than we are.
Again, I would say, given the projects we've seen developed along Maine, Washington, and even in the case of Harrison Lofts was over by Irving, the type of development is an urban project itself. If you felt this was an inappropriate location for this, it's not a parking issue, then you should turn it down based on the fact this is an inappropriate location for this development. But given the type of development it is, I think the Planning Commission and I am comfortable with the parking ratio. And I believe it's almost 1.5, it's about 1.4 something. So it's even higher than the project that was just presented on North Main.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Twing? Will the petitioner please come to the podium? Sorry, we told you the meeting date was yesterday. Happened to be today, we're day off.
This is a first for me, being after midnight, but Albert Ludwig, I have Gabe Rubin with me, Alex Bogart's our architect, and our project, our team is comprised of 5 real estate professionals that have been developing real estate in southeastern Michigan for many years. Urbane, who you guys are familiar with, they have several apartment complexes within the city, is our partner, or at least the principal is our partner, and they will be managing this project. We have a lot of similarities to the previous project that you just saw, whereas we're zero lot line, we have an alley behind us, a main street in front of us. But our project, I think, is a lot simpler than what I learned from their presentation. All of our parking is on grade. We don't have any stacked, we don't have any tandem where somebody has to get out of the way. We have only 8 two-bedroom units. So 69 of our proposed 77 units are either one-bedrooms or studios. And we have 115 spaces. So we have way over 1 parking space per bedroom. We did have a traffic study done twice. We had, excuse me, we had one done for the building the first time we came before you when it was approximately 1/3 the size of what it is now. We had, once we bought the Buttons parcel, the project expanded went from 1/3 of the block to the entire block. So when we met with the Planning Commission, we found they were very sensitive to the way the architectural feel was at grade level. They didn't want it to look like a parking structure on the first floor. They wanted a more walkable and pedestrian-friendly area. So we've created some retail spaces. We didn't bring the floor plans because we thought that you'd have the PowerPoint here. I don't know if you have it on your screens or not, but I don't have the floor plans to point out to you here. But if you, along that front, we've created these 4 very small retail, we call them quasi-retail spaces. They could be for a live-work for somebody that lives in the building that wants to have an office or an apartment studio or something downstairs. A UPS or maybe even a ATM machine. We don't really know what the uses are, but they're not going to be traditional retail, but they've created the feel and the architectural feel of a residential and business use rather than it feeling like a parking structure. We did meet with the residents recently. Actually, our first plan that was approved here did have a roof patio, but the residents didn't like it, and when we went to this plan, we took it out. So we don't have any actual use on the roof here other than for mechanical equipment. And in a subsequent meeting with the residents, a couple of the residents that live on Harrison, they asked us if we could move our driveway from Harrison to Parent. And we can. We don't know if it we're going to leave that up to you or to your traffic committee. If you feel that our entrance is better coming off of Parent than Harrison, we can flip-flop it. It doesn't change anything within our building. The floor plan stays the same, the parking stays the same, we don't lose any spaces. And it would address the concerns of 2 residents on Harrison that we met with. But it may not address concerns with people on Parent. That's why we would rather have the city tell us which way they would like to have the traffic coming in and out of. But we can do it either way. Currently, the plan shows the driveway on Harrison, and either way is fine with us. I'm going to let Alex address the building as far as the architectural elements contained with it, and maybe Gabe can talk about the kind of people we're anticipating renting it to. These are small units, again, the 1-bedrooms. Again, not cheap, like the last guys. We have certain similarities there. But I'm going to turn it over to Gabe for a minute, and then Alex can talk about the building.
Thank you once again for meeting with us. And as I've mentioned to you in our previous meeting, our team has been working very, very hard over the past year and a half to assemble the 2 parcels that make up this development. And we see tremendous opportunity in the revitalization of this Washington Avenue corridor, and think that this development will only add value to this area and ultimately spur more growth. I actually have a building that I own just south of this development that I'm in the process of selling, and the developer who's buying the property is building 7 units. I've talked to other owners of properties along the Washington Avenue corridor that really didn't think about developing their property, but now they've seen all the action that's happening along the Washington Avenue corridor, and they're actually interested in developing their property. So I think this development will essentially do that to this entire corridor. So we're very excited, and thank you again.
My name is Alex Bogarts. I'm an architect for the project. First of all, I'll begin. Do the commission members have the plans on your screen? I have a small copy here. I can refer to that too if you'd like. Really just keeping this brief, going back over parking, we have 1.4935 spaces per unit, 69 1-bedroom and 8 2-bedroom units. If you assumed every 1-bedroom unit had 1-car garage and every 2-bedroom unit had 2-car garages, that'd be 85 parking spaces that would be consumed. We'd still have 30 open parking spaces on the property. We have, as they were said, we listened to both the Planning Commission and our neighbors, took the rooftop amenity off from our previous presentation, have brought an entire streetscape that brings a retail to the streetscape and makes it more of a walkable community. We are very excited about the image we have going for the building. It's a very fresh, contemporary look, and that's where we are in terms of the presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Ludwig and his team? Commissioner Lavasser?
Can you tell us a little bit about the sight lines for traffic on Parent and on Harrison as they're coming up to Washington, and how the building would impact their sight lines?
We did have a traffic engineer look at that specific item. That was one of the items that they were tasked to do as far as the clearance for that corner. And the traffic study, Gabe can quote from it. He's got it there on his little phone, but it says that we're clear, that there was no issue as far as visibility to make that turn in either direction. And that was from, our traffic engineer is one that many communities use as their traffic consultant. So they're not like somebody that we just hired. They're like real big time.
Okay, is that something that's part of our packet of materials? It's in there?
Yes, the traffic study is included in, should be back with the planning commission, planning staff report.
Okay.
We actually did it twice. We did it first on the first building, and then even though it was almost identical turn, we had the traffic engineer redo it a second time with the new floor plan.
Okay. One of my concerns is creating traffic on Parent or Harrison. I'm wondering if you've considered putting your means of ingress and egress on Washington instead of on one of those side streets.
Well, when we first did our initial layout, we had the access coming in off the alley. And the neighbors didn't particularly love that. So that's when we moved it to Harrison to get it away from them. The planning commission was concerned with the feel. They weren't interested in having the activity coming in off of Washington. They wanted it to look like a place where you walk into a store and get an ice cream cone or something. They wanted that feel, and we've embraced their vision, I think, pretty well. We just think the building flows better by having the parking coming in off the side there. Like I said, we can go north or south. We think most of the traffic is going to come right onto Washington. Some will go through the neighborhood, but we anticipate that the vast majority will find its way right onto Washington.
One of our early on studies, site studies, we had the entry coming right off of South Washington at the north end of the building, and that was really not what we wanted to do. Then we went back to the alley, and that wasn't acceptable to residents, and then we came off of Harrison, and that seemed to work for everyone.
As the plan currently is, how far off of Washington is the entryway?
Well, it's, I would say it's about, the entire depth of the building is we're about 70 feet off of, 7 feet west of South Washington to the entrance.
Okay.
Melanie, tell them I'm busy.
Nothing further.
Any other questions?
We were asked to have you speak into the mic. They can't hear you. Or maybe it's from the TV. They can't hear you, so sorry to interrupt.
Commissioner Macy.
These 114 parking spaces would include the off-street parking that would be, that if there is retail on the first floor, would also need to use.
No, there are 8 or 9, I believe 9 city parking spaces on Washington that are not included in that count. There are about 8 or 9 spaces on the alley side that we've created that are not underneath the building that are going to be available for whoever to park in. So if anything, that's going to help the residents that have, if there are any parking issues, there's going to be 8 or 9 more spaces that are going to be kind of far away from our entrance because our pedestrian entrance is going to be on Washington. So those would be the last spaces that our people would ever use.
But those are included in the
Those are
114.
included in the count, but not the ones on Washington. The ones on Washington are an addition. Same thing with Parent and Harrison, there's spaces there too.
Okay, and I think I understood this when Commissioner Lavasser was asking, but the traffic study said, because right now there's a variance for the corner site view setbacks, and the reason that variance was granted presumably was because the traffic study showed that it wasn't necessary given the design of the building. Is that?
Well, the traffic study did indicate that, yes. The planning commission approved it, but you'd have to ask those members why they approved it. But yes, the traffic study did support that.
Okay.
Any other questions for the petitioner? All right, gentlemen, thank you. Okay, so we have a proposed resolution in front of us. Commissioner Paruch.
I'll move approval of the resolution to rezone on first reading.
Support.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Paruch, a second by Commissioner Dubuck. Commissioner Paruch?
Nope.
Commissioner Dubuck?
Looks good.
Whoa. It's going to be a handoff here. All right, Commissioner Douglas.
Well, I want to respond to Commissioner Lavasser's earlier questions about parking ratios and so forth. These are all issues that will be, should be, can be addressed by our master plan. We've talked about this. This particularly part of the city is in transition. If you look at the zoning map, you'd be surprised to find out that all of the parcels south of Lincoln between Maine and Washington are zoned mixed use, not residential. That's an area where we're going to see some transitions, and I think we as a commission, planning commission and commission, have to get out ahead of those pretty quickly in order to get the look that we want in that area, because there's demand.
Commissioner Macy?
Okay, so two things that I think are basically for the planning commission members, two questions. One is about this retail. Like, it seems from reading the notes and everything that the petitioners weren't really interested in putting retail there until we asked them to, and it makes me, I don't know, I feel like a lot of times, oh, we don't need the parking, they would know, we have to trust the market, for what they want, for what they're gonna put in, but then we're saying we're overruling them on the retail, and it just worries me. The staff had put in a note that this is pretty small retail, we're not sure what it's gonna be. I understand the idea of having it to be a nice thing to walk along, but if it's empty storefront, it's not that nice to walk along, so I'm concerned about the retail. I have a question about whether you think it should be moved to parent. I find it somewhat hilarious that we might make them put it on all four sides, just so we can see which we like, but I'm curious to hear what the planning commission thought about that. And I'm wondering why we let them have this variance for interior landscaping.
I'll let Commissioner Douglas take the first stab at it, unless you want me to.
What we're looking for is, we ask them for visual appeal that promotes walkability. These retail spaces could be, in my mind, glorified window displays with some activity, something to look at. If it's, they talked about like a UPS, like a rental box kind of thing. So they seemed confident that they could come up with some things that would promote walkability along this corridor, which is what we're going for. What was your second question?
Moving it to parent, should we move it to parent?
I'm fine with that. People have come to me separately, have called me and said that if you put it on Harrison and take traffic down to Lafayette, that's where people are gonna go to get to Woodward, whereas parent goes straight through to Woodward. So yes, I'm inclined to agree that parent makes more sense than Harrison in this case.
Okay, and then the landscaping.
The landscaping. They are putting in landscaping. I'm not.
So it's the variance equaling less than 10% of the total lot area permitted.
I'm sorry, what?
So it says there's a variance, interior landscaping equaling less than 10% of the total lot area.
Because there's no interior.
Okay.
There's all exterior, but they are complying with our new requirements, right? Or maybe not because they submitted before.
Well, the building that's being proposed is basically lot line to lot line.
Right.
So there's no way to comply with the interior requirement. They are putting, if you look at the landscape plan, that landscaping around the perimeter, landscaping in the right of way, and the planning commission felt that proposal was sufficient. So, but there is no way, given the building design, to put landscaping on the interior.
What Commissioner Douglas said. Commissioner Lavasser.
You know, the question of parent versus Harrison, I'm wondering if it makes more sense to direct traffic, no matter which way it goes, only toward Washington. So right turn only if you're coming off of Harrison, left turn only if you're coming off of Parent, something like that, so that we're just not funneling this traffic into the neighborhood. I mean, to get to Woodward Avenue on Washington is a fairly short jog. I'd rather see traffic go that direction than go through Parent or Harrison and Lafayette to get there.
I'll just interject, being on the planning commission. I mean, the only thing that you're gonna do, in my opinion, is those cars, if they're gonna go to Woodward, they're gonna come out of Washington, they're gonna drive down, they're gonna turn right on Parent, they're gonna go through the neighborhood anyways. I think also too, you lose what we are trying to achieve in most of our areas, especially in the downtown, is that walkability in the front. So then you break up, now you have an entrance conceivably on a road that's probably gonna be more pedestrian traffic on Washington than either Harrison or Parent. I mean, we don't know exactly, but I mean, that's the presumption. So the trade-off is that you bring it out on Washington, you lose your front, it still looks like a parking garage, you know, big hole in the building. And then the behavior of people is the behavior of people. They're gonna take, you know, their residents too, their neighbors too, just like my neighbors, my next door neighbor drives by my house, you know, to get to the end of the street. You know, they're gonna turn right on Parent anyhow. So I think the trade-offs aren't worth any sort of neutral benefit. You may get some people that are gonna go down Washington, that would come out Washington and go down, but I think in our opinion, the traffic counts are really low on this anyways. Any other discussion? I'll just say good project and excited to see it, and I appreciate Mr. Ludwig's team working with us. I know we gave a lot of back and forth, and you know, they did some gymnastics to, you know, appease the planning commission and some of our goals as a city, and we appreciate that. So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
See you April 9th, hopefully a little earlier in the evening.
We'll get you out here by 12:30 that day.
Have someone kidnap you.
All right, this brings us to item number 13, Planning Commission recommendation on conditional rezoning of 720 North Campbell Road, first reading.
This is a recommendation from the Planning Commission. It's slightly different in that this is a conditional rezoning rather than a rezoning to a planned unit development. They're asking that the city rezone a property that's currently zoned one-family residential to multifamily residential under a conditional rezoning, which means there will be a development agreement attached to it, and they will be, if you approve it, subject to building that site plan only and not anything else that might be permitted in that zoning district. They are proposing to construct a two-story building, some 25 feet height, that would include 6 multifamily dwelling units. And then they plan to renovate the existing one-story building into 2 multifamily units for a total of 8. They are proposing to maintain the parking lot with 12 parking spaces to serve those 8 units. You should have the Planning Commission's other contingencies as part of the City Commission letter. And there is again a resolution for your consideration if you support the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval.
Any questions for Mr. Twing? Okay, no? Petitioner? Deja vu?
Good evening, he's back. Dennis Cowan on behalf of the Campbell Place project and Lou Dolman, the owner of the property, and Jeff Klatt of Creer Klatt. Before I very briefly we gave our presentation, I do want to say that on behalf of all the professionals and owners and applicants who are here tonight, thanks to the planning department, to Tim and Doug and Joe, and they do a tremendous job. And it dawned on me as I sat here, I had a lot of work to get a couple projects ready. They had to get all 3 ready, and did a lot more than I did. So you are very well served, and we appreciate the guidance. I can tell you both of these projects sat with the one earlier and with Lou. We came to see Tim to get some direction on what to do, and the direction has been the right direction. So we're very appreciative. So thank you very much. This one's a breather. You've had 2 big ones, and now we have the other end of the spectrum. Mr. Dolman is someone who is the beginning of his career. He's very excited about this project. This used to be a Mennonite community building, but it fell into non-use over the last, I think, was it 5 or 7 years?
It's been winterized since 2000.
Yeah, but the building is still in very good shape, and Mr. Dolman felt it was very important to put that to purposeful reuse. It also, as Jeff will tell you, creates a nice transition from the 1-story to the 2-story. So we did have a meeting with our neighbors on February 5th. Approximately 10 neighbors came. I thought we had a great meeting. All the concerns they had were solved. We had no objections at the Planning Commission, and we had a unanimous vote of the Planning Commission. So with that being said, I want to introduce Lou Doman.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Thank you for your time tonight. It's been a long meeting for everybody, I'm sure. With this project, we feel it's a modest project, 8 units. I assembled a great team for this project. We worked closely, as Dennis had mentioned, with the planning department and Tim specifically. Jeff is going to go through the whole design with you, but we met with the neighbors. We've solicited feedback from the Planning Commission as well, and we feel we have something to present that is going to be a staple for the community and great for the Campbell corridor for many years to come. So with that being said, Jeff?
Good morning, and thank you for your time. Jeff Klatt with Krieger Klatt Architects. Thank you. Mr. Twing did an excellent job describing the project, so we'll touch upon a few brief points and answer any questions you may have. So from a site plan standpoint, the existing parking and access lane are in the same position as they currently are to the east. We are proposing 2 buildings on the site. The darker shaded rectangle is the existing building. So that's a single-story structure which will contain 2 units. And then the larger, lighter shaded rectangle will be the new 2-story building with 6 units. So a total of 8 units. And to point out, too, we do have 12 parking spaces proposed. That's 1.5, which I believe is probably the highest tonight. So 1.5 space ratio. We did propose 2 buildings for several reasons. One, the existing building is in great shape from a structural standpoint, no issues with foundations or slabs. It's also the appropriate size for 2 of these units, so it really works. We also believe in adaptive reuse. There's no reason to put this building in a landfill. It's in great shape and we can reuse it, so we propose to repurpose it. By splitting the buildings, you'll notice there's a small courtyard in between there, so that's a great communal green space for the residents. A nice place for bicycle parking, barbecue area, things of that nature. It also helps to break up the massing. And we looked at several different options, maybe one large building on this site, but it just seemed too big for that streetscape in that neighborhood. So by splitting the building up, it was more respectful of the surrounding buildings. And also from the height standpoint too, Dennis mentioned that as well. We do have a board here that explains that. So this is a view of the streetscape looking east along Campbell. And it's really split in 2 here, so I guess I would read from the top and the bottom, left to right. So you'll notice the Good Shepherd Church to the left, that's the tallest building on the street. And then we have our proposed 2-story building, and then the single-story structure, and then the single-family homes to the south. So by keeping that building single-story in height, it really helped. It's really a nice transition from the taller building back down to the single-family homes. And then also from a setback standpoint, we wanted to respect the existing neighborhood or streetscape as well. So you'll notice here too, along Campbell, we held the street line, and then along Forest, we held the street line to the neighbor's home to the east. And then we did listen to the neighbors. When it comes to the exterior, we met with the neighbors, and the design is very traditional in nature. It complements the neighborhood well. So we did listen, and we did propose a design that fits that context. We have a material board that we can present and also floor plans if you'd like us to walk through them, but I know it's late. So with that, we'll answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Commissioner Macy.
Does this project block the electronic sign at Good Shepherd?
Good point, probably.
I'm
How should I answer that one?
What answer do you want?
Yeah, should I say yes or should I say no?
No, I'm just teasing. I'm sure it does not.
Any other relevant questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Klatt. We'll bring the meeting back up here. Commissioner Douglas?
I will move approval of the resolution for conditional rezoning.
We have a motion by Commissioner Douglas, seconded by Commissioner Macy. Commissioner Douglas?
Briefly, this demonstrates another one of the desirable forms of housing that the target market analysis identified, which is the category is missing middle, small apartments, duplexes, triplexes, It's nice to have this in this area. It fits very well with the neighborhood. Again, you've got a developer that is responsive, that listened to the neighbors, that made some changes to make it more friendly and more suitable to the street and to the neighborhood. Nice project.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Macy?
Another one super close to my house. Thanks for keeping the trees. Looking forward to it.
All right. No other discussion. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Note for the record that during the course of this engagement, we did discover an interesting footnote of Royal Oak history. We note that in 1929, the plat for this neighborhood 2 blocks away called for a Fournier Street. It was later vacated and became part of Kenwood Park. So.
That's awesome.
That'll go on Royal Oak Trivia. All right, that brings us to item number 14, the adoption of Energy Management Plan. Mr. Grissom.
Thank you, Mayor. Since July of 2016, the City Manager's Office has been working with EcoWorks to produce a document that will help guide energy management efforts through the city. So to present the plan and answer any questions, we have Brittany Turner here from EcoWorks, and she's going to come up and do a quick run through the plan.
Welcome, Ms. Turner.
Thank you. I think it's funny to point out you called me out as the teenager when I first walked in the room.
Oh, no, there's actually a younger elementary student
Oh,
back there, I
okay.
think, so.
Yeah, because I was like, is he talking to me? No, I thought it was pretty hilarious.
No, they're
though.
taking their class notes.
Oh. So, good morning. It's been a long night morning. So thank you, and I really commend you for all that you do. So I'll make this really quick. I am Brittany Turner. I'm with EcoWorks. We're a nonprofit out of Detroit. We've been around since 1981, and we work at the nexus of energy, environment, and people. So just briefly, since '81, we've served 50,000 individuals. We have numerous government and business partners. We've supported 200 green jobs and have secured $30 million in energy savings. Here I was going to talk a little bit more about our nonprofit, but I'll leave that if you would like to learn more. You can go to our website at ecoworksdetroit.org, or you can always ask me post this meeting. All right, so funded through the C.S. Mott Foundation, EcoWorks and CIMRIO, which is the Southeast Michigan Regional Energy Office, have been working to produce 30 municipal energy plans throughout Southeast Michigan, Royal Oak being actually one of the first municipalities we work with on this project. And as you can see the date here, we wrapped this up around December of last year. Also wanted to make an acknowledgement just that the City Manager's Office and Department of Public Services definitely made this plan possible. So here is just a screenshot of what the table of contents looks like. I'll briefly walk through this. So there is a brief purpose of the plan, discussion of an energy vision for Royal Oak and what that looks like, summary of accomplishments for what the city has already done, and a summary of recommendations. So they are listed out below as 6 recommendation sections, 1 being project selection and implementation, funding, staffing, policies and procedures, data, and communication. Then we also have an action plan, which is my favorite part of this energy plan because we structured it to look like a master plan. That way you can take this energy plan and you can input it into a master plan or a sustainability plan. And then last is a list of appendices. So here is a screenshot of what the action plan looks like. So we establish goals and then actions underneath that. Again, it's designed to be integrated into other planning efforts, not to just be a standalone document. We really support institutionalizing energy management and working it into your other planning efforts. Also, we work hard to make these SMART, so specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. So you have a goal, an action, and then if you see here, we set a time frame for when that action would start, similar to what you would see in a master plan, and then also a section to mark off when that action was completed. Here is a screenshot of a table from the plan. It's a summary of implemented clean energy actions. So here we really wanted to make the plan more of a living document where you are documenting what projects have already been done. So if you have staff turnover, you can secure some of that institutional knowledge you might lose if you were to, have someone switch out of a role. And then on the other side, we put in here a project action plan summary. So this includes projects that the city is thinking about doing or might dream of doing. And so here we listed out different dates to be expected for energy projects and relevant variables to those projects. So this is also a screenshot from the energy plan. So with all of our municipalities, when we went into this, we asked that they make a commitment to an energy efficiency or renewable energy project. So during the energy planning process, City of Royal Oak made a commitment to complete an LED lighting upgrade at the ice arena totaling about $30,000. Opportunities and next steps. Here I've just highlighted a couple of opportunities and next steps that are within the action plan that I think are relevant and important to consider. So one is benchmarking. We did start benchmarking with the assistant to the city manager using the EPA's portfolio manager. It's a free software tool. I definitely recommend continuing to use that for benchmarking. I also recommend to consistently benchmark your electricity and natural gas bills because you can't take any action on something you don't measure or if you don't know what that energy usage might look like. Also, I know there's consideration of a new city hall or police station and police station. So in the action plan, we recommend utilizing the most efficient equipment available with that and to also consider incorporating renewable energy and backup generation. Backup generation is super important for your emergency services, especially if the grid were to go down. Energy plan and sustainability plan. Look at officially adopting an energy plan. That's why I'm here today. And then also creating and adopting a sustainability plan. I would recommend that you could even work in the energy plan into that sustainability plan. So you've already taken an initiative towards that. And then green team. So the city does have an internal green team. And we recommend to have this green team incorporate this plan within their scope of work, so to look at how they could help implement some of these actions. I'll also note, which I did not say at the beginning, the scope of work of this energy plan is just municipal facilities. So just wanted to make that clear. All right, and then just as a side note, with the work that we do at EcoWorks, we also have funding through the Michigan Agency for Energy and Michigan Energy Office to do energy workshops. We started our workshop number 1 already, but it's one of 3. So our second workshop is Tuesday, March 27th, and we'll go over benchmarking, how to set up revolving energy funds and project financing. It is free and is open to municipalities, universities, schools, and hospitals. And then we'll have a third workshop in May. You can learn more and register at the link below. And that is all I have. I hope I maybe got that within 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you so much for your time. Are there any questions?
Questions we have for Ms. Turner? Commissioner Dubak.
Just real quick, so everything written here, including the timelines and the goals and the master plan formatting, that was done in tandem with staff, so
Yes.
in conversations with staff about, our capacity to do these things within those timeframes, and they provided that kind of input?
Yes, actually I work directly with James on a lot of this. And towards the end of this, we handed it over. So even this final version is what the city updated in it, city staff.
Okay.
Is there anything else you would?
No, you covered it right there.
Okay.
Awesome. I think this is an awesome body of work. I'm really excited to see us taking action on this.
All right.
Want to do a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to accept adopt the energy plan.
A motion by Commissioner Dubuck. Is there support? Support by Commissioner Macy. Further discussion, Commissioner Dubuck?
I'm just really excited to, I would be more excited if I weren't so tired, but, I think, I've been making a lot of noise, and I know a lot of folks up here agree that I think, we need to, strive to be the model green city in southeastern Michigan, and what I'm seeing here is a tremendous step forward for us, so thank you for that. Do you continue to help us execute on the plan, or you draft the plan, or how does the consulting work?
That is a great question. So we have received year 3 funding with the Mott Foundation to continue this work. So we can help with some of that benchmarking directly and also help with projects. So it really depends on what is the priority of the city, but we do have funding to continue doing some work within the next year.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, I think if this is an indication of the quality of what we all do. I think that this is the beginning of a great partnership. I see there's references in here to potentially putting some more staff time toward this, so that's wonderful to see. I'm sure we'll have to have a conversation about that when budget time rolls around. We don't do that right now. And as you said, this can fit comfortably into a sustainability plan that would incorporate our water runoff strategy and our tree planting strategy and other things, so awesome. One specific question, so there's mention of the civic center and or the city hall and the police station. Have we committed yet to geothermal, or what exactly we want to do there?
I don't believe we've gotten the test results back yet.
Okay, that's right, we had to do the
They've
ground
done the
samples.
borings, but it is the intent to move forward with geothermal.
Okay, excellent. And so with the benchmarks that we're establishing, have we established enough that we could see the immediate gains from moving to geothermal and just all the efficiencies of our new city hall?
I don't think because with what we've done, we were not benchmarking for the city. We were more of teaching. But with the funding that we have, we definitely can establish a benchmark for City Hall. And we can go back as far as you have utility bills for.
Well, I mean, to the extent that we can get that done, I think residents really like to see that tremendous improvement in the energy efficiency of our city operations. That is all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion? I'll just add, save energy, save money, save the environment. It's all good.
All right.
Appreciate all your work. You too, Mr. Krisen. Nice work. So I'm excited about this plan. Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Turner.
Thank you.
If we get to that place, yeah.
All right, this brings us to item number 15, resolution in opposition to Governor Snyder's Michigan Indigenous Defense Commission policy change. Prison, I believe this was you last time, so I assume you're
Thank you.
reestablishing.
So at the last meeting, I presented a resolution in opposition to Governor Snyder's Indigent Defense Commission policy change request. After discussion, it was brought back to staff to come back to the table with some changes. The major change that was added to the resolution is a line that, whereas the city of Royal Oak does not oppose the work and mission of the MIDC and has submitted a plan to comply with the established standards in compliance with the statute. We hope that that satisfies any concerns, and I'll turn it over to you.
All right, any questions for Mr. Prison? Commissioner Paruch.
No questions, but I think the rewording is much better and much more consistent with what we mean, which is, please don't give us another unfunded mandate. If you're going to make us do this, pay for it. So I'll move approval of this resolution as it's written tonight.
We have a motion by Commissioner Paruch, seconded by Commissioner Dubuck. Any further discussion, Commissioner Paruch?
Nope.
Commissioner Macy?
So I do think the language is clarified and better. However, what Mr. Kristen has highlighted here is exactly the opposite. That piece in its specifically is exactly the opposite of what I was trying to get across last time, because this statement just says whereas the City of Royal Oak does not oppose the work and mission of the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission and has submitted a plan to comply with the established standards in compliance with the statute. It previously had said we fully support the work and mission of the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission, which was the position I was attempting to state last time. So I would actually like to amend that fourth paragraph to say, instead of remove does not oppose, and put back in fully support.
Support.
So you have an amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Support that.
Support the amendment. This would be a change to the original motion on the resolution. It's late. Are we good to do that, Mr. Gillum? Okay.
With a vote, yes.
Okay. Then I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, the amendment passes. Now we're back to the original motion, which has the resolution with the changes established in the previous amendment. Everybody understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Further discussion? With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, we have a resolution. Thank you, Mr. President. This brings us to item number 16, amendments to the peddler's ordinance, first reading.
Mayor, I can,
I'll take it for you if you'd like.
I know Ms. Hallis has no voice tonight, so
That's right.
I'll do my best. Both Ms. Hallis's office and the police department had received a number of complaints from residents about problems they had had with peddlers coming to their home in the evenings. So Ms. Hallis and her staff kind of reviewed what the best practices are in a number of other communities in Oakland County, and they made some suggestions for some amendments to the peddling ordinance. First of all, the peddling ordinance currently defaults to the city's general licensing ordinance, and a peddler's license currently is good for a period of 1 year, so which is longer than most communities. So that's the first recommendation, is that the actual term of a peddler's license be shortened from a year under the general licensing ordinance to a period of 90 days under the peddler's ordinance specifically. In addition, Ms. Hallis has also proposed that the hours of peddling be reduced. They currently are from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Again, based upon what a lot of other communities do, the hours would be reduced to 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then finally, not an issue that would directly be addressed tonight, but she is also going to be proposing that the fees that the city charge be increased, again, based upon a survey of what other communities are doing. That fee increase would be brought back in the form of a resolution at the time that the ordinance is brought back for second reading. So if you have any questions, collectively, we can try to answer those as best we can. So,
Any questions for Mr. Gillum or for Ms. Hallis? Pretty straightforward. Okay, if there's no questions, is there a motion?
Yes.
Commissioner Paruch?
I'll move approval of the resolution to amend this ordinance on first reading.
We have a motion by Commissioner Paruch. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Macy. Discussion?
The only thing that I'll say is that our neighborhood gets a lot of this activity, especially in the evening. I think it's because of its proximity to Woodward. I don't know why it seems to draw more of that. So changing the hours is huge. The other changes I think are well done as well, but I think a lot of neighborhoods are going to really appreciate the change in the hours.
Commissioner Macy?
Ditto to that. I would say I'm confused/concerned about if we're making the term go down from a year to 90 days, the fact that we would raise the fee. I assume we mean proportionally, but just something I'm thinking about. Not to be discussed today, really.
Any other discussion? Yeah, makes sense to me. I mean, 9 o'clock is kind of late, especially for some of us that have to go to bed late and get up early.
Until 1:30.
Maybe we'll still be up at 9, who knows? So I think it's a good call here. Commissioner Gibbs.
I have a quick question. So what do we do if somebody comes after 7 o'clock? Presuming this is approved, or finalized.
Contact the police department.
Okay, that was my guess, but for residents' records. Thank you.
I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion passes. This brings us to item number 17, Beaumont request. I think that's Mr. Johnson.
Yes, I can still read this. A minor dispute with Beaumont over a late payment, which may or may not have been their fault. They've offered a resolution, which I think is fair, but I don't believe the ordinance gives me the authority to accept it, so I'm bringing it to the city commission.
Okay. Commissioner Dubak?
I think it's a reasonable solution. The city's not taking a loss. We're still collecting a portion of late fees, right? But we haven't lost anything on the deal.
And we've also fully collected the actual license fees.
Okay, so yeah, I'll move to accept the.
Motion by Commissioner Dubak. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion? Commissioner Lavasser?
Is this for the residential apartments on 13 Mile? Is that what this is all about?
It's for residential properties. I couldn't tell you offhand exactly which ones, but you're probably right.
Right. Okay, so, but bottom line is, they've got a dispute, they believe that they've got legitimate basis for not paying these late fees, and this is a compromise of that potential dispute. Okay.
Any other discussion? With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes. All right, this brings us to discussion about location of composition in blue sculpture as requested by Commissioner Lavasser, Gibbs, and Macy. And I know we had a lot of public comment on this. It didn't seem a lot, or very many were opposed to, you know, art in general, but there seemed to be a lot of discussion regarding the legality of the placement of the sculpture. And so I'm just, before we get into discussion here, it's late, I just want to get some clarity from Mr. Gillum regarding the dedication of this land, what it's dedicated for. I know you gave an opinion to the Commission for the Arts, but if you can just remind us all of your thoughts and what the ordinances say, et cetera, regarding the boundaries of if the art is, if we're prohibited from doing it, or, you know, if how the land is dedicated, and kind of some of the things that were mentioned before.
Okay, well, I think first comment I would like to make or point out is I've heard the word dedication a lot tonight, and the property is not dedicated. Per ordinance, the property is designated for continued use as a veterans memorial. And legally, there is a distinction between property being dedicated for a purpose and designated for a purpose. And this property, per the ordinance, is designated, not designated. So with that in mind, in terms of just a little bit of brief history, and I went back and reviewed some of the documents that we have in our office. The big concern in 2006 and 2007, when the ordinance was adopted, had to do with the fact that the property where the memorial is now, because keep in mind, it used to be further down to the west, and then it used to be along the plaza between the parking lots, and then it was brought over directly to its current location in front of the library. There was a lot of concern at that point in time as to the potential for the property in front of the library to be used for development or some other purpose, which would have meant that the war memorial could have ended up anywhere else. So really the issue or the main concern at that point in time, again, based upon the documents that we have in our office, had to do with where the memorial was going to be located and what that property was going to be used for. The city had in fact amended its Parks and Recreation Master Plan to include that section of property prior to the time the ordinance was adopted, to designate that as park property. And the reason the city commission had done that was because per state law, property that's contained within the parks master plan can't be conveyed, can't be sold without a vote of the public. And so the idea was to make the potential sale of whatever property where the memorial was located, to make that subject to the approval of the public, and not just the vote of a majority of the city commission. But in thinking it through with the city commission at that point in time, as easily as that was done, it could also be unwound, because all that would be required would be for a different city commission to amend the master plan again, the Parks and Recreation master plan, and take that piece of property out of the Parks master plan. And if that was the case, then the property could be sold. So there was discussion at the commission table about a potential charter amendment that would have restricted the city's ability to convey the property where the war memorial is located. I mean, we've had other issues that we've tried to deal with by way of charter amendments with mixed results. The charter language has to be approved by the Attorney General's office, number one. Then it also actually has to be approved by the voters. And we've had some charter amendments that we thought were valid and served a legitimate purpose that have been rejected by the voters. So in talking with the commission, again, this was back over 10 years ago now, the idea that I came up with as an alternative would be to designate the property where the war memorial is located for continued use as a war memorial by way of ordinance, and not just by way of ordinance, but then instead of having the city commission vote and approve the ordinance designating the property there, we could have done it that way, but again, just like the use of the Parks and Recreation master plan, all that would be required would have been for the same city commission or a subsequent city commission to amend the ordinance or repeal the ordinance, and then you lose all the protection without the direct benefit of input from the public. Obviously, the city commission that made the vote could potentially suffer the political consequences, but there wasn't a direct relation. So what we recommended, what the city commission ended up doing was taking an ordinance designating the war memorial property as the site for a war memorial and putting it on the ballot. We approved the language for the ballot. It went to the ballot. It was approved overwhelmingly by the public. And because of the fact that the ordinance was approved at the ballot by the public, a city commission cannot amend that ordinance. It has to go back on the ballot, would have to be approved by the public again. So that's the background. So that's how the ordinance came to be on the books. That's the ordinance we're working with right now. I think I had indicated to all of you in an email, I don't think I've ever actually seen a survey of the area that's described in the ordinance itself, but it is a big area, and it is an area that goes outside the area of the war memorial itself. It goes basically from the William Street right-of-way to the west, all the way out to the Troy Street right-of-way on the east. And I hadn't thought about it, but hearing former Mayor Ellison mention, I do believe that it does include part of the parking area behind City Hall. Again, I'm not positive, but that sounds right to me. So anyway, that's kind of the background. The idea was to make sure that that area was going to stay for use as the war memorial. And the war memorial, that property couldn't be sold, and the war memorial ended up, God knows, somewhere else. I think everybody felt that that was the appropriate location for it. Is there anything in the ordinance that specifically restricts the use of the property that's described in that ordinance solely to use as a war memorial? No, it doesn't. As I indicated in the materials that I gave you, the property out there has been used for other purposes. I mean, I know that the concert series used to be out there in the summertime. We've used it for employee appreciation barbecues and picnics in the summertime. From my office, I can look out in the spring and the summer. I know the library uses that area for their youth activities. So is it meant to be exclusively for for purposes of a war memorial, no, that's not the way the ordinance is written. It could have been written that way, but that's not the way that the commission wanted to move. That wasn't the concern or the issue at the time. That's not the way that it's written. So, as to what's appropriate there and what it should be used for, the way the ordinance is written, it really falls upon the city commission to make that determination as to how you want it to be used and as to what kind of direction you want to provide the administration as to how the property should be used. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer.
Commissioner Macy?
I'm not quite sure. Questions, or can I just talk?
Either or.
Okay, okay, good. I'm awful sleepy, so we'll see. So I voted to put this on the agenda today, or yesterday. I'm sort of wishing right now that I hadn't. But the reason I did is because I wanted to express my unwavering support for veterans, for public art, for the Commission for the Arts, and for free expression. This isn't the first piece of art to be in this particular spot in the library. There have been 3 pieces. It's not the strangest piece of art to be on this spot in the library. There have been other strange pieces. In my mind, there are a couple questions here. Can art be placed on this legally? And I think we just heard from Mr. Gillum that in fact it can. He reads the ordinance the same way that I do. And I think in particular, the fact that when this was created, it was created with an enormous piece of art on it already. The Star Dream statue is a piece of art, and talk about a little strange. I think if there was a disrespectful piece of art on this plaza, it would probably be the 2 naked people that were climbing into the sky, which many of us have had to explain to our children over the years. So I think art can be placed there legally. Now, should art be placed there? This is a different question, and one that people obviously can differ on. My take on whether or not art should be placed there is yes, that it should. The fact that it is there with the War Memorial, I love the fact that the War Memorial is a part of our city. I love the fact that that green area is used for many things. Some of them have been mentioned already. So for the library events, there's been ice cream served, there's been concerts, there's been rock bands, there's been little stuffed pig races that go along. There's been water rockets out there. And these things, I can see that someone might feel that they're disrespectful, but to me, they're not. To me, that's bringing this War Memorial into the life of our city, the things that we do every day, and it's really beautiful. It's an amazing thing to have that happen there. And to take that away, I think was absolutely wrong. The fact that this piece of art is something that you can walk around, it brings you into that. And when I think about what the War Memorial stands for and the names that are on it, like, this is what it means to be gone but not forgotten. You're part of the life of our city. You're part of what we're doing every day. You're part of the laughter and the games and the joy as well. And that's not to say that you can't be solemn there. But I think if we have only the 2, the Veterans Day and the Memorial Day ceremony every year as the kind of the solemn moments that we take, we're missing a great opportunity to have this art be part of this art. The memorial is also art, be part of our lives. And I think if that were the case, you would see people walking from the farmer's market staring at their phone and just passing by. Whereas right now you see people interacting with this on a daily basis, and I love that about it. And I understand that people can have different opinions, but that's mine. And then I think the last question is, should this particular piece of art be placed there? And we have a Commission for the Arts to make those decisions. That's why we created a Commission for the Arts, because we at this table don't need to spend time debating about what kind of art goes where. And I think I want to commend the Commission for the Arts for choosing this piece of art for this place. Tonight we heard the words serene, contemplative, meditative, and I think that is just a really good use. And like I said, I like the fact that you can walk around the art and it really brings you into that part of it. The question has been raised, can only veterans art be on this plaza? And I think that's been addressed a little bit by the comments we've heard today, but most particularly by the fact that the comments we've heard have differed so widely. It's not like there's a veterans art category that means only one thing. Some veterans like this art, some veterans like other art. And it doesn't have to be a statue with a sword in the air. this can make us think as well. And that's part of what is great about this area and the city and the memorial. What I've been talking a lot to many people in the city, but veterans included, and I've heard a lot of opinions, but the major one I've heard is, what? Why are we talking about this? And I don't really know the answer to that myself, but I feel like it's been something that's been dividing this community, and it's been the divide has been growing. And I hope that tonight at the table we can come back together. We heard, as someone said already, that basically everyone is in support of art in general. Everyone is in support of the veterans. We all want the same things, and so quibbling over small differences in opinion on things like art, a piece of art that not everyone may appreciate, doesn't seem to be the best thing for our community. So I hope we can tonight put it aside and move on.
I think I saw Commissioner Paruch's hand next. I had you on my list. No?
Not yet.
Okay, Commissioner Lavasser.
I actually have two motions to make, and if you believe appropriate, I'll do one at a time, or I could bring them both at the same time. The first, I don't know that there's any reason for us to keep Mr. Gillum's memo on this topic confidential. I've had a number of people ask me about what Mr. Gillum's opinion was. I know he just stated quite a bit, but I would move that we waive the attorney-client privilege on that so that we could share that memorandum with the public. That'd be my first motion.
I'll second that.
All right.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Lavasser, and I heard the second from Commissioner Paruch, or Commissioner Gibbs?
That was me.
Commissioner Gibbs?
Anybody?
Yep.
Okay.
So we've seen a series of memos. We've got one here in our packet. Which one, what are we referring to here?
I had sent it directly to you by email
Right?
last week, I believe.
It was what he prepared for the Commission for the Arts.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it said attorney-client privilege all over the top of it.
Yeah.
I think it did
what he
in the
said just
memo
now.
too, of the, or
What he said
subject
just,
line.
okay, fine.
That's what it says.
Okay. Discussion? Okay, with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
All right, now my second motion is that we ask staff to present us with some options as to what to do with the art. As I see it, we've got basically three options. One is to leave it in place until August 31st. Two would be to ask the Mr. Belchenko to take it back, to remove it. And third would be to explore options for another location here in town for the remainder of the contract with Mr. Belchenko. And what I would look for from staff would be a suggestion on what the cost would be to move it to another location, as well as a suggested location. If there's a cost to have it removed right now, I'm not sure that there would be altogether, and simply give it back to Mr. Belchenko, I'd want to know that, but I suspect there is no cost. But that staff report to us, probably not next week, but probably April 9th meeting, to give us those options so we can decide what to do there.
I'll second that.
And we got a motion by Commissioner Lavasser, seconded by Commissioner Gibbs. Discussion? We'll let the motion maker discuss first.
I appreciate it. I frankly, I find it to be kind of an interesting piece of art, and I appreciate the work that the Commission for the Arts does to, liven up our city and to bring these things to us. What's interesting is that you get a different perspective from when you circle around it and you look at it from a different angle. And that's kind of what we have here. There's a lot of people in town who have different perspectives on this art and whether it's appropriate in this location. And I would challenge everyone who thinks, hey, it's not a big deal, or maybe it should be there. Try to understand the perspective of other folks here in town who are very much troubled by this here. Is this going to be the most important decision we make this year? Probably not, but it's definitely extremely important to a number of people in this community. And I don't want to minimize their perspectives, their concerns, their feelings on this topic, because they're obviously very passionate about it. The history here, you have a number of people who worked very diligently, a decade or so ago, to get this a permanent location for the memorial. They raised funds. they worked to get it done. You have a gentleman who worked diligently to identify soldiers who lost their lives in battle, who may have been forgotten, and to make sure that their names got on the memorial. And that's something that a lot of folks are extremely passionate about. A lot of folks, they still remember these folks. They may be friends, they may be family members, and to them, this is very. It's a very serious location, and the artwork may be very appropriate in another location. In this instance, their concern is it detracts from the importance of that memorial and their efforts to make sure that we remember those that lost their lives in the service of our country.
Further discussion, Commissioner Douglas?
Yes, so we've had a group of passionate volunteers who raised the funds and collected the information and built that monument. And we also have a passionate group of volunteers on our Arts Commission who we, as a commission, have tasked with making choices like this. This was their decision. People who disagreed with that decision and wanted it reconsidered came to the Arts Commission. The Arts Commission heard their arguments, chose not to take further action. Respecting both of these groups of volunteers is not a mutually exclusive thing. We can honor the people who helped build the memorial and also honor the decisions made by the Arts Commission, so I will not be supporting this motion.
Commissioner Dubak?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just some of the commentary in support of the motion makes it sound as if there's an art installation on the war memorial, which we're talking about something on the lawn at least 100 feet away. And while I appreciate the time and energy that went in for the volunteers to actually help get this space designated, and they feel a certain amount of ownership of that, the fact is everyone in Royal Oak owns this space. This is, the war memorial is our tribute to our fallen, and the green space that surrounds it, the beautiful green space that surrounds it, belongs to all of us. And it's been said that there's varying perspectives on this, but I think that, we were given some clarity and some insight as to, the use of memorial spaces when the World War II memorial folks spoke to us about the lengthy research they had done in interviews with veterans and how they wanted the World War II memorial space to be used. And what they heard more often than not was they wanted to be a space that is alive, that is an event space, that people are engaging in activities and enjoying the freedoms that those who are being honored provided for them. And to the extent that they're talking about ice skating on it in the winter, the World War II memorial, and with no concerns that that is disrespecting the veterans who are being honored there. So I understand that there are some folks in our city who don't see eye to eye on this, and that's okay. Like, I'm not saying that they're wrong to feel that way, but it's been made clear by Mr. Gillum that there is no legal issue here, so there's a policy issue, which means it's up to us to decide, is it appropriate for a piece of art to sit about 100 feet away from our war memorial on what is, really the only piece of green space right now in the downtown. And I think, given that, every other commission, since this has been established, has used that space for a variety of uses, for social engagements and special events. And there's like a petting zoo there with sheep, and we've had clowns blowing balloon animals there. And no one found that offensive because it is this wonderful community space that we do use to honor our veterans. I don't understand why this has materialized suddenly 10 years later because of this piece of art, which is certainly not offensive. And the wonderful thing about this is that we're having this conversation about art, we're having this conversation about the Commission for the Arts, who had this conversation, specifically with the petitioners who have continued to express displeasure with this, but it was addressed by the Commission for the Arts. And they did hear the concerns very respectfully, but then stood by their recommendation that this is an appropriate place for this piece of art. There's been 2 pieces of art there before this. So I'm opposing this motion just because I don't think that we should be affirming that this space is reserved specifically for only veteran and memorial-specific activities when that has not been the standard since it was established. That has never been the standard in this city. And I don't know why we would change that now.
Commissioner Gibbs?
I just wanted to add that until last week when we received the agenda, I was not aware, and that's my own fault for not looking, that the ordinance says this is a chapter to designate instead of dedicate. Because in my experience doing real estate for a living, it's always been dedicate. And if it weren't for that wording of designate, I think that we would have to push it off, take the art off. Although I have spoke to more veterans than I can count who are just not very happy about that. And I understand we can't make everyone happy. It's the people that actually fought are, I don't know, it's the people that actually fought, unfortunately, weren't here tonight, but then again, maybe they think it's a losing battle. And I don't know. I've spoken with many of them. They don't appreciate it being there. Again, it doesn't say dedicate, so legally it can be there, but I support Commissioner Lavasser's motion.
Commissioner Macy? Or Commissioner Paruch?
A couple of things. First of all, I'm not sure exactly why this issue is becoming this issue at this point in time either, since there were two other pieces of art, one during the entire year of 2014, which was much larger and much weirder than this one, and then another one in 2015, which was equally large and equally strange. Why? I have my own theories as to why this came to a head in this particular year, but that's just my opinion. But because there is a Star Dream fountain, which is incorporated within this area, which is art, which clearly is not, doesn't have anything to do with veterans, and we've had coexisting on that space 2 full calendar years during a Memorial Day parade and service, and also during a veteran service, when no one complained, no one said anything, leads me to believe that there is something else going on here. The second thing that I want to point out is that we're not the only area in the state that has an arts commission that is separate from the policy-making body of the city commission. Grand Rapids, Battle Creek, Chicago, which is not in Michigan, have arts commissions which are independent from the politicians making decisions about public art, because they want the decisions to be made on the basis of the art and what is best for the community, and not made by politicians. Because we know that all politicians are biased, we all have our own points of view, and they certainly don't want those arts decisions made by politicians. And when we created ours, we created it for the same reason. And I don't think by taking that decision away from the Arts Commission, which is what we would be doing if we approve this motion, would be good public policy. The last thing I want to point out is that I come from a family of veterans. My dad was in World War II. He was in the Pacific waiting to invade Japan when Truman dropped the bomb. He's very, very proud of being able to point out to his 4 children that if it weren't for Truman, we probably wouldn't be here, because he would have been in Japan and he would never have come home. I had an uncle that was in the Battle of the Bulge. I have a son-in-law who was a Marine Special Forces Force Recon, which is the Marine equivalent of the SEALs. Was in the Middle East. He can't tell us what he did, but we know it was very special. My husband's father was in the Naval Reserve in 1952 after the war as a pilot. He was flying in a thunderstorm over Indiana, hit bad weather, plane went down, he was killed. My husband was 4 years old, his brother was 6 months. So I come from a family of veterans. I come from a family whose veterans have made great sacrifices. And at least to the 4 that I've discussed this with, Henry, my father-in-law, is in Mount Olivet Cemetery, can't talk to him. But in terms of the other 4 individuals that I do know and have talked to, their reaction is, really? We can't believe that you're spending time discussing this. There is absolutely no piece of art in the world, no matter what it looks like, that is powerful enough to diminish the honor and sacrifice of those that have made those sacrifices and have honored their country by serving. No piece of art is that powerful. And because of that, there is absolutely no reason in the world why this one should be moved or even considered to be moved. So as far as I'm concerned, it stays here until its time is up in August.
Macy?
I guess my question for Commissioner Lavasser is, it seemed to me this discussion wasn't about this particular piece of art, but the proposal you have is making it all about this piece of art again. So does your proposal include suggesting that we would never put art there again, that we might have to think about moving the Star Dream statue, and that we wouldn't be able to do any other activities there? Or is it just this particular piece of art that is offensive?
Well, first of all, I don't find it offensive. That's my perspective, but I understand that people are concerned and believe it's inappropriate in this location. My motion is simply to ask staff, give us option of where else this could be moved and what the cost of moving it would be, so that we could consider that at the April 9th meeting. That's what my motion is. We decide at that point what makes sense to do, but I want to at least know what our options are and where else this could go. I'm not making any motion with regard to future use, future placement of art. I would hope that the Commission for the Arts, with this issue having been raised, would be sensitive to the concerns. I don't believe that the Commission for the Arts had any ill will in choosing to place this piece of art in this location. I believe they had the best of intentions, but perhaps was not aware how it might impact and be you know, how some folks would feel about it in this instance. I would certainly hope that future choices, future recommendations by the Commission for the Arts would take into consideration those of the people who have spoken, expressed themselves in this instance.
Any other discussion? You know, I'll just add a few of my perspectives. You know, I think this issue seems to have been raised and about the legitimacy of this piece of art here on this particular property. We've covered it from a legal perspective. We've distinguished between dedicated and designated. And clearly, I think what we want to avoid as a community is any pitting one group of citizen against another. This is not a veterans thing versus artists. This isn't the I like this piece of art versus I don't like this piece of art. I think our community has, over the years, shown a strong respect, unquestionably, for our veterans. We talk about what we're doing with the World War II Legacy Memorial. You know, we've participated in the WROK run. Even at this same memorial, there were trees there where birds were residing and leaving droppings on the memorial, and not the new folks here, but the city commission had those trees removed out of respect for our veterans and the folks who are listed on the memorial for making the ultimate sacrifice. You know, Wendland Park, we made sure when we got the new sign that it gave proper respect to Frank Wendland. You know, World War I veteran, killed in action, and we made sure that happened. So I think unquestionably the city has, or without question, the city has respect in every way for our veterans. I think even at a personal level, any sort of discussion that implies that this commission doesn't, I mean, I take it personally. My father is a veteran, and I know many people talk about sending their sons to war. Well, in my case, it was a little different. I had to send my father to war, and my perspective is a little bit closer to home. And I can't imagine someone questioning our commitment to our veterans over a piece of art, specifically questioning anyone up here at this commission that I've gotten to know personally, or myself, given my history and lineage of veterans. I certainly can't speak for veterans. I can't. I'm not a veteran, but I do speak with them. And prior to this meeting, not only discussing with my dad and others, you know, there's mixed feelings on it, without a doubt. What I can tell you is a vast majority of the veterans that I reached out to asked a simple question: does this art offend you? And the answer was no. So, you know, we're stuck in a little bit of a quandary, I think. You know, quite honestly, I don't even know that it's a quandary. I think that there's a difference of opinion. The art is not offensive to any reasonable standard. whereas I understand and empathize with some people that have a different opinion that want it to be moved, I also agree with Commissioner Paruch. It becomes a very difficult challenge for a legislative body to dictate what's appropriate and what's not appropriate for a particular spot. So it's difficult for me to support this motion because we do have a piece of art that's been there. We've had two previous pieces of art that's been there. We've had several different activities that have occurred on this piece of property. It's designated, it's not dedicated, and, you know, quite frankly, there are, at least in the folks that I've spoken with, a majority of people either have no opinion, don't care, or don't find the art to be offensive, or in a number of cases, as we saw here tonight at public comment, are passionate about keeping the art there because it's what they fought for, in their opinion. So I think that we have a contract with an artist. The piece is there till August 31st. We have an arts commission. We established it to evaluate these pieces of work and decide where they should go. I'll stand by my comments the last time this came up, where if there's a need for change, it absolutely needs to be funneled through the arts commission. If there's an idea to present a different piece, an application needs to be filled out and handed to the arts commission to evaluate. So I don't like the idea of having a process, and then when something is brought to this table via public comment and not through personal contact or going through the right channels, that all of a sudden we unwind all the processes and all the rules. That's why we put the body in place, the Arts Commission, and, you know, I mean, we have to respect everyone's opinion in this community. I respect those who find the art offensive, and I respect those who could care less, and I respect those who feel that it stands for, you know, their service and what they, you know, took an oath for. But in the end, we have to have an administrative process to manage this, and that's why we have the Arts Commission. And I think it's challenging when we start second-guessing every committee in town because something is raised at public comment. I think that's dangerous territory. I am hopeful that those who do have an issue with this can certainly work with the Arts Commission and come up with some great ideas. But I don't know that we have to do that here at this body. That's why we've empowered our citizens to do it. So I guess that's where I stand on it. Any other discussion? Mr. Johnson.
I've got just one request. As I ask, in fact, I'll say I beg that you make a decision tonight. The motion that's been made is a motion to punt.
Okay.
We've spent a couple of hours of public comment. We spent another at least half hour to an hour with the commission discussing it tonight. It's been going on long enough even before that. I need this commission to give some direction to me. If you want me to move it, I'll get it moved. I'll find a place to put it. If you want us to get rid of it altogether, I'll take care of that. If you want to leave it where it is, all you need to do is say so, and we'll leave it where it is. But please, make a decision tonight.
I think that's a very fair request. So what we'll do is we'll call for the vote on this one if there's no further discussion. And again, the motion on the table is to, you know, direct staff to give us some recommendations on what to do with the art. That's the motion at the table. So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Did you get, okay.
The hand of the nose.
Need a hand in the nose?
Nose.
Oh, sorry.
All right, so City Manager Johnson, okay. Commissioner Melanie Mason.
Sorry, even wrote move down so I wouldn't forget, and then I forgot. I'd like to make a motion to support the Commission for the Arts and leave the art piece where it is.
We have a motion by Commissioner Macy. Is there support? Supported by Commissioner Dubuck. Discussion?
Through the end of its
Thank you, through August 31st. Composition in blue, through August 31st.
Any discussion? Okay. With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
I don't think he heard you. Raise your hand.
Okay. Got it? Okay, good. Okay, so
What's spoil sport added something more?
city staff now has direction on this particular item.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this brings us to, oh, I'm
No,
sorry,
I'm ready.
Commissioner Macy.
Nope, I'm ready.
Ready? Okay, this brings us to item number 19 that we added to the agenda, which is a resolution related to the speed limit on Greenfield Road. Commissioner Macy.
I've actually started working on a resolution, but I'd like to work with city staff and have them bring it back for the next, maybe next meeting next week,
Yes.
maybe 2 meetings,
April 9th?
April 9th, sorry.
Yeah, not Monday, but the following meeting, which would be April 9th.
I've already done part of it, so.
So you're making a resolution? You're making, oh,
I'm
geez,
making
you're
a
making
motion, directing city staff to work on a resolution asking the Oakland County Road Commission to change the speed limit. No, I can't,
What's needed,
our support for the,
what's needed is traffic calming devices. You can't just set a speed limit.
so
They-
I'm not,
they
also not the
can't.
Oakland County Road Commission, so I,
The speed limit cannot be set less than the 85th percentile level of what traffic is already going at.
okay. City staff will work, it will
What you need to do is
assist.
actually make some changes to the roadway or something in the area that causes traffic to.
Okay, I'm not trying to make the changes. I'm trying to ask the Oakland County Road Commission, because that's my understanding, this is
It's
an
their
Oakland
road,
County
yeah.
road.
Yes.
So, and I'm not trying to say you must do this or this or this. I'm trying to say, given that we have these situations here, we'd like you to address traffic on this road.
That we can do.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Macy, supported by Commissioner Lavasser. Discussion? I'll just add, I believe we penned a letter from the mayor's office, but, it didn't go that far, so.
I'll crib that.
So I'm looking for the, this will be great to have the support of 6 more colleagues, so we'll see how that goes, right? All right, so we'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion passes. At 2:02 in the morning, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Lavasser. Any discussion on the motion to adjourn? With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed,
I think 6
motion
people need that
passes.
motion simultaneously.
Adjourned.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes.